Pack your bags, it is moving day. Welcome to day 2 of Lowlands Throwdown, live from Rye, Amsterdam, as week 1 of the CrossFit Semifinals is presented by Noble continues. I'm chasing alongside with me all weekend long will be Mads Jacobson. Lauren Smith will be joining us shortly, but a wild and exciting day 1. It kicked off with some fast events for the teams and the individuals, but what were some of the things you took away yesterday that we were looking forward to today?
Well, I think one of the things that really struck me was kind of the start that Gabriela Migawa had, and then how she came back and put herself into contention to really make a move today. I thought that was really, really cool. There have been a lot of questions about the Reykjavik team. What were they going to be like? Were they really going to be as good in live as they were on paper? And I think the answer is definitely yes. But also, if you just kind of take a step down from them, just a lot of other teams that I think look really, really good, and they're going to be able to represent Europe well when they make it to the games. And on the guys' side of the house, I mean, you got the Dukic family. I mean, Daddy Dukic has got to be happy back there, just going, hey, you're making me proud. Yes. So, yeah, no, very exciting first day, and this is going to be interesting.
It's going to be a very interesting day. We do have a big lift today for both the individuals and the teams. And let's take a look at the schedule that we have coming up. Team event number 3, that'll involve the worm that you see in the front part of your screen and some chest bar pull-ups, and then the men's and women's event coming up after that. But team event 4 and individual event 4, I think that's the one we've been waiting for, because we're going to have that snatch ladder for the teams and the complex for the individuals. But this is not the only event that is currently going on. It's not just about the elites, about who's qualifying to the CrossFit Games, but in true spirit of CrossFit community where meets competition, there's a community event going on, and there's 2 main stages on the other side. And I tell you what, it is bumping over there, but more on the community event. Let's go to Lauren Smith.
It is absolutely pumping over here, because it's not just the elite stage that's happening over the course of this weekend's CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown. There is this incredible community vibe with 2 stages and over 600 athletes taking part and competing. So let's take a little look. This is just one of the 2 stages, and the men are hard at it. If we push our camera through this small gap, there's so many crowds here watching and supporting. But it's all about getting local affiliates involved, and in fact international affiliates as well, because it's not just those from Amsterdam here, it's those from all around the world. The MCs on the floor are MCs that you might see at Wadapalooza, at the Dubai CrossFit Championship, taking part in what was sanctionals, all these big semi-finals events. It gives a taste to your everyday athlete what it means to be a competitor and to have fun in this sport. And of course, we've also got this incredible vendor village. We can take a little look. Fit Ada here, Unchained, Go Primal, Battle Cancer. And it just adds to the occasion, doesn't it? And it just goes to show that CrossFit's at its best when the community is thoroughly involved in it. And honestly, just standing in the middle of it all, I couldn't be happier. It's a great way to start day 2.
We're excited to kick off day 2. It will start with the teams, but we'll look at the individual side first as we work our way to the start of day number 2. And let's look at the women's side first, as it was a busy day for Laura Horvath, because she decided, all right, 2 events, I'll take second place twice.
I mean, Laura did what Laura always does. She kind of came out and she was surgical about it. I mean, she had a great game plan. She stuck to her game plan, executed it very, very well. Didn't get sucked into that initial pace of everybody else, because I mean, the one thing that everybody had in common was that somebody went out there guns blazing, and it would have been really easy to get sucked into it. She didn't, stuck to her game plan, and like you said, 2 seconds put her in a great place for today.
Great places, 2 second place finishes. That's good enough to put her at the top of the leaderboard after day number 1 with 192 points. But look at some of the names now. If you followed who's who here at the individual side for the women, they're living up to the billing, and it's been a tough battle across the board. But Matilda Garns sitting in second place. Let's not blow past another Norwegian female before it's too late. So tell us about Matilda.
Well, Matilda is well, as you said, it's easy to just, she's not a name that goes out there and just makes a big splash out of herself. She just competes with excellence every single solitary time. She was really, really great yesterday, and I was happy to see her, even though she's not the biggest athlete. She was doing great on the deadlifts as well. I was wondering what's her grip going to be like on the first event. It was no problem whatsoever. She's just really, really consistent, and I think she's going to be. I don't think she's going to go away from that top 5, to be honest.
When you think about consistency, it's pretty hard to beat 2 seconds unless you're, I don't know, Tia Claire Toomey, who's at the Torian Pro, getting 2 first places. But yesterday, Laura Horvath had an amazing day, especially with some niche events like a legless rope climb and that endurance one, where today might be a little bit more in her wheelhouse as far as classic events are concerned. So I'm excited to see what she has. Lauren Smith got to sit down and talk to Laura Horvath yesterday.
Laura, 2 seconds to close out the opening day. Could it have gone any better?
No, I'm very happy with it.
So now you have that in the bag. How do you approach the rest of the weekend?
Just as it was like first day, I think you're not gonna like, I don't know, let go and just like enjoy. I mean, I'm gonna enjoy it, but the focus is still to do really well in all the rest of the events.
Are you placing an importance on consistency in your results?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense. I mean, of course, winning is nice, but being consistent in all the events, I think is better than popping back and up and down in all the events.
Coming into this weekend, you were very much pipped as a favorite. Have you taken that in your stride? Does it make you a better athlete because of it?
Not necessarily. I guess it could only like ruin me. Like, I feel like being the underdog is much nicer. Like, I like catching people or like catching up to people, and like being first or like at the top, people are gonna want to beat you. I mean, obviously. So I think, I don't know, I don't really put any emphasis on it. I acknowledge it and then I move on.
You seem to be dealing with it really well. What does that say about your mindset coming into the semifinals?
I'm really content, I must say. So I'm really happy where I am, and I know where I want to go, and I know I'm heading that way. So I'm really happy.
In terms of goals for the weekend, obviously a ticket for the games is, unless something goes drastically wrong, somewhat guaranteed. But are your ambitions to win it?
Yeah, I would say so, because why would you enter a competition if you don't want to win it? So obviously the goal is to win, but the main goal is to get your ticket to the CrossFit Games. So of course, I'd be really happy to stand on the top of the podium at the end of the weekend, but anything between 5 and 1 is perfect.
Well, you're doing a very good job so far.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thanks.
Matt, you got to love that attitude. Why sign up for a competition if you're not wanting to win it?
Well, I mean, it's the only way to do it, really. It honestly is, but I just like that she's saying it, because she doesn't always say it. She hasn't always been the one to call her shot that way. But I think she's right as well. I mean, if you stay in the top 5, you're very, and then there's an event or two that you feel like you can go out there and dominate, you are actually going to win. Well, unless you're in the same event as Tia Toomey, because then you need to win. But yeah.
Yes, you do. Well, let's shift gears to the men's side. As you said before, the Jukic brothers are putting on quite the show this weekend.
They are, but the funny thing is that they're two completely different athletes. I mean, the way that they compete is completely different, and it's just interesting to see them go out there and do as well as they do. Luka Dukic has more of a tendency to come out really hot, firing, and then kind of slow down a little bit further down, whereas you have Lazar, who comes out a little bit slower, maintains, and then ends up with a sprint. So pretty much complete opposites, but they're doing it very, very well.
Lazar Jukic had quite the day yesterday, but look at 1 and 2. I tell you what, if they're serving Serbian water here at the venue, please get me a bottle of it, because I would like to see what that does for my performance. Uldis Ubanix had quite a finish yesterday. He's tied with points with BKG. BKG pretty much doing what he does, consistent across the board, with a 5th and 4th place finish, with Adrian Munweiler holding on to that final qualifying position. But as we look across the board, there is a name that we probably haven't seen in Michael Smith.
Well, Michael Smith, I think what we need to remember is that the event yesterday, event number 2 yesterday, went really, really, really fast. It has a deadlift. He's a tall guy. And so everything else being equal, he's going to have to lift a little bit further. Also then onto the handstand walk, once again, a little bit taller athlete. So he was being smart, and he did that really, really well. But I think everybody else just, they just had a little bit of a lever advantage and equally strong. So I'm expecting to see Michael do really, really well today. I'm not surprised to see him where he's at, and I think he's in perfect striking distance.
Well, speaking about doing really well and consistent, Laura Horvath, 2 second-place finishes. Lazar Jukic, a 2nd and a 1st-place finish. He got to catch up with Lauren Smith yesterday.
Lazar, an unofficial 1st place in the standings as we close out day 1. Could you have asked for anything more?
For 200 points. It's close, but it's not 2 first places. I was thinking for the day 1, I can't finish both workouts in first, but I'm very happy with 1st and 2nd unofficially.
I know that you had been working on your sprinting in the off-season. Did that translate to the assault runner just then?
Not that much, because I was barely running like long or mid-long distances. I was mostly focusing on sprints once or twice a week with hurdles and with like sprints with low resting periods. So yeah, I wasn't doing too much running, like pure running, but I'm happy with how I felt on this one, and yeah, felt good, but I wasn't doing it very much.
Do we have to reevaluate the field somewhat after day one, or is it dangerous to do so?
I wouldn't say we can do that, but like some new names are popping up, but the like long-time favorites are still there. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out after 3 days, but after day one, I think it's pretty tight.
When you look at the remaining 4 events, where are you going to succeed the most?
I think the first event tomorrow will be a good one for me, and both events on the final day. I'm like good on grind events like sandbags, devil presses, stuff like that, and bike, bar muscle up, and overhead squat for the finale is a very good workout for me, since my overhead stability is pretty strong and I can push on the bike like crazy. So yeah, I would say only like the biggest hit I'll take will be lifting, but I've been working on that like crazy. So let's see how it turns out. I don't want to jinx anything.
Well, we'll see how the day stacks up for the individual men and the individual women, but the day is going to start with the teams, and Lauren Smith is down with what the teams have in store for event number 3.
It is indeed, Chase. Event number 3 is sponsored by the US Army for the teams. They have got 3 3-minute windows in which they are going to have to, in the first 3-minute window, complete, they're completing 50 chest to bar synchro. Then they're going to go to the worm, and in the remaining time, complete as many max rep possibles, worm, clean, and jerk. Before then, in the second 3-minute window, doing 40 synchro chest to bars, going back to the worm, and completing as many reps as possible in the remaining time. Now, in that final 3-minute window, they are going to be completing 20 synchro bar muscle-ups before going back to the worm and completing as max reps of worm, clean, and jerk as possible. It's a great way to start off our second day of competition. And let's see if Reykjavik can keep their unbeaten streak going.
Heat 1 teams getting set to take on event number 3. As the stands in here at the Rai Amsterdam are getting filled quickly as day number 2 is getting set here at the Lowlands Throwdown. And that's a fun event to start things off with this interval-style team event, but building up the reps and moving down the competition field as we look at the lane assignments for heat number 1. There'll be 2 heats today. We have reseeded since yesterday, so your top 10 teams from yesterday's 2 events will be in the second heat.
Exactly. I think it's going to be really interesting to see. I was just looking at the warm-up area when they were when all these teams were getting ready for the event. And what was struck me was that a lot of these teams are, well, yes, a number of these teams, let's put it this way, had not used the worm before.
Wow.
So you were seeing all kinds of, well, how do we do this? And so, yeah, I think that's going to be interesting to see, because everybody's used to, or all of them are used to the pull-ups. I mean, they're going to be perfectly fine. The question is going to be, how do you get onto the worm, and how much of a difference does it make? Because I know it's a huge difference, but how much?
Teams will be working in pairs for their pull-ups. And as you said, the worm has really become an essential piece of equipment for team competition, whether you can have one or make one. I feel like the home gym made-up ones are usually the best.
Well, I think they're awesome. We've been fortunate enough to have the Rogue Worms at our box, and it's really made a huge difference for the teams to be able to practice with them.
Day 2 underway, starting with team event 3, heat number 1, 50 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups between 2 pairs. What I like here is just there's no specific designated rep scheme. It allows teams an opportunity to utilize their skill sets.
Exactly, and it doesn't even have to be male or female. You can switch it up any which way you want, and that really gives you a great opportunity to kind of play your team to its very best.
And there will be a 3-minute interval for the first part of this. Teams will do 50 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups. And Matt, as you said, you can pair them up any which way you want, which I absolutely love, giving them the freedom to utilize their team to its fullest potential. And let's look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, the first one I'd say is plan your sets on the pull-ups. So have a game plan coming in there, because you're going to fatigue differently. And that's going to really make a huge difference. If you have a plan, you kind of know what work you need to be doing. Second one is don't blow up. In the later part of this workout, or this event, as you get to the second round, it's easy to blow up and get a few extra reps, but you still have another part. So don't blow up in the middle. And the last one, be fast but not forced on the worm. You want to go fast on the worm, but as soon as you start going fast, you're not synchronizing your movement with the rest of the team, and you get in trouble. We're going to see that on the second round.
All but one team onto these worm clean and jerks, probably with more time than they wanted to, getting off the pull-up rig. Teams will do 10 clean and jerks in each section, and then they'll advance forward, so we'll be able to see exactly who is in the lead. And as you said, is that smooth attack of this movement is better than a manic one.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's so important that you're so synchronized here, because if you just get a little out of sync, this thing is going to fall off of your shoulders, and you're going to spend a lot of energy either trying to save it or recover. I'm also looking forward to seeing teams starting to go more or less touch and go, because it is quite possible to do so if you have had the practice with the worm. If not, you're going to drop it from your shoulder all the time.
First team advance is down in lane number 8. That's CrossFit Grillin'.
I'm still surprised that that we're not seeing any more teams go touch and go.
15 seconds before we hit the 3-minute time. Then we'll take a break and move to the second portion of this interval. It's straight into now it's 40 synchronized chest to bar pulls. Now what I love here is that since there isn't a break in between sets, is that you're dropping the number down, which gives them still an opportunity to get through it, whether if it was 50 again, they would just lose more and more time. So the time's the same, but the reps are decreasing on the pull-ups.
Exactly, and this is what I mean with have a plan for the pull-ups, because somebody is going to come straight off of those clean and jerks and onto the pull-up bar, and it's nice to know that, hey, I'm just going to go up here and we're going to do 10 of these and then we're going to switch. If you just kind of go by feel, you're going to go too far, which leads into the other one. Don't blow up.
Lane 3, hard and heavy CrossFit. Now we heard that one of the male athletes actually suffered a little bit of an injury the other day, but seeing as how you can't use an alternate in that situation, he's basically toughing it out for the team today.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things is, I mean, if it is an acute injury, then obviously step off the floor. If it's something you just need to kind of nurse, then absolutely no problem whatsoever. But if they walk off, we know why. Hard and Heavy had a great day yesterday, so yeah, no. And this is when what you start seeing, if you start looking at the different teams now, this is when you start seeing the sync from the lift to the shoulder is going to be slightly different. You're going to see somebody put it on the shoulder and then they want to drop it a little bit too fast. This is what fatigue does. Communication goes away, and the synchronization in lifting the object from the floor goes away. Now, middle of your screen right now, you have, I think it is CrossFit Zurich. Grillen, sorry, that is CrossFit Grillen. And they're doing a great job right now, just making sure they get the rep rested on the shoulder, making sure that they get the rep before they drop it down. We've seen a couple of other teams who have not done so, and as a consequence had to redo the rep.
CrossFit Grillin' on the right side in light pink shirts. Team out of France, Victor Hoffer, Luke Miller, Isabelle Halpert, and Jessica Dupont. And a tall team too, 5'10", 6 foot, 5'7", 5'8", and I think that's one of the things you probably don't, or people don't look at when it comes to worm work, how much of an advantage it is for a team of level heights, all within a couple of inches of each other.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, I think what they've done is they've been really smart. They put the male athlete in front, female athlete slightly shorter behind, not that much shorter, but slightly, and then male athlete again. So, I mean, they have been thinking about how to do that. What you don't want to do is put the tall people in front, shorter people in the back, because now they're starting to carry everything. It's kind of like when you help your buddies move. Who's walking up the stairs, who's carrying, and who's not carrying.
As the way it looks on the field, we have one more 3-minute interval. We'll move to 30 synchronized bar muscle-ups. So 2 rounds of chest to bar pull-ups, 50 and 40. And now we are advancing the skill set as we decrease the reps. So tax your grip a little bit for 90 total between the team. And now it's time to get above the bar.
It is. But this is interesting because it gives you an opportunity to rest on top of the bar. So it's every single solitary rep that is synchronized, whereas before you get into rhythm, and as soon as your rhythm starts deviating from your teammate, then you get in trouble. This is more like, let's reset at the top every time, make sure we drop off, we're fine.
And these are just the buy-ins. You see in the center part of your screen, Grillen is opting to use both female athletes, where to the left, Artemis is using a mixed pairing. And we talked about Grillen all being the same height. Artemis, who's fighting that second place position. I mean, you've got a massive difference between the men and the women, 6'5". We saw that athlete yesterday, Mikhail Vinborg, on the rower during that 5,000-meter row.
They loved having him on the row, but right now that's the thing. On the bar to muscle ups, I think it's probably easier to be synchronized with him than it was on the chest to bar. But Grillen back on the worm, very efficient.
And this will be the last section we have. And the score for the event is going to be max clean and jerks with the worm. As right now, Grillen holds a slight edge on the rest of the field.
It looks like lane number 1 are the closest to them, so that is Wolf Spirit.
Grillen in lane number 8, bottom part of your screen, and this is Wolf Spirit all the way over in lane number 1. The second team out of France, so 2 French teams in the lead.
And I think you have in lane number 6, CrossFit Jena as well.
Make that 3.
3 French teams. So, hey, France is coming. Allez le bleu. This is where it gets interesting for Greenland, because they've had a comfortable, but they've had a lead. But now everybody's starting to catch up with them, and there are some teams out there moving really, really fast. So Greenland can't let go right now. They're going to have to just get after it for the last 20 seconds as well. And we have another heat of fairly good teams as well, making it onto the floor afterwards.
And it looks like lane 2 might be in the mix as well, based off where they've put the worm. That is Yellow Belly CrossFit in lane 2, but with just 8 seconds left to go, Grillen trying to get one more rep in.
Oh, some tired legs and backs out there.
And it looks like Grillen unofficially should take heat number 1 with 44 repetitions. Again, that score is unofficial, but we got some amazing spotters out here to help us, to make us sound like we know what we're talking about.
Well, I feel like I'm more just this news channel that is being fed with actual information from the real world right now. I'm just relaying it as I see it, and as we've been told. But I mean, 44 reps, it's a good number, but I'll be perfectly blunt and say that I think we're going to get a bunch of teams that are going to go a lot harder. And I think the reason for that is going to be that they are going to go 3 to 5 reps unbroken. Just touch and go on the clean and jerk, let it go for a second, shake it out, and then go again. And I think that's going to, well, it's going to make a difference. Let's put it that way.
CrossFit Grillen, unofficial 44 total reps completed, first in this heat. And here's the best part of a worm event with the teams. Good job. Take it back.
Could you please set up for the rest?
I will say the equipment team here does enough. That's the least they can
Yes.
do. You did 44. What's one more rep to bring it back to the starting line?
If you can lift it once, you can lift it twice. No, but I think it is a brilliantly programmed event in as far as that there are so many things that can be different, where you can kind of play your cards differently. So let's have a look at it right now. Athletes started by chalking up the pull-up rig for all the pull-ups. They were able to partition their team the best way they wanted. CrossFit Greenland came out really, really well. Great synchronization, fast transitions on the pull-ups. And once they got onto the worm, single reps, but every time making sure to stop it on the shoulder, making sure they got the rep, which also gives them a bit of recovery. That one right there is the last rep. So everything up until then looked really, really good. Greenland doing a great job positioning themselves, well, doing the best they can for the rest of the day.
That'll do it for heat number 1. Unofficial top score from Greenland is 44 reps. You see Artemis walking off the competition floor. 3 French teams appeared to be in the top 3 in this heat between Wolf Spirit, Jeunesse, and Greenland.
The interesting part is we were just given the cheat sheet right now is that Greenland on the first, they got 16 reps on the first. They were up to 30 on the second and 44. So it's pretty much the same work that they were doing, even though the work did decrease on the second round. So I mean, they got less time and less reps. So it kind of tells you a little bit about the fatigue that kind of goes into this. And I think unless you have a worm and you've been able to try this on your own, grabbing that thing isn't going to set you up for success for pull-ups afterwards.
Heat 1 is done as we're getting set for heat number 2. And the question is well, the talk of the town is Reykjavik, putting the team together. Obviously, Annie Thorsauter, we've said it a lot. We talk about it a lot. But seeing how these other teams are working together, I think, is a pretty amazing thing. And to see a team like Greenland come out of kind of the woodworks here in heat number 1 and getting an unofficial heat win so far with 44 reps is pretty cool. Lauren Smith is down with Team Greenland.
I am indeed. Guys, how did you plan to attack that workout? And did it pay off like you intended?
Yeah, we worked a lot on synchro workouts, and especially with the worm. So we really want to do a good thing on this one.
How did you manage the transition from the worm work back to the pull-ups or the bar muscle-ups?
Yeah, for us it was really important to take at least 10 seconds to go back to the pull-up bar, because we did the workout at our gym, but not with a lot of space between worm and pull-up bar. So we know that here we need to have between 10 and 15 seconds.
Well, it certainly worked out.
Yeah.
What does this do for confidence going into day 2 with 2 whole days ahead?
It's a better start than yesterday. We struggled a lot with the legless rope climb. The last one was really hard for us. Sorry for the guys. But so it's a really good start. We really want to do a good thing on the worms, but we didn't expect to be heat winners, so good surprise.
I'm glad. Well, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mads, I think Luke Miller on the left needs to do more upper body work.
Yeah, I was just wondering if his upper body has his own area code. Like, do I need a passport to kind of, as soon as I get closer? Very jacked young man, indeed.
I remember starting CrossFit in hopes to look like that, and 14 years later, it is yet to happen. Maybe Luke Miller can write me an upper body program.
Could you please sign me up? I'd like to join immediately. No, but to kind of follow up on what you said before we just had a little chat with Greenland right there, I think one of the teams that I'm going to be looking forward to seeing in the second heat as well is Oslo. Oslo's team, they have the equipment to work with at home. They have the sparring at home. There is the experience in the box, and they're all pretty much the same length as well. So I would not be surprised to see them go out there and do great.
Well, we have coming up for team event number 3, Tremors, presented by the U.S. Army.
Well, so the teams have 3 minutes to do 50 synchronized chest-to-bar pull-ups. After that, they do max reps on the worm of clean and jerks. Then straight back to another 3 minutes, but now it's 40 synchronized chest-to-bar pull-ups. Remainder of the time, maximum worm clean and jerks. Then back to the pull-up rig again for 20 synchronized bar muscle-ups, and the rest of the 3 minutes will be spent on worm clean and jerks.
These top 10 teams after day number 1, Reykjavik, 2 event wins yesterday. We knew they'd do well. No surprise there, but look at the representation in the top 5. 5 different countries: Finland, Spain, Norway, Denmark, and obviously Iceland at the top of the list. And even more so as you go down. I think that's a very cool thing to see, the talent that is being distributed here in the European region.
It definitely is, and I think we need it as a region. If we're going to be competitive with Australia, with the US, or the rest of the world altogether, we're going to have more capable boxers and athletes all over. So no, this is very, very good for us.
Reykjavik, 2 event ones yesterday. Sitting in the middle lane, lane number 5. This will be their first in-person competition, and see how they handle the worm for the first time in live competition. As we'll start off with 50 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups, Mads, as we saw in heat number 1. They are letting these teams basically choose however they want. Any order, any mixed pairs, any operation as far as rep schemes are concerned, just let them go.
Absolutely. And I think, I'm not sure how Reykjavik are going to play this, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a set to 25 and 25 and then just on to the worm. But like I said, let's keep an eye on the Oslo team as well here in lane number 7, because I think they're going to be quite capable of doing some damage as well.
That name sounds familiar. Oslo was 2nd place last year at the 2021 CrossFit Games. Of course, this is their 2nd team, yet they're still sitting in a top position to make a bid to the CrossFit Games.
Exactly, and we talked about it yesterday. I just want to say it again, just to make sure that if you didn't watch yesterday because you were at work or doing something not as important as watching this, the 2nd team from Oslo is not the 2nd best team. It is the other team from Oslo. So yeah, and here you go, Reykjavik onto the worm. As we kind of projected, they were going to be ahead of the curve, and yes, they are. You also have Sarut's training culture, made it onto the worm, white t-shirt, a little bit further off in the on your screen right now. And the only team still on the rig, heartbreaking for me, is CrossFit Nordic in lane number 2.
Mads, as you said earlier, you'd like to see some teams do a couple touch and go reps. Now Reykjavik, who is first off the rig, is opting for those consistent singles, whereas Zarutz, who got off in 2nd place, went right into a few reps of touch and go.
I think there's a lot to be gained on going just a couple of fast touch and go reps, as long as you're fresh on the worm. Then after that, as soon as you start feeling the momentum kind of drop off, then go to fast singles again, absolutely. But see, the lead for Reykjavik, not huge. Well, there you go. That's exactly what I'd like to see, but yes. So there you go, middle of your screen, white t-shirt, CrossFit Sarutz. Great view of the entire field right here. Right side of your screen, that is Khan Porter from Reykjavik. On the left side of him, that is CrossFit Sarutz.
And there's that touch and go you were talking about earlier. And teams are mixing it up because Reykjavik opened up with singles, but when they advance to the 2nd section, teams will advance every 10 clean and jerks. They started with a couple touch and go reps as well, so you see a lot of mixture. You can see on the left side between the 2 teams is they're opting for a couple touch and go reps.
Exactly, and I think it's just really, really smart to do so.
Speaking of a smart move, Reykjavik finishing their 20th rep and advancing the worm before coming back to the rig.
It's a lot of experience right there. They're just being really smart. They're already thinking about the next time they're on there.
Lane 5, CrossFit Reykjavik, Con Porter, Tolo Marquinho. 20 reps, or 40 reps total for the team. And the set of 50, as you called it, they had split the reps between. Both just did one big set together.
And also what you're seeing that's interesting is that neither Annie Thorisdottir or Lauren Fisher have to look at each other to make sure that where they're at. They just know. That's when you know a team has been working out together a lot.
.40 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups in this second 3-minute interval. Reykjavik is off the rig as they are the only team into the 3rd section, so that means they have 20 repetitions completed in that first 3-minute interval. They're doing quick singles there in the middle. And it looks like in lane number 8, CrossFit can.
Yep.
First to the worm. Behind Reykjavik.
And now Sarut's moving their worm forward as well, right next to Reykjavik.
Sarut's on the left side, opting for a couple touch-and-go reps.
It's just interesting when you see the worm, it's so unforgiving. If anybody initiates the lift before anybody else, you're in trouble. If you get that start off the ground to the hip, then you're going to be fine, pretty much no matter what happens after that.
But the wild thing about this is that it's awkward, it's heavy, but when all 4 people are working in unison, it's really not that bad. But that is the purpose of it, right? It's to expose or highlight teamwork.
But exactly, if anybody's ever played golf and you're at the driving range and you just hit it and you hear that sound and it was like you didn't hit anything, it's like cutting through butter. This is the exact same thing. When you get it right, it's not that bad. If you get it just a little bit wrong, it is going to be horrendous. It just drains you, sucks you dry from energy, so yeah.
The unofficial score to beat was set by CrossFit Greenland in heat number 1 at 44 reps, as Reykjavik is already in to that section as they have 30 completed, make that 35. And we're closing in on the end of the second section. So the third and final interval, athletes will have to do 30 synchronized bar muscle-ups to start this final 3 minutes.
And so Reykjavik currently sitting in the lead, absolutely. And you have Sarut's right next to them, currently in second. But in third, you've got in lane number 9, Blueprint CrossFit. Just did a great job of synchronizing their work on the second set of clean and jerks.
Lane 5, you have CrossFit Reykjavik. To the left of them in lane 4 is Zarut's Training Culture. Lane 7 and 8, CrossFit Can and Blueprint CrossFit. One thing to note on CrossFit Can's team is they have Lori Clement on their team, and she had an amazing open. Opted out of the 35-39 division, where she was one of the top contenders, possibly podium favorites for the Masters division, yet she went team.
Yep. I mean, you've got to appreciate that kind of commitment, because that's the thing that happens at the early stage of a season, is that you need to commit to something. You can't just kind of go, I'm going to try to go myself, but if I don't qualify, then I'm going to go team. That's not the way this works anymore. You're either a team athlete or an individual athlete.
Nearly at the same time, Reykjavik and Zarut's get off the 30-bar muscle-ups together. Yet Reykjavik has a slight edge on Zarut's, but Zarut's on the left side going touch and go. With only 1 minute and 20 seconds left, they're going to have to take some chances here on their pacing. As Reykjavik moves into the 5th section with 40 total reps completed, make that 41. The score to beat is 44. With over 1 minute remaining, I don't think that's going to last very long. Now it's a matter of, can Reykjavik hold off everybody else en route to their first place finish of the weekend.
And I think that's the point for Reykjavik right now, is that all they need to do is keep an eye on everybody else. Once you get to 44, make sure that you keep an eye on everybody else, and then don't expend any extra energy. It's basically all you need to do. There's no need to go out there and just go absolutely full send on it now. You know that you beat everybody in the previous heat. Now you just need to beat the people in this heat.
Roots on the left still holding on to that second place position in this heat. They have 30 seconds to go. Looks like Oslo has moved into a 3rd place position.
I just love the way these, like the individual and the team athletes from Oslo, the way they operate.
And Reykjavik advances one more time for 50 total reps and another event win. as Reykjavik goes 3 for 3 at the halfway turn of the Lowlands Throwdown.
Fairly capable athletes right there, just taking a bit of a breather. And I think they did a great job. Reykjavik did a great job. What's going to be interesting to see is if Oslo caught up with Saruts or not.
And not just that, but how far did they get in this heat? Because they had just got to the 40 section with about 30 seconds remaining, where the scores from Greenland in heat 1 was 44 unofficially. So that time or that score could be a top 5 score in this heat or in this event in total.
Absolutely, definitely could. So if we have a look at what happened during this heat right here, we were all wondering what Reykjavik were going to do, but we're also wondering who's going to challenge him. Is it going to be Saruts, who had a great day yesterday, or is it going to be Oslo? Well, Reykjavik did Reykjavik stuff and went out there and absolutely knocked out this event. Great synchronization on the pull-ups, great synchronization on the bar muscle-ups as well, and had a very, very clear plan when they got to the worm. Get a couple of touch-and-go reps in, then after that, go fast singles. That got them the win, but we're still waiting for the scores to be tabulated on who is in second and third.
I think you look that good in your first live competition with the worm, and 3 of the 4 of these teammates have team experience. Annie Thorsutter does not. She does in as far as maybe the invitational back in the day, so not the first time she's had to work with teams, but in an environment like this, and it's not just the environment, they are all so well experienced that it really doesn't matter what the environment is. Yet at the same time, this is still an unfamiliar territory for all 4 of them together. And the biggest thing there is expectations, right? The expectations that they've put on themselves and the world has put on them.
Yep.
And to manage those things is quite impressive, and they're doing a beautiful job as it so far, and they're down with Lauren Smith.
They are indeed. Annie, another wonderful job. Talk me through the touch and go versus the non-touch and go and how you were making those calls.
Well, we went in with a plan to do 8 singles, touch and go, walk, touch and go, because that's probably where you're going to lose the most amount of time, is where you pick it up and you need to walk it over and then go for the first rep again. So that was kind of the plan there. It wasn't easy.
You're making it look easier than it probably was. Those bar muscle-ups, there was a little bit of a clash when you were kind of trying to switch between pairs, and it felt that under fatigue. How do you feel you did in terms of communication?
I would say really well. Communication-wise. We were able to talk to each other. We went with plan A. So it went the way it was supposed to go.
Tolo, we missed you yesterday. I'm sorry we didn't speak to you yesterday. 3 from 3. Is a clean sweep possible for this team?
Sure. I think we definitely have the ability to, and then we just have to execute on the next 3. This one was fun, though. It's our first time using the worm in competition as a team, and I think we're pretty happy with how we've progressed there and excited to keep getting better on it. Yeah.
Well, you guys, you're looking amazing. Enjoy the rest of the weekend if we don't see you, but I'm sure we will.
Thank you.
Congrats to Team Reykjavik, their 3rd first place finish of the weekend, and the one that could throw them for a wrench as far as a clean sweep will be the event coming up, which is the snatch ladder.
I mean, it could. But that being said,
if we want to manufacture some drama, maybe.
I think it is, but I mean, I don't know if they're going to go out there and go for the clean sweep. They're trying to hone their skills as a team, not really caring too much, I think, about where they end up, because it's not really interesting. They need to come back with a bunch of learnings that they can then go back to the drawing board and go, this is what we need to get better at. And I think that's the focus, and I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, obviously they'd like to win, but it's not that important. What's also important is that the other teams don't get sucked into, oh, we need to beat Reykjavik. They don't. They need to qualify for the CrossFit Games. They need to get some learnings, and they need to come back and go, what is it that we need to get better at? So, yeah, obviously, I mean, if we want to create the drama, then we possibly could. But I think if you look objectively at what it is they need to do, is they need to get some answers to some questions that they haven't been able to answer on their own. You need live competition stress of not being home, not sleeping well, and not doing all these regular things that you do, how does that affect you? And also, what happens when the communication, like they just said, didn't go the way they planned? How fast are they at getting back to, okay, so this is what we're going to do? Those are the answers they need, and I think they're getting all those answers.
I like what you said there, because we've heard that from a lot of the top athletes. Lazar, Laura, they all said the same thing when asked the question is, do you like the results that you're having? And they really don't care about the results, because it's the process. It's the not the journey, but how they perform. The results really can't tell you how you perform, because it's dependent on other people. What you did individually is not really results dependent, and you make a great point, especially in Reykjavik's position, is that first, fifth, it doesn't matter. As long as they make the games, that's the big deal. But what are they learning on the process? How are they growing? How are they evolving? And what they'll learn here on the floor is going to dramatically change how they prepare for Madison, Wisconsin.
But absolutely, and also, I mean, as everybody's saying, how are they going to handle all the stress? Well, first of all, they're ninjas, so they're going to do that, which is going to be fine. But focusing on what they need to learn is going to alleviate their own stress, so they're not adding to external stress that way.
Well, that does it for the teams for the first event of the day, but the individuals will be coming up in a very similar style, but maybe a nastier version for the individual side. For Mads Jacobs and Lauren Smith, I'm chasing a more live action here from Rye, Amsterdam at the Lowlands Throwdowns continues. The Lowlands Throwdown Week 1 of the CrossFit Games semifinals presented by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By Arosti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. By the U.S. Army, know your Army. The official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. Day 2 of the Lowlands Throwdown continues here at the Rice Stadium as week 1 of the CrossFit Semifinals is presented by Noble. I'm Chase Hing. With me is Mads Jacobson. Lauren Smith will join us on the floor later in the event. But the teams had their interval style event, and it is now the individual men's turn, but this time they get a little rest in between the segments. So let's take a look at individual event number 3 presented by U.S. Army.
It is an absolute masterpiece. So what it is within 2.5 minutes, the men need to perform 27 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters, 22.5 kilos per hand. The remaining time, max reps burpee box jump overs at 24 inches. 1 minute rest, then 2 minutes to perform 21 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters, and once again, max rep burpee box jump overs. 1 minute rest, then they have 1.5 minutes to perform 15 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters. Once again, max rep burpee box jump overs, 1 minute to perform 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters, and max rep burpee box jump overs. So a lot of buy-in work.
A slight understatement. A little bit. That's a lot of work that doesn't get counted that I see.
Yes, yes.
On the event. But as we get set for heat number 1, there'll be 3 heats. We have reseeded the athletes based off their performance yesterday. These are the athletes in heat number 1. One name that really jumps off the paper here for me, Mads, is Fabian Benito, who just had a tough day yesterday.
He did have a day, and I'm surprised to see him in this heat. This is, as you alluded to when we opened up this morning, you said this is moving day, so this is when he's going to have to go out there and make a huge difference, yes.
The 2 athletes you're looking for to make a little bit of move is Philip Lundqvist and Jonas Müller.
Yes, Jonas Müller is typically one of these athletes who has 2 things going really well for him. First of all, chest-to-bar pull-ups not a problem, thrusters not a problem, but also he's really good at recovery. He recovers very well. Same thing for Philip Lundqvist. So I'm looking forward to seeing those 2 go out there and make a difference, because I don't think they're necessarily happy with being in this heat.
Heat number 1 on the way, starting with our first interval. It'll be 27 chest-to-bar pull-ups, followed by 27 dumbbell thrusters, and in the time remaining, max burpee box jump overs.
That is just horrendous.
2.5 minutes to perform this. Each section will drop reps and a little bit of time off that. So we'll go from 2.5 minutes to the final segment being a minute long, but they will get a 60-second break in between, as athletes are now on to their 27 dumbbell thrusters. No surprise to see the athletes going unbroken on the pull-up bar, Mads, but how about going unbroken on the dumbbell thrusters?
I think they're going to have to. I honestly think they're going to have to. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to accumulate enough burpee box jump overs, especially if they want to make themselves or make a climb up the leaderboard. So yeah, which is why they can't stress it too much, but they need to be consistent, good mechanics, and at this level, 27 thrusters really shouldn't be a problem.
Lane 4, you do have Fabian Benito, who had that near disastrous finish last in the first event. That was the legless rope climbs. Moved up to 13th in event number 2, and off to a pretty blazing start here to kick off event number 3. Have about 60 seconds remaining. Clock is in the top left corner of your screen. The first segment will be 2.5 minutes long. So at the 2:30 mark, these athletes will take a minute break before moving into the second interval.
And I think Fabian is doing a great job, and you know that he's pacing himself. What I would like to see is when he comes down is that little extra step. He can step down I completely get that, but I'd like to see him drop and get up immediately. There's just too much unnecessary, I'd say, energy leakage in every single rep, and he's not necessarily resting that time either. So you're just adding more momentum to something that doesn't. Now look at that right there. A lot more fluid. Immediately drops to the floor. So he's faster, but he's not expending more energy.
It's lane number 10, Damian Martinez-Torres. So another athlete in the lead with Fabian Benito as he finishes reps and advancing his box probably when he shouldn't have, but hey.
Yes.
One thing about Fabian we talked about, why is it such a dramatic performance based off yesterday's event? And we were speaking about expectations in Reykjavik and how they're meeting them no matter how challenging they be. We were talking last night is that might be one of the hard things that Fabian is trying to navigate this season.
I think it is. I mean, he is a very capable athlete. Let's put it that way. He's been doing very, very well, and as a consequence, the expectations from the community and an entire country kind of molding their athletic careers.
The Spanish community.
Exactly. So an entire country that's kind of looking towards him as the guiding light of where we're trying to go. And I hope that's not what it is, but I think that may be what it is. I think he's feeling that responsibility. Yeah, I think that's probably it.
Interval number 2, 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters into the same max burpee box jump overs. This interval will only last 2 minutes, so it'll be up to the 5:30 mark. All athletes seem to go unbroken on both the pull-ups and the dumbbell thrusters, as you said. It's not a matter of want to, but a have to.
Definitely. I mean, if they want to, they would probably want to divide them into, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 sets.
Yeah.
Have a cup of coffee and update their social media channels, but that's not going to be an alternative here.
All athletes onto the 21 thrusters. Fabian Benito in lane 4 to the right side of your screen. To his left in lane 3 is Nikita Yundov.
I think the judges should probably start looking at those elbows because I haven't seen that full extension, but it could be the angle for me. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but it does look very forgiving with the reps, to be honest. Last one was good.
Benito is done as he advances into the burpee box jump overs. Has a current lead on the rest of the field. The time check will be on the left side of your upper left corner, 5:30, as this interval is only 2 minutes long. We talked about going unbroken if you had to or whether or not you wanted to, but what are the other recipes for success by Trifecta?
Well, I think recovery is key. What can you do in that minute? Can you get your breathing under control or not? The other one is solid thrusters. You have to go unbroken, which means the technique has to be solid because you can't fry your shoulders because that way you won't get up off of the burpees. And the last one is don't punch it too early. In the second round here, you're going to start feeling this isn't really nice, this isn't comfortable, and you're going to start digging into pure strength and grit. This is not the time to do so.
Second interval is done. Athletes will get another 60-second break. Now, during this 60 seconds, as a coach, what are you looking for, and hopefully what is your athlete looking for on this? Are you focused solely on trying to recover your breathing on your arms, or are you trying to figure out where the rest of the field is?
I wouldn't care too much. I'd say don't worry about the rest of the field. We're going to play this to our abilities, so don't worry about what everybody else is up to. Get your breathing under control. Make sure you get a bunch of oxygen. Chalk up. Make sure that your equipment is ready to go, and then start shaking it out to get as much blood flow as you possibly can. It's a minute. There isn't all that much you can do, but primary focus for me would be make sure your breathing's under control and equipment's ready.
15 seconds before we hit our third section. It'll be 90 seconds long, and we're dropping it to the round of 15. Usually in a 21-15-9 format, 15 is the worst one. The problem is we had a 27 before this started.
Yes. Yeah, and that's, as we talked about, don't send it too early. Don't punch that ticket too early because there's a set of 9 after this, and if you're broken...
15 chest bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters. If you look at the time in the upper left corner of your screen, it is unofficial. The time on the floor is the time the athletes are going off of. Benito on the left. On the right side, you do have Martinez Torres,
who has gotten just as far. He's actually caught up with Fabian. It's not like you can blame an athlete for not extending. It's the judge should probably be catching that, but it does make a difference.
Well, and you can see the difference between the last one and the ones that they did before that, and that's, you know, only so much we can say from the booth, but those maybe screaming into their TV sets at home, we acknowledge and agree.
We get it. But very impressed in lane number 10 here with Damien Sators. The way he's doing his box jumps, that's actually where he's been catching up. He's been a little bit slower on the pull-ups, a little bit slower on the thrusters, but on his box jump over, burpee box jump overs, dropping to the floor immediately. And the funny thing is that now you're actually starting to see Fabien Sellers do the same thing. So that extra little work into kind of positioning himself, well, there he is back at doing it again. But that does make a huge difference.
Done with the third section, one more to go. So we have a 60-second break and then we 60-second interval. As our last one was 90 seconds, and we advance to everyone's favorite part of a 21-15-9 format, and that is the round of 9. 9 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters.
That's a very good point. That is everybody's favorite part.
30 seconds. You can see athletes see this as well, as these are where all the athletes' boxes currently are. So they have one more opportunity to see what they have to do to catch up or what they need to do to maintain.
And lane number 2, Yuri Mayanchenko has also been making a bit of a move.
Yep, that's. Just bite down on this, son. It's going to hurt a little bit.
If that's how you feel, you're doing it right.
Martinez trying to keep pace with Benito. 2 Spanish athletes. I believe we have 3 in this heat alone. As we are 9 chest bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters. Martinez on the right, Benito on the left.
So they're on to the box jump overs. I'm not sure. I think they were pretty much side by side. They were not. 5 burpees between the 2.
And not much time left. There's 13 seconds left here on the clock on the floor. 10 seconds remaining.
Fabien Sellers making a sprint for it now. I love that.
And you can hear the floor announcer. The clock we have, again, is unofficial. 5 seconds off, so all those reps were legit based off the competition floor.
And one more thing. Did anybody notice Fabien Sellers on the last rep? He jumped all the way over, because the thing is, the rep is counted when you hit the floor, not on the box. So had he just jumped onto the box, that wouldn't have been a rep. That is smart, smart, smart. Gotta love that.
And the unofficial scores coming in between Benito and Martinez is Benito 46, Martinez 43. When you add that to everything, again, that isn't getting counted. Athletes are doing a total of 72 reps of chest to bar pull-ups and dumbbell thrusters at about all-out speed, as you said, unbroken or bust. Or unbroken and then bust. It kind of depends on the athlete you are.
So this was we were interested to see how people were going to play this out. And let's just put it this way. Everybody went the same way. Fabien Sellers came out unbroken on his chest to bar pull-ups, unbroken on his thrusters, and then methodically got to work on his burpee box jump overs. As we progressed further into the event, he was threatened a little bit here by Damien, but not enough to catch up with him. What happened was also that Fabien Sellers acknowledged that there was a bit of a threat on several different athletes, increased the pace on the burpee box jump overs, and won with a 3-rep advantage.
Is done. Heat 2 about to make their way here on the competition floor. All these athletes are going to try to chase down Fabian Benito's time of 46 reps. And let's see what they have in event number 3, Jigsaw, presented by U.S. Army.
Well, Jigsaw is 2.5 minutes to perform 27 chest to bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters, remaining time max rep burpee box jump overs. 1 minute rest, then 2 minutes to perform 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters, and the remaining time max burpee box jump overs. 1 minute rest before we reset for another 1.5 minutes of 15 chest to bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters, and the remaining time max rep burpee box jump overs. 1 minute rest again before, 1 minute to perform 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters, and the remaining time max rep burpee box jump overs.
Good job. You didn't even mess up once.
Well, thank you. Let that be, let's put it this way, I'm not trying to, I need to manage those expectations because I will mess up later.
Your lane assignments for heat number 2. 2 athletes you're looking for between the 10 that we have, Sam Stewart and Victor Longdal. Victor Longdal being one of those athletes that made a name for himself week 1 of the Open this year.
He absolutely crushed that, which is why I'm really looking forward to seeing him do this. And then you have Sam Stewart, who I think is just, this is something that should be right up his wheelhouse. And I also think that Sam Stewart has a lot of untapped potential, so if he wants to move today, this is when he needs to start doing so.
Heat number 2 underway, 27 chest to bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters. And in a span of 2.5 minutes, athletes are going to try to get as many burpee box jump overs at 24 inches as they can. In Heat 1, all athletes went unbroken on both the whole way through. And that's pretty much laid the foundation for everybody else. And as we said, it's not a matter of want, it's a matter of you don't have a choice.
And please don't look at the screens on the rig right now because they're not correct as to who is in that lane. So in lane number 5 right now, we do have Luka Bunyak, who did great yesterday. Also looking very comfortable with the dumbbells today. Kasper Gammelmark right here in the front of your screen. Kasper, who's been to the games, who's been a part of this for so long. Looking forward to seeing how he does with something as classic CrossFit as I'd like to say that this is anyways. And right next to him, there's Sam Stewart, blue t-shirt, black shorts.
Say one thing for Kasper is that this style of event and movement combos is not really beneficial to him until he gets to the actual box as far as the boxing pro is sitting at
this is true.
6'1".
This is true. But Moritz Fiebig in lane number 4 and Luka Bunyak in lane number 5 were the first ones to make it onto the burpee box jump overs. So middle of your screen right now, that's Thiago Lucis in lane number 6. That is not Lundqvist. Luka Bunyak in lane number 5, slapping the box across the line before he moves on to the burpee box jump overs. And it does look like it has a little bit of a lead over the gentleman behind him in the black t-shirt and gray pants there. That is Moritz Fiebig.
What a pace by Luka Bunyak. And not really a surprise if you guys were watching yesterday and what he did to event 2 and that long, grueling test. This is an athlete who clearly shows he has the capability to suffer and suffer for a long period of time.
I'm definitely willing to do so as well. I mean, look at this pace. This is incredible.
Now, a lot of times when you see an interval style like this, trying to get max reps up into the last second, sometimes you'll see athletes 3 seconds to go, just kind of shut it down for an extra little break there. But how valuable is it to just get that extra rep?
It's incredible. It's incredibly valuable because it's not going to get you any more tired, to be perfectly honest, but it is going to give you a great sense of, yeah, I was on a roll, I'm going to keep on going with it. I mean, that extra just decrease of speed isn't going to do anything for you. So stay in the pain, stay in that hurt pain, and keep on going.
And less than 30 seconds before we start interval number 2, the reps will drop from 27 to 21 for both chest to bar pull-ups and dumbbell thrusters. So will the time. So they had 2.5 minutes to complete the first section. Now they only have 2. Unofficial leader as it stands is Luka Bunyak in the center part of your screen at 22 reps.
And that's interesting to keep in mind because Fabian Sellers was at 20 after his first interval.
21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters. There's a tight cluster of boxes in lanes 3, 4, and 5 between Victor Lundahl, Moritz Fiebig, and Luka Vunjak. All within a handful of reps of each other. Fiebig on the left, Vunjak on the right.
Vunjak is looking completely unfazed. So the right side of your screen there, green shorts, no t-shirt. Luka Vunjak just looking completely unfazed by it. Look at Moritz Fiebig in the bottom though. That's a strong man, very strong man, but you can tell that he's working. Luka, not so much.
Luka done with 21, so unbroken again. But the ferocity that he attacks to the floor is really one of those things that may look, not say silly to some, but the ability to just get down. Oftentimes, athletes will have that slight hesitation to get back to the ground or go slow down. He's basically attacking this like he's doing it on a waterbed.
And I think there's something smart about it. I mean, it's if you have a technique like that, pushing yourself off of the floor is usually where you go, ugh. You kind of lose it. You lose your brace. You lose that abdominal tension. You can't really breathe. So what you want to do is what he's doing is he's getting off the floor pretty fast. Then he's taking a bit of a breather as he's jumping over. So he's kind of using that as you would the catch in a row, for example. So breathe on the way in, explode on the way out. This is exactly what he's doing right now. Taking that position where he wouldn't be able to breathe as effortlessly.
60-second rest. This round of 21 is done. So you look at the field and where the boxes are. You know, the athletes are looking left and right. It's like, all right, where's my box? Where's his? It's a classic CrossFit measuring contest, and you can take what that said from there. Fun fact here in the booth, Mads.
Yeah.
A giant spider just crawled underneath the table. So if I leave you immediately,
giant.
you're gonna know why.
Let's define giant spider. At what point? Like,
okay, you're talking to a man who basically has arachnophobia. So anything above the end of my pinky finger to me is giant. It might have met his tarantula underneath the table. So
well, you're not alone. So.
Section number 3, dropping into the round of 15. 15 chest to bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters. Dumbbell weight 22.5 kilos, right around 50 pounds. So that traditional weight you'll see in the open or the quarterfinals. Luka Vunjak.
Well, he's at 37 reps already. Fabian Sellers was at 31 at this point.
We said this at the top of the show to start the day. If they're selling any bottled Serbian water, I'll be happy to buy a case because Luka Vunjak looking like one of the long-lost Jukic brothers.
Well, if we could mix that up with some Icelandic water, I'd be happy. And serve
now
it.
There's a super child, an Icelandic female athlete and a Serbian male.
And then we're going to serve it in a Norwegian cup.
The world's first superhero.
Yes.
Vunjak already advancing his box. The next closest is in lane number 8.
That's Matusz Koszar.
Matusu had a great first half of event number 2 and fell off the pace a little bit, so we know he can start fast.
Exactly. No, but I think what's important is for the rest of this team not to get caught up in Luka Vunjak's pace, because that would be devastating to him. Keep their own pace and then make them move when they can.
So Vunjak done with his section of the 15, advancing his box. And we have one more to go. As we'll move into 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters.
And wrap your head around this, ladies and gentlemen. So Luka Vuniak is currently at 48 repetitions. 46 was the winning.
48.
Or 48 was, he's got 48. But
48.
Fabian Sellers had 46 in the previous heat, and that's what he won. We still have another interval to go. And Moritz Fiebig, currently sitting in second in this heat, he's got 41.
So Fiebig with an opportunity to possibly pass Fabian Benito, but Luka Vuniak has already done so by 2 reps, so he is hoping to extend his lead and possibly keep that with 1 more heat remaining as we are into our final minute interval. 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters.
Luka Vuniak is no longer competing with the time or with the results set, but he is now. He's just basically throwing down the gauntlet for the team for the heat to come. If you want this is what you're going to have to do.
Only 60 seconds in this interval. 30 seconds remain. So you guys are looking at the top left clock. That is not the official clock on the floor. The back right corner is. Vuniak has 20 seconds to extend his lead on the field and set the bar high for heat number 3. 10 seconds. Wow. And we said before, yesterday is the fun banter between you and your partner, who goes first, who goes second. I think this is one of those events where after watching it happen, you don't want to go second anymore.
No. If you're in 56 reps is the unofficial score for Luka Vuniak, so 56 repetitions. If you're in the warm-up area and you're seeing that, you're going, yes or no. No.
When you see that, and now these are, if you can get that information, and obviously, if you were the coach in the stands, you definitely would have that and present it to your athlete. How quickly can you turn around a game plan? It's like, okay, we need to at least do this in the section 1, 2, 3. Is this one of those like you need to get a big set early or spread that out over the 4 sets?
Well, I think if you look at what Luka Vuniak just did right now, he came out, he set a pace. That pace is what he held on to throughout every single interval, and I think that's what got him into contention. He wasn't trying to go for a big set extra fast. He was trying to go consistently same pace up until the last interval where he went a lot faster. And I think that's what you need to do as well. You can't really go, this is what I need from you, and then you blow yourself out too fast.
2 heats down and 1 heat remaining. Luka Vuniak has set the new score to beat at 56 reps. And really where they're going to have to get most of those reps where they don't want to is actually that first set. There's not enough time at the end to have a lot of separation when you just have a minute.
Nobody broke up on the pull-ups. Nobody broke the thrusters. So guess what? They're pretty much going to be identical. So if you want to go faster than that, you need to be faster on every single solitary burpee than Luka was. I'd like to see that. I'm not saying it's impossible in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying I'd love to see that.
Well, in Heat 3, we have our top 10 athletes coming out of day 1 of competition. Your final standings after day 1. Lazar Jukic, 196. His brother Luka, 20 points back. Oldest Upanix, who absolutely destroyed last night's event in event 2. And if last night's event is any indication of what's capable in this event, Luka Vuniak just told you that it possibly is, so watch out for Oldest in this event. But in a tight race for those top 5 spots, is traditionally day 2, a lot can happen. 200 points up for grabs. As we start with event number 3, Jigsaw, presented by U.S. Army.
If you're just joining us right now, Jigsaw is 2.5 minutes to perform 27 chest to bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters. Remaining time, max rep burpee box jump overs. Then rest a minute, then 2 minutes to perform 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters. Remaining time, max burpee box jump overs. Rest a minute, then 90 seconds to perform 15 chest to bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters, and then max rep burpee box jump overs. We rest a minute before we have 60 seconds to complete 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters, and the remaining time max rep burpee box jump overs. There's a 1 minute reset between the intervals.
When these events get released, the question is, what's going to be a good score? Should I go unbroken? Can I take a break? And then you see a score get thrown out as like 56 reps. What are a couple athletes you're looking at that may be able to take that score from Luka?
Well, you were just talking about Uldis Openiks, and I think he's definitely one of those athletes. He's not going to be afraid to go out there and go hard from the very first interval on the burpee box jump overs. Björkvin is another one of those athletes, so Björkvin Gudmundsson is another one of those athletes quite capable of doing so, but he's going to have to get uncomfortable very early. And it's not typically something he does. He usually takes it easy, and then he turns it up the further down the line he gets. But if he wants to beat 56, that's not going to be possible.
Uldis Openiks on the left side of your screen, and lane number 4 to the right, your overall leader after 2 events and 1 day of competition, Lazar Jukic. Just to his right in lane 6 is his brother, so the Jukic brothers sitting on top of the leaderboard in first and second. Unbroken is the name of the game here for individual event number 3. As you see, Luka Jukic.
And we talked about this earlier, when we were talking about it around here yesterday as well, is that Luka Dukic has a tendency to come out a little bit hotter and a little bit faster than Lazar Dukic. And Lazar was saying, all I need to do is not jump onto that pace right away. That being said, Luka Vunjak just threw down the gauntlet, so you're going to have to tag on to that pace if you want to go out here and be relevant.
He has to chase the wrong Luka.
Yes. Yes, this is true.
Luka and Lazar looking like they're synchronized. Not only did they go to the same tailor, but possibly the same barber. Time for this interval is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Athletes have just over 1 minute remaining to get as many burpee box jump overs. And if you've done max burpee box jump overs for time, let alone after 27 chest bar pull-ups and dumbbell thrusters, I think about 1 minute and 15 seconds there is not exactly the most desirable position to be in.
No, but at the same time, if you're an athlete like this, it is actually one of those desirable things, because it's, am I willing and capable of suffering to a point where nobody else is going to want to follow me? If the answer is yes, you're going to be doing great. You're going to be loving life. If it's no, then you really shouldn't be here. So, it's hard, because we as regular mortals are comparing ourselves and what we like and desire with what they do.
Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson sitting in a top 5 position, having a 5th and 4th in yesterday's events. Now this is one thing we haven't seen so much. Look at Luka Dukic in the center part of your screen, that step off the box.
Yep.
Haven't seen really any athletes, and then the jump over, Maz, as you said, how that rep is actually counted.
Exactly, it's counted at the second you touch the ground. So if you hear this 1 sec, that's when you want to jump all the way over, because that way you get the rep. If you just jump onto the box, well, you're not going to get it.
Your top 5 are all reps for reps.
Mads, as you see, we have 5 boxes all in that 3rd section.
Let's just wrap your head around this, ladies and gentlemen, at home. So, Adrian Mundweiler, Uldis Openiks, Lazar Dukic, Luka Dukic, and Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson all have 20 reps. So they are identical in their performance on the first one. Let's also remember that 22 was Luka Vunjak's score.
So these athletes are 2 reps behind the pace set by Luka Vunjak in heat number 2, but a 5-way tie and 20 reps across the board as we're getting set for interval number 2. 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters, and we should be shaking up for a exciting race in the middle, in your middle 5 lanes.
The interesting part is, and I got to say, I love that, was to see Björkvin looked relaxed on those burpee box jump overs. He looked like he wasn't forcing himself. It looked like there's another gear if you need it.
$21 dumbbell thrusters, 22.5 kilos each. Lazar Jukic getting a no rep on the left side of your screen. Gudmundsson getting one. These judges starting to come down on the standards as they should. And 1 rep doesn't seem like a lot, but you have to maximize every second of your event to try to take on Luka Vunjak. That will cost you.
It's 1.5 to 2 seconds, which is essentially a jump over the box.
An event like this is interesting to see how a mistake here takes a rep away from the total that you're trying to get.
Yeah. And this is where it gets interesting. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Don't punch it too soon. This is when you need to start paying the man. If you punched it on the first one to kind of tag on to people that were left and right of you, you're going to be paying now. If you're pacing yourself so that you have some extra, a little bit extra to take from, you're going to be fine just now. Well, fine and fine. You're still going to be suffering, but you're going to be all right.
Athletes are going to the 5-minute 30 mark. Time is in the up left corner of your screen. It's about 2 seconds off the main floor clock. It is an unofficial clock for you guys watching at home. 5 seconds remaining. Enough time to squeeze in 1 more repetition. And Ildis will clear the box, Maz. As you said, the rep only counts when the feet are on the floor. So if they were on the top of the box at time expiring, it would not count.
Nope. And Adrian Mundweiler was the last one to do just that. He heard the 2, the 1, he jumped, and he just landed at the same time. So great way to get another extra rep.
So we'll take a minute break, so we'll start things up again, and we have a new box in the fray. In fact, 2 up in lane number 2, Haraldur Holgersen and Enrico Zanoni down in lane number 9. So it was 5 in the front, but now we have 7 all in this section.
I think that's actually Adrian Mundweiler's in lane number 3, the front one.
The front one is Mundweiler's, the one behind that in lane 2.
That is Haraldur Holgersen.
We have, yeah, 7 boxes in this section alone, so 2 more has joined them. We have 2 seconds before the 3rd section starts. Everyone's favorite round, the round of 15. 15 chest to bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters. Only 90 seconds to complete this and do as many burpee box jump overs as we can. Matt, one thing we haven't talked about is the effect that the dumbbell thrusters and the burpees are having on each other throughout the course of this event.
But exactly, I mean, you're since it is a dumbbell thruster, it's a different grip. It's more grip and shoulder intense, which means, which is what you're going to be using as you try to push yourself off the ground on the burpee box jump overs. But there's also another thing, which is the thruster. It kind of takes the spring out of your legs, which means that you need to propel your arms more to get over that box. It's just an absolutely horrible combination, but a great way to test somebody's fitness.
Just over the halfway point of this 90-second interval. Athletes all getting the box in the bottom part of lane 9. Enrico Zanoni has moved into contention here, as you see Uldis Upenix still working that hop off the box. And talking about techniques, the step off that Luka Jukic is doing, much different than what Uldis is.
It is, but I think I don't think I can say that one is better than the other. I think the more important thing here is how do you get off of the ground? How fast do you get off of the ground? And then do you use that? It's a 2-foot takeoff, but you can still be staggered with your feet. So it can be a bit of a step and then just kind of take off. I think that's a huge difference.
3rd interval done, 1 more interval remaining. They'll still take a 60-second break here. And a little bit more separation on the field. As Enrico Zanoni in lane 9, you can see right at the bottom lane, just left of the speaker, has yet to drop off. We had 7 boxes in the same segment at the end of the second one, and now only 5. So we have our last interval coming up in 20 seconds. We'll start at the 9:30 mark. Sorry, the 9-minute mark. Again, the left corner screen is a running clock, but not the official clock. It's about 8 seconds difference between the floor clock that these athletes are going off of, and this is their last chance to try to catch Luka Vunjak of the 56 total reps in heat number 2.
And it does not look very good for them, to be honest, because Lazar Duke is just at 44 reps. Uldis Upenix is at 43 reps. Luka Vunjak was at 48 reps.
Wow.
And he did not slow down in his last one either.
Look at Zanoni at the bottom part of your screen. He's been sneaking up the last 2 rounds. Zanoni in lane 9 has absolutely turned on the Jets as there's 10 seconds left. Lazar Djukic, your overall leader after day 1, trying to hold him off. 5 seconds remaining. He will advance his box. So will Udis Upenix to his left. And we will have to wait to see what the official scores may be. But it may all be for naught as far as trying to get another event win. Because it looks like unofficially Luka Vunjak is going to retain that after his 56 rep.
So unofficially, 51 repetitions for Uldis and for Lazar Djukic. Uldis Upenix 51, Lazar Djukic 51, but Luka Vunjak 56.
Oh, yes.
Saw a shot of Uldis Upenix pulling his best Dan Bailey impression.
Luke is strong.
Well, there are worse impressions you can make, to be honest.
It'd be one hell of you look like Dan Bailey. Like, thank you so much.
I'm just gonna retire now.
What a compliment.
Would you like an autograph?
So Uldis Upenix.
Looks like Uldis is having a bit of a conversation whether it is 51 or 52 repetitions with his judge.
Can you check it? Because you see, this is the next segment.
Yeah, you need 2.
Yeah.
2 here.
We had to see the final section that Lazar and Uldis got into.
So let's have a look at what happened in this heat. It was a bunch of very focused men there. Everybody knew what they had to do because Luka Vunjak had already thrown down the gauntlet. They all went out there, did a great job, and we had a top 5 that was pretty much neck to neck as they went all the way through. Uldis Upenix and Lazar Djukic just kind of nudged out everybody else with approximately 2 to 3 reps and then started fighting amongst themselves about who was going to get the win. We haven't gotten the score quite yet. It looks like it was a tie between Lazar Djukic and Uldis Upenix, but we will be finding out shortly.
Scores are getting tabulated and will be official later. In a world of I want it now, I think getting the scores correct is probably worth taking a little time.
Yes. We have an app for that is not exactly what I need right now. I need to know exactly how this how this worked out. But I think it's interesting to see Luka Vunjak go out and do what he does. I mean, he really kind of threw down what he needed when he needed it. I mean, coming out on moving day and doing this the first thing you do, that propels you pretty far. But also, for once, it's usually everybody in the initial heats kind of like, oh, remember, there's a heat of the big hitters coming up. There's a heat of the big hitters coming up. He just reversed that. He's like, here's my Uno reverse card. Congratulations. Now you go out and beat me instead. And I like that. I think that is awesome.
Always have a Uno reverse card in your back pocket.
Definitely should.
Always.
That definitely should. Or as you say in Sweden, it would be spegel. So basically, whenever you say something I don't like, you just put up your mirror and you go, yeah, right back at you kind of thing. So it's either that, but Uno reverse card is a lot easier to carry around than an actual mirror.
And a lot easier to say than whatever you just tried to say.
This is true.
At least for me.
This is this is true. So I think it looks like Lazar Djukic is on the floor with Lauren Fisher right now.
Oh, Chase, you are not doing well with your Laurens, are you? Lazar, and another great performance from you. When you came out onto the floor of play, did you know about the 56 reps set by Luka?
Yeah, I knew. And I knew Luka Vunjak will perform very, very well in this one. I actually knew he's going to win. And since he's my countryman and I know a lot of information about him, I knew there's no way, same as yesterday with all this, there's just no way of beating him in this one. So I just tried to keep 1 rep ahead of my brother since I was faster on thrusters, and that made the difference. So Yeah.
What is it like going neck and neck against your brother in lanes next to each other? How is your mum coping with that situation?
I think she cries after every event. But for me, for us, it's actually harder in a sense that we'll go harder, but it's mentally easier since I know he's very fit. And if I'm like neck and neck with him, we are both going to do great. So yeah, just try to keep a rep ahead. If not, then a rep behind. That's about it.
Well, great start to day number 2, and we'll see you probably later in the week.
Thank you.
And Laz was speaking yesterday. It's like, I hope I can do this interview after every event if possible.
Well, I mean, he's doing a great job at it, to be perfectly honest. I mean, just keep on being as awesome as you are, and you're going to be doing a lot more of those. I think it's interesting to see that he already kind of knew yesterday that he's like, Luka Bunyak, I'm not going to be able to catch him. That's not going to be my objective. Kind of stay within range of my brother. My brother's really fit, so if we just kind of stay there, we're going to be fine. And then keep an eye on Uldis Upenix.
Well, that'll do it for the men as the individual women are making their way onto the competition floor for their start of day number 2. But let's look at the standings after day number 1. Laura Horvath, 2 second-place finishes, but a name that we're seeing up there, or 2 names really, Matilda Garns and Elena Sanahua.
Exactly. Elena Sanahua has been doing really, really well, flying a little bit under the radar. She was off to the far end of the floor yesterday, but she's been doing a really, really good job. Also, we talked about Karin Frejova yesterday. We were wondering if there was going to be an increase of her fitness levels, considering that she's now not in school, and it looks like there is.
Let's look what they're about to undertake. Just like the men, Jigsaw, event number 3, presented by U.S. Army.
2.5 minutes to perform 27 chest to bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters. Then after that, max rep burpee box jump overs. 2 minutes to perform 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters, and then max rep burpee box jump overs. 90 seconds to perform 15 chest to bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters, max rep burpee box jump overs, ending up with 1 minute to perform 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters, and then max rep burpee box jump overs. Between each of those increments, you have a 1 minute rest segment.
I like the more interval events we have coming out. I think it first really came onto the scene at the games in 2017 with a 2-2-2-3 interval.
I think we're gonna see more of it. It's a great way to see. It's a great way, as yesterday with the teams as well, where we're talking about it's a 5,000 meter row, and we're like, yeah, but it's kind of sprints divided between 4 people. And I think this is the way to kind of test the same kind of capability. And also, you're always looking at how strong are you, how fit are you, how whatever are you. Well, another one of the ways to figure that out is to test your recovery. And that's exactly what this is. Like, are you capable of recovering as you walk back there?
And before Chad Schroeder or Brian Friend text me, I do know the first one ever was the finale in 2011. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before you text, I am aware. I am aware.
If you have friends like that, though, then you know you're in good company.
Heat number 1, individual women's event number 3, starting with 27 chest to bar pull-ups and 27 dumbbell thrusters. From heats 1 through 3 on the men's side, it was really, you had no choice to go unbroken. We'll see if you see the same thing for the women. The scores will be the max burpee box jump overs you can do in each interval. So 72 total chest to bar and thrusters, not counting to your overall total score.
Exactly. I think we've seen a couple of athletes jump off the bar and not go unbroken, and obviously they have a game plan for that. The truth is, if you're going to be relevant in contention, you cannot break up thrusters, you cannot break up your pull-ups. Simple as that. Lane number 2, we had Valentina Magliotti, who's the first athlete off of the pull-ups onto the thrusters. But I'm going to be keeping my eye on lane number 4, Ella Wungar. I think Ella is a powerful athlete, great gymnastic prowess as well, and I think she's going to be able to do very well in this event. Here you got Magalotti, who was the first one off of the pull-ups, and now she makes her way onto the burpee box jump overs at the same time as lane number 3, Maria Lengfors. We also have in lane number 6, Westerberg Kohlstad, also on the burpee box jump overs as well. Now is Ella Wungar in lane number 4, making it on there as well. But I've got to say, lane number 2, Valentina Magalotti, I think she's doing a very, very good job on the burpee box jump overs right now. That's Westerberg Kolstad on the right side of your screen at the same time as on the left. Valentina Magalotti moves her box forward to indicate that she's in the lead.
Time interval for this is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Time designated in the upper left corner of your screen. Athletes have about 20 seconds remaining on the floor clock. So your top 2 leaders in this heat between lane 2 and lane 6. Trying to get as many burpee box jump overs as they can. 20 inches for the women. Looks like Magalotti has finished 20 of her reps as she is advancing her box forward. And always a tight cluster after the first round. Things start to separate a bit more in this round of 21 after the round of 27.
Exactly. I mean, Magalotti was doing a great job, I thought, of getting off of the pull-ups, looked relaxed, great thrusters, then had great pace over the box. What we need to find out is whether she went out too hot or if this is a sustainable effort for her over time so that she can accelerate on the last ones.
Unofficial for Valentina, 19 total burpee box jump overs, with Veslemoy at 14. So it looks like she has a 5-rep lead.
That's a lot.
On the next closest athlete. Second section, 2 minutes. 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters. Weight on the dumbbells for the women, 15 kilograms. Just over 30 pounds, 35 pounds.
And lane number 2, Magalotti. Lane number 3, Längfors. And now lane number 4 as well, making it onto the thrusters at the same time. But Magalotti leading again, solid reps.
And as the reps are decreasing from 27 to 21, we'll probably see a lot more athletes going unbroken on the rig. These dumbbell thrusters start to add up because that redundant press is coupling with the burpees.
Exactly, and also, if you look at Valentina Magalotti, she's not the tallest athlete out there, which means that she's gonna have to have an actual takeoff to get over the box. Now, it didn't look like it was a problem on the first ones, but it is gonna start mattering, which means you need to start throwing your arms even more.
Valentina finishing her 20th rep, advancing her box into the next section, having a 5-rep lead on Kolstad.
And on the right side of your screen, you have Westerberg Kolstad. And what I would like in a perfect world would be for her to maintain the same speed that she does, but just take away that little rest before she drops down. I know that she needs it. I know it's a horrible place to be, and I also know that she's capable of doing it. So that's why I'm asking for it.
Needs and wants. Needs and wants. Wants it. She doesn't need it. I mean,
no, but I think that's exactly what it is. I mean, Westerberg is a very, very capable athlete. We've kind of seen her in a bunch of different competitions lately, and she's definitely capable of going a little bit faster. And I think she's not putting herself in contention. Saw her now, 3 seconds before, she just cut the brake. She's like, no, we're good. No, you're not. Valentina is out there. She's going faster than you are right now. And with your set of athletic tools, I think you should be going.
And look at the separation Valentina has. Now we heard that she has
31
repetitions. She is extending her lead on the rest of the field. And Mads, you talked about this earlier, is that, you know, we said that the difference between needs and wants.
Yeah.
If you want to be successful at this event, you're going to have to do a lot of things you don't want to do.
This is true. This is true. And I think that's the thing. It's just as we look at Westerberg Kolstad here, I think she is awesome. She is an amazing athlete with so much potential. So allow yourself to let that potential take you as far as you can. Don't stop 3 seconds early because it is an extra burpee, and that's going to matter.
You think about looking at the last section and how these things add up now that we're in our third section of 15 and 15. It's really hard to get that extra rep in this section, but especially the last one. So when you have an opportunity, I'd rather get the rep now than try to get 2 extra towards the end.
Absolutely. And I mean, you're here to do your very, very best. You're here to allow yourself to express yourself as an athlete, so please do. That being said, once again, best of my... I'm a huge fan, which is why I'm saying what I'm saying right now. So there's no cloud at all on your effort. I just think that you're worth more. And as I say that, on the left side of your screen, you have Valentina Magalotti, who is going out there doing what Valentina does, which is crush pull-ups and thrusters together. On the right side, right next to her, you've got Maria Längfors. Maria Längfors, who has got a few, she's in second in this heat right now. Fewer burpees than Valentina, but Valentina's pace. I mean, she must have gone to the same school as Luka Vucinic.
20 seconds remaining as this interval is only 90 seconds long. And Valentina on the left side of your screen is continuing her dominance in this first heat. 31 reps coming in after 2 rounds. And it looks like she has completed that set, so she may be right at that 40 rep mark.
I think she may be. I mean, one thing that we can say pretty comfortably now is that if you're going to do burpee box jump overs, make sure you get off of the ground as fast as possible. Then try to be efficient as you pass over the box. But if there's one thing in common with everybody who's been doing well, whether it's Luka Vucinic, it's Valentina Magalotti, it is Uldis Upenix, or it is anybody else, they have one thing in common, is that they're not slouching around on the floor. They get up and then they're efficient, breathing as they cross, but get off the ground ASAP.
She said 40 reps for Valentina Magalotti. 32 years old, out of Rome, Italy. The 5'2" doesn't hurt when you're talking thrusters and pull-ups.
No. No. Let's just wrap our head around something else. Valentina Magalotti is currently at 40 burpee box jump overs. In second place, Maria Längfors is at 30. So it's just that continuous slight increase in speed, but just being a little bit faster, not making a quantum leap in any one of these increments, but just being a little bit faster all the time. That makes a difference.
4th and final round for these athletes. 9 and 9 for the chest to bar and dumbbell thrusters, and just 60 seconds to get as many burpee box jump overs as they can. The floor clock has 20 seconds remaining. Moving up to the 10-minute mark. 10 seconds on the floor. Valentina had 40 reps coming in. She's going to try to squeeze every rep out as she can, knowing there's 2 more heats ready, and she will get that last rep. That's about the standard look you'd have after an event like this.
In Swedish, you have something called 10,000 mila blicken, which basically means you're looking into the abyss, and the abyss is looking back. And I think that's exactly what Valentina is doing right now. And then as she progressively gets back to life, she'll be like, okay, you know, I think we're good, I think we're good, I think we're good. But yeah, there she is, Valentina Magalotti, 48 repetitions, 48. 19 on the first one, 31 was the result after the second interval, 40 at the third, and 48.
30, 49, yeah.
So Magalotti came out and she was off to a blistering pace on the pull-up. She was actually the first athlete to jump off the pull-up bar and make it onto the thrusters. Thrusters, she was just a little bit faster than everybody else, and it gave her a little bit of a lead. But the difference maker for Valentina Magalotti was when she got onto the burpee box jump overs, she was continuously fast off of the ground and just got a couple of more reps than everybody else, which is exactly what paid dividends in the end and ended her up with approximately 10 more reps than her closest competitor.
48 reps, and officially will be the score to beat, set by Magalotti with 2 more heats remaining. I believe that was the same score that Fabian Benito had in Heat 1 on the men's side.
This is correct.
Most reps we saw on the men was by Luka Vunjak at 56. As Heat 2 women, again, we have reseeded after day 1 of competition. As women are getting set to tackle individual event number 3, Jigsaw, presented by U.S. Army.
Jigsaw is 2.5 minutes to perform 27 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters, ending up with max rep burpee box jump overs. Then 2 minutes to perform 21 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters, and again, max rep burpee box jump overs. Then 90 seconds to perform 15 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters, and max rep burpee box jump overs the remaining time. End up with 1 minute to perform 9 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters, and then max rep burpee box jump overs. Between every segment, there is a 1 minute rest.
30 seconds.
As we're getting set for heat number 2, start talking about 30 athletes competing. Your lane assignments for heat 2, your next 10. 2 athletes you have your eye on, Ike Gylfadottir and Ohina Moya Oliver.
This is true. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing Ike because it's typically one of these things when it gets gritty, when it gets uncomfortable, when you need to walk into a dark place and stay there. Ike usually does very, very well. She's capable of putting herself in that position and staying there. Ohina Moya Olivier, that's for a different reason. The reason is that she's a very capable athlete. She has a tendency to come out firing just a little too hot, which I think is actually going to serve her right now because it is a shorter interval and she gets to rest. So if she can manage her rest, this is something that she's going to thrive in. If she can't, it's something she's going to die in. So let's see what she, let's see what happens. But I think it could be interesting. I think she's interesting to follow her.
And obviously, as far as time is concerned, this is the longest time interval these athletes are going to have on the burpee box jump overs. So there's a fine balance between going too fast too soon, but also maximizing your best chance to get the most reps early. You said these are your middle 10 athletes. We have 30 athletes competing. And now we start to look at the leaderboard and how this has an effect on things at the end of the weekend. Little mistakes costing you points. 4-point difference between 1st and 10th place between place finishes. And if you look at that, a 1st and 10th is a difference of 36 points. So these things will matter.
Definitely
to get set for look at the recipe for success by Trifecta and how to perform the best in this event.
I think the recovery is definitely going to be key. That 1 minute in between, get your breathing under control so that you can keep on keeping on. Solid thrusters as well. Now the thrusters are going to be a nuisance before you get to the burpee box jump overs, but if you do them wrong and you don't position yourself right, burpee box jump overs are going to be horrendous for you. Last one is don't punch it too early. Now you usually go 21, 15, 9, and instead of 15 is where you have to bite the bullet. Now there are 2 sets where you need to bite the bullets now, which is the 21 and the 15 set. So don't punch it too soon.
This interval will be 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. You look at the top left corner of your screen. 30 more seconds remaining. Moya Oliver on the right. And in lane number 3, looks like Linda Kiesman, as well as lane number 1, Martina Krysiak.
Exactly, but I mean, if you look at it, you've got Martina Krysiak, lane number 1. You have Ohina Olivier also out there doing a great job and she's gotten just as far. Ike Gylfadottir just slightly behind Ohina. Claudia Glück, same thing. And Nortje Bleeker in lane number 10. Let's not forget about her.
As we scan the floor, Ohina Oliver looks like she has a lead, the only one in the 3rd section, so over 20 reps or maybe just at. After that first set, as they'll rest 60 seconds. The next time interval will be 2 minutes long. The buy-in will be 21 reps of chest-to-bar pull-ups and dumbbell thrusters. So in heat 1, Valentina had 19 reps after the first set, and we have 2 athletes in this heat that have matched or best that.
Exactly. So Ohina has 21 reps, in Johanna Olivier, and Claudia Glück has 19.
5, 3.
Which means it comes down to your ability to recover between sets. Crazy, huh?
Who knew? Interval workouts. Events, excuse me.
It's crazy, don't you think?
Interval number 2, 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters. Gylfadottir on the left, taking a quick break. Claudia Glück, 19 reps. Oliver, 21, so separated by 2 reps. Now it's a matter of managing that fatigue and managing the time that you have left. 5:30 on the clock will be the end of this interval. Clock in the upper left corner of your screen as you see Ohaina, Oliver on the left side.
Here's an interesting point. If you look at Nortje Bleeker on the right, and then you look at Johanna Moyer on your left of your screen, Johanna's elbows aren't near, even close to her knees on the drop in the bottom of those thrusters, which means she's sitting up more straight with her upper body. She's spending a lot less energy on positioning herself. Nortje Bleeker, though, her elbows are almost by her knees, which means she's leaning forward, using her lower back a lot more. And what that also means is that your glutes are taking a bit of a beating. And guess what you need to jump over that box? Yeah.
Ohaina Oliver first to the box. She had a 2-rep lead on Claudia Glück, who's in the all black at the bottom part of your screen, but picked up about 2 or 3 more before Claudia got to her box, as we have just 20 seconds remaining in interval number 2.
And so if you look at your screen, you see Johanna Moyer right now. She's moving the box forward, and she's gotten a pretty commanding lead already. So even if everybody else increases incredibly, they're probably going to find themselves not able to, hold on, to catch up, unless Gylfadottir right now, either she moved her box too far or she just caught up.
We'll have to see the official or unofficial scores on where these athletes are, because Claudia Glück also advances her box, and I believe Ohaina got about 2 reps into that section. And as our guesstimates are correct, so Ohaina sitting at 32. Now she is 1 ahead of the pace that Valentina had, but at 30 reps, Ike and Claudia just 2 reps behind her. So Ike actually made a big move in that second portion, where Claudia didn't give up as much time as we had thought.
Exactly, and to the point that we were talking about before, Johanna Olivier has a tendency to come out shooting just a little bit too hot, kind of Dan Bailey-ish. But did you look at the speed that Gylfadottir had on those box jumps? Now, if she is the Gylfadottir of before, which I hope, because I really enjoy that athlete, then she's going to be able to go out and replicate that. I'm not sure if Johanna is going to be able to do that.
And as you said, Ohaina has a knack for coming out very quickly. We saw that yesterday during the rope climb event. But Ike in the yellow and purple, the bottom part in lane number 8, has caught up to Glück. So they are tied at 30 with Ohaina having a 2-rep lead. In lane number 1, you can see Martina Krisiak. But Ike Gylfadottir has put the dumbbells down. So she is taking a break here on the set of 15, but you can see it's not that easy. Ohaina struggling towards the end, but she'll go unbroken along with Claudia Glück.
Yeah. And Claudia Glück was going blow to blow with Gylfadottir as well. So Claudia Glück may be making her move right here.
Time check, they have about 25 seconds remaining. They have yet to separate each other, but Ike fell well off the pace between these 2 athletes. Ohaina is still not losing much ground. Now Claudia may be able to sneak a rep in here. Ohaina will advance her box. She'll get 1 more rep in.
Oh,
that was a big move in the back by Moya.
And that was a huge mistake by Claudia Glück. With 3 seconds left, she turns around, leans over the box, and starts moving it. That was an extra rep.
Gylfadottir, who that move she made in the round of 21 might have been a little too much, as we saw in the round of 15, having to break up the thrusters, and that cost her a few reps as she caught up. But
30 seconds.
The race between Oliver and Gluck, 2 reps separated them at the end of set 2, and 2 reps still separating the 2 of them, both within striking distance. It's going to be close. Of Valentina's score of 48, though, at 42 and 40 respectively.
It really is, but it's also, I mean, it's hard to catch 2 reps on the last interval against Moya.
Final set, 60 seconds on the clock. 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters, and a fast race to the end. Gluck is going for it. Ohaina has a 2-rep lead on Claudia Gluck, who's on the right side of your screen in the all black, and Claudia is trying to make her move here. She's 2 reps behind. She should pick up 1 right here.
Yes.
20 seconds remaining. Gluck getting around to the little faster, and she picked up 1 rep. She may pick up another one.
I think she did right there.
10 seconds remaining. And getting over that box, and Ohaina not being able to, finishing on the same side, she may have tied it up.
It's either a tie or she actually got 1 rep ahead. Oh!
And
both got 49 reps.
Shout out to our spotters on the floor. 49 reps between the 2 of them, though that may be a tie for both of them. Both of those scores, as they are unofficial, should be 1 rep better than what Valentina Magalotti put down in heat number 1 of 48. So your 2 leaders are now tied at 49. And what a race between Ohaina and Claudia. And Claudia doing everything she needed to do in that final one.
She was perfect. Like, Claudia did one thing that I would correct if I came home and looked at it at the board, which is that 1 repetition when with 3 seconds left, when she goes, I'm just going to start moving the box right now. That is the 1 rep. And what would 1 rep more have done right now? That would have won her a heat. So, I mean, Claudia Gluck, you're amazing. You're doing a great job. But please don't sell yourself short. If you get to work for that for 20 seconds, then work for 20 seconds. Let's not cut it short at 17.
And it's something we talked about prior to this heat going, was that 3-second break at the end, how important it is and imperative to get that final rep.
Exactly. We saw Ohaina Moyer come out. She was blistering fast. We were wondering if she was going to be able to recover, but she held on to that lead that she got in the very first interval very, very well, keeping an eye on the other competitors, but also staying well within her wheelhouse up until the very last interval when Claudia Gluck just kind of hit the turbo and went, yes, I'm going to catch up with you. So both Ohaina Moyer and Claudia Gluck ending up with 49 repetitions, which is 1 better than the previous heat. But that young lady in the middle of your screen, Ohaina Moyer, doing an amazing job, but I would just like to see her a little less Dan Bailey-ish. That's her coach right there. He still looks pretty happy, though.
Oliver and Gluck setting the new score to beat at 49 reps. 1 more heat remaining as your top 10 women making their way onto the competition floor here at the Lowlands Throwdown as day number 2 is getting started for your top 10 female athletes, all led currently by Laura Horvath. So we're getting set for day 2, event number 3, Jigsaw, presented by U.S. Army.
Jigsaw is 2.5 minutes to perform 27 chest to bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters, then 1 minute rest, then 2 minutes to perform 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters, and then max rep burpee box jump overs. 1 minute rest before we have 90 seconds to perform 15 chest to bar pull-ups, 15 dumbbell thrusters, and the remaining time as many max rep burpee box jump overs as possible. Then we have 1 minute reset or 1 minute rest before we have 1 minute to perform 9 chest to bar pull-ups, 9 dumbbell thrusters, and max rep burpee box jump overs. The weight on the dumbbells is 15 kilos for the ladies.
Laura Horvath sitting on top of the leaderboard with 2 second-place finishes. Matilda Garns only 8 points back, silently sitting in second place. Classic Norwegian style.
Yes,
and to see the lane assignments for heat number 3, Horvath in lane 5, but one athlete that made a big move last night was Gabby Magawa.
Well, Gabby Magawa did a great job. She was on the rope climbs initially, the first workout or the first event yesterday. She wasn't doing as well as she possibly should have done. She came out and absolutely got after her on the second event, and this is her time to move even further up the leaderboard.
2.5 minutes on the clock, 27 chest to bar pull-ups, 27 dumbbell thrusters. You see Sarah Sigmundsdottir is just a handful of points out of a qualifying position. Karin Freyova on the left side of Laura Horvath. She's sitting in third place overall at 180 points, only 4 points back of second, 12 of first overall. As Sigmundsdottir is off the rig, unbroken along with everybody else. Sigmundsdottir currently sitting in 7th place overall and with 136 points. 5th place is held by Elena Sanahua at 144. So just 8 points. If you look at the scoring system that we're using, that's only 2 places on the leaderboard, as those places from first through 10th dropped by 4 points. Sigmundsdottir very consistent yesterday with a 10th and 8th. She doesn't have to make it all up in one event, but Sarah, this is an event that usually you'll see Sarah make some mental mistakes as far as pacing is concerned that we've been talking about her performance over the last couple of years.
But I mean, yes, it is. I mean, she's working with the training think tank, and I'm pretty sure that they've thought about this and addressed this as well. I mean, there are a couple of keys or recipes. There's a recipe to success, I think. It's provided by Trifecta, and I think one of them is recovery is key, obviously, in between the rounds. Solid thrusters also, making sure that you don't burn your legs and your shoulders before the burpees, because then you will find it even harder than it has to be to get off the ground. And don't punch it too early. Basically, you have 2 middle sets now that are going to be absolutely horrendous. So if you go too hard too soon, you won't be able to. But back to Sarah, I think one of the things that has been a problem in the past is her strength. She's strong enough to kind of power her way through events where she should be using her technique, but she's got great technique as well.
Simultaneously, 4 across the board, Sigmundsdottir, Campbell, Garns, and Gabby Magawa all advanced their boxes at the same time. Lucy Campbell on the right side of your screen actually got to the box first ahead of everyone after the set of 21 thrusters. And with 10 seconds remaining, gonna try to squeeze as many reps as he can. As we said, this is their only opportunity to have the most time here on the box.
This is interesting. Laura Horvath, I know that she's breathing hard right now, as she should be and as everybody else should be, but her technique coming off of the ground and over the box, amazing. Amazing. If she can hold on to that, it's going to be hard for everybody else to catch up with her.
Laura Horvath, 2 second-place finishes yesterday. Even with that, Matilda Garns, 2 third-place finishes right on her heels.
Yep.
Karin Freyova sitting in 3rd place. Lucy Campbell, Elena Sanahua are your top 5. Again, 5 will be qualifying here out of the Lowlands Throwdown for the CrossFit Games.
That's the Garns there, sucking in some air. Karin Freyova looks ready.
5.
Lucy Campbell really bursting on the scene at Wodapalooza this year. She was first to the box in the first set. So we now advance to the second round, 21 chest to bar pull-ups, 21 dumbbell thrusters.
And as we're looking right now at the entire field, Laura Horvath on her pull-ups, even though she's a taller athlete, is just a little bit faster on every single solitary rep, which means that she's able to catch up with shorter athletes.
All athletes getting to the dumbbells basically all at the same time. But look at the left side of your screen. Everyone's box is sitting in that second section. So little to no separation so far from your top 10 athletes. And that's part of the fun part of the programming this year, is that very classic CrossFit in nature, nothing a little too niche, nothing outside the box. And what that allows, it allows you to really decide who is the fittest overall person here. And we like to see is, based off this, there's not going to be a lot of separation between the athletes. So we're going to have a dogfight each and every event.
Absolutely. Speaking of dogfight, Lucy Campbell just threw the first punch in that one.
Campbell, that looks like her 20th rep. She was first of the box in set 1, first of the box again in set 2. We know she has the endurance. Matilda Garns to her left, advances her box, but Campbell looks like she might have a 3 or 4 rep lead over the rest of the field. Gabby Magawa on the right, sitting outside the top 5 by just 4 points. Elena Sanahua, who's sitting in lane number 3, currently holding on to that position, as you see Sarah Sigmundsdottir, who's sitting at 7th overall, 8 points out of a qualifying spot. But Lucy Campbell, right side of your screen, still pushing the pace, but Gabby Magawa sneaks in an extra rep right at the last second.
She was the only one who did that. Virtually everybody, except for Gabriela Magawa, just went 3, 2, okay, I'm just gonna take it easy.
And we said it before, but little things like that make massive differences at the end of this event. And I'd like to see where that last second decision that Gabby Magawa just made shakes up for her in the last 2 sets.
I think it's gonna be a huge difference. I think it's gonna make a huge difference, even for her as well, knowing that, hey, I just got another free rep.
So Lucy Campbell coming out very quickly on the pull-ups and thrusters. She's currently holding a 1 rep lead on Gabriela Magawa with 32 reps. Magawa 31. Sigmundsdottir just 2 reps back of Campbell with 30.
Yes, and interesting enough, Oyhana Moye and Claudia Gluck, they were at 32. So Lucy Campbell is at the same pace.
And you think about what Gluck did in the final set, you're not going to see a lot of people go faster than that and what she did. So really, this is your only opportunity to separate yourself from Gluck's score and Ohana's score of 49.
It is, because remember, Gluck did one thing wrong, which was exactly what every one of these athletes except for Gabby Magawa did in the last set.
Lucy Campbell on the right side of your screen, sitting in 4th overall. Just to her left, Matilda Garns, 2nd place. We haven't said Karin Freyova's name very much so far. But it's Campbell to the box again. And here comes Laura Horvath. Gabby Magawa just below Lucy Campbell in the pink top, black pants, 1 rep behind. Campbell had picked up on one, but Magawa has been closing the gap on her towards the second half of these sections. Just 20 seconds remaining. Sigmundsdottir, who was 3rd in this heat, at 30 reps. 10 seconds remaining. We said Gabby picked up that last second rep in the 2nd section. That got her within 1. But Campbell has advanced her box, and with 3 seconds remaining, Gabby's gonna have to get over the box.
Campbell did it again. She stopped 3 seconds early. Even though she got that great jump over, she stopped. Before that, though, I was just wondering, who is Lucy Campbell? How do you hold on to speed like that this long? Incredible.
And what you're wanting, though, is to take advantage of the speed for the entirety of the section that they're working in.
I think that.
Lucy Campbell, 41 reps. Gabby Magawa, again, working to the last second, has still kept herself within 1 of Lucy Campbell, but Sigmundsdottir has dropped back 2 reps to both of them.
Yes, and if we look at the fastest, the most reps so far, Oyhana Moye and Claudia Gluck were at 42. So that 1 rep that they keep on leaving on the floor is still haunting them. So this could be the difference between being able to beat the best score from the previous heats or not.
4th and final interval, 60 seconds on the clock. 8 reps behind your leaders. is Lucy Campbell, who is off the rig first into the dumbbell. These athletes, hopefully we're watching what it's going to take to get 49 reps, because Ohaina, who had 42 coming in, Gluck was 2 reps behind her and squeezed out 9. As Campbell is to the box at the same time Laura Horvath is. Gabby Magawa has to advance her box. 20 seconds remaining. 15.
Oh, go, 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 go.
Magawa trying to get one extra rep on Lucy Campbell. But Campbell finally works to the buzzer and may have saved that rep that Gabby Magawa was trying to get on her. We had a tie with 49 between Oliver and Gluck in heat number 2.
You have 52? Yeah, 50. You have 50.
And unofficially, this may come down to a 3-way tie, because we just got word that Lucy Campbell may also have gotten 49 reps.
Good job.
And for the first time in 3 sets, she did that last work to the buzzer.
Yes, she did. And that saved her. That saved her.
But had she had done what you've been wanting her to, that would have got her the outright win.
That would have been another 3 reps for her. So yeah. And it makes a huge difference. It's one of the things that when Lucy comes home and she looks at this, she goes, you know, I was awesome this weekend. I can't believe how I was just crushing it. But here's one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to stick with it until the very buzzer, because it's not going to make a difference. That one extra rep isn't going to kill my endurance. So let's have a look at it here. As these rock stars made it onto the floor, what actually happened? Well, we had Laura Horvath out there. We were always looking forward to seeing how she's doing. We also had Karen Freyova, and we had Lucy Campbell. Lucy Campbell came out at a blistering pace and challenged Laura Horvath and Sarah Sigmundsdottir to start with, and then just progressively increased her pace and her speed over the box. As you see here, the big difference maker was actually how fast she got off of the floor. The one thing that was a little bit of a challenge, though, was working all the way to the buzzer, which she didn't do until the very last set, which meant that she ended up with 49 reps, and hence meeting her. I was going to say beating, but not beating, but meeting the previous high score as well. So she's going to have to share that first place with Oihana Moye and Claudia Gluck.
Again, all scores are unofficial as we receive them, but we know that she did take the heat, and Lucy Campbell is down with Lauren Smith.
She is indeed. Lucy, what a performance. Where did the speed come from on those burpees?
Oh, I don't know. After I knew that I was kind of near the top at the start, I was just like, you got to just make it hurt.
You came into this in 4th at the start of day 2, but yesterday you kind of flew under the radar. Did you target this event as something that could really put you on the map?
Not really. Like, I just kind of treat everyone as it comes. As long as I execute my plan, I'm happy with that. That being said, I know that I'm good at kind of, as I said, making it hurt and kind of get my head down and do the grunt work. So I knew that this would potentially be a good one for me.
Talk me through the plan on this one, because you were backing off just before the buzzer. Was that a case of just your management of your kind of breathing? What was that?
Potentially, it was just it was more that if there's 2 seconds, the likelihood is you're not getting over, even if you do clear the box. So it's just potentially not worth it. So yeah, if it was 3 seconds, I'd go for it. If it was any less, just take the extra 2 seconds rest.
I am loving the support system you have around this stadium. Have you got a note to the fans who've come over from the UK to be here to watch you?
Yeah, that's like some family and friends from CFN. I'm friends of CFN, so it's really good to have them here and have a bit of a cheer when my name gets mentioned.
It's the biggest cheer of the week. Great to hear you guys, Lucy. You're doing a fab job, and hopefully we'll see much more of you.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's interesting I think the reasoning is interesting. So it was conscious. If it's 3 seconds, I'm going to go for it. If it's 2, then I'm just going to hit it off and take another 2 seconds. from my vantage point, it looked like it was about 3 seconds. From her, and I mean, she's in the thick of it. She goes, it's 2 seconds, and that's fine. I think there were reps to be had. Now, is it gonna matter now? Not necessarily. Is it gonna matter if she goes to the games? Yes. I'd find it hard to leave something on the floor. That being said, if there's a game plan, and that is the game plan, stick with it. Don't care what the, used to, has been, whatever, dude, washed up dude in the commentating box, whatever he says.
I'm right here, Matt.
But I think, well, I was referring to me, but yeah, no. But I think Lucy could have gotten a couple of reps there, and I think that would have made a difference. She ended up at 49 as the others, and as a consequence, have to share the first place, and I think that's a bit sad.
Now, when you see that all weekend long, it's not just the event that they're in, but the total events, how they stack up by the end of the weekend. As you said, you don't want to go into the final event being, I was like, I wish I had that 4 points here and those 2 points over there, because it does total up for the rest of the weekend. But let's look at what's in store for the rest of the day. We have team event 4 and individual event 4, and this is when these events got released from, as far as the ones that got dictated from CrossFit, this is our second one of the weekend, the lifting events that are coming out, and this may be one of the more exciting events ever programmed on the team side with that snatch ladder that is coming up, and then obviously the complex that we're going to get for the individuals. And there is no reaction in the crowd like you get from the lifting events.
No, it is. This place has been electric. I mean, it's been absolutely packed today. We had a pretty good crowd yesterday, but it has been absolutely packed today. And these people are all going to absolutely lose their proverbial shit today when they start seeing those weights being thrown around. It is. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting because we have a lot of really good weightlifters, which has usually been something that Europe hasn't been spoiled with. Now we have them. So yeah, no, I think it's going to be amazing.
As we get set to close out the first half of day number 2, don't go anywhere, because as we said, the big show will be tonight for the teams and individuals. For Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith, I am Chase Ingram. More action from the CrossFit Lowlands Throwdown will be coming up next. The Lowland Throwdown Week 1 of the CrossFit Games semifinals is presented by Orasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By Rogue, don't weaken. By Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. By Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. By GoWide, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games. Day 2 underway, starting with team event 3, heat number 1, 50 synchronized chest to bar pull-ups between 2 pairs. Go. Awa trying to get one extra rep on Lucy Campbell. She's your overall leader after day 1, trying to hold him off. 5 seconds remaining. He will advance his box in another event win as Reykjavik goes 3 for 3. Day 2 continues here at Rai Amsterdam. We are in the Netherlands as the Lowlands Throwdown for 2022 continues, and we'll start the second half of the day with some heavy barbells, platforms, and a packed house. I'm chasing alongside of me is Mads Jacobson. Lauren Smith will join us shortly. And we've had 3 events down, 3 events to go. And Reykjavik is 3 for 3 so far.
Reykjavik are doing exactly what everybody expected them to do, and I'm happy to see that, obviously. But this is the event that I've been waiting for. Big weights, Saturday night. I mean, it just doesn't get a lot better than that.
Now, these are the standings after 2 events because there are still some scores being tabulated and finalized, which you're both huge fans of, to get the scores right after event 3. But one thing we do know is that we talked about Reykjavik being on top. The representation up and down the leaderboard from so many different countries here. But Oslo, we were talking about earlier, is that this is the other team, and you made it very exclusive that this wasn't just the B team.
But exactly. I mean, it's not like Oslo has a ninja team and then they have everybody else. It's not like the other guys. This is another team, so to speak, but they're very, very capable of doing a great job themselves and qualifying for the games. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them even beat the first Oslo team, if you will, in competition either. I mean, I think they're doing an amazing job and a very well-balanced team as well.
Well, that Oslo team is currently sitting in a qualifying position, and our very own Lauren Smith got to reach out to them earlier.
CrossFit Oslo, what happened in the second part of that workout that pushed you into podium contention?
Yeah, I think we managed to start the way we wanted. We wanted to start a bit slow and then grow into the workout, I think. So that was our plan, and we managed to keep that. So pretty happy.
You are the second team out of CrossFit Oslo. Doesn't mean you're the second team. Do you feel, though, there's something for you to prove because of that?
Yeah, of course, it's fun to be a part of CrossFit Oslo team, but I think we are working on our own brand, sort of. So
yeah, we are the second team, but
yeah.
We are still learning from the best team, and it's fun to chase them in some workouts.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are the first team.
And at the same time, working with them on a daily basis, that's important. They are the second greatest team on Earth right now, so that's pretty cool to be able to learn from them every day. So.
Now, event up next, the team snatch ladder. How do we approach this?
Do the best we can. We will not place very good at that event, but we just need to do what we can, and then we will see.
Yeah.
We look forward to it. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semifinal stage.
I'm taking 2 things away from that interview. First of all, they said that they are the second team, the second best team. I think that is just playing down their role very, very heavily. I think they're a very capable team in their own right. Also, I think it's interesting that they're like, yeah, so we're not going to do very well at the snatch event. What does that mean if you're from CrossFit Oslo and you're from a competitive box in a great learning environment as it is at CrossFit Oslo? What does that mean? Like, oh yeah, we're not going to lift all the weights, but we're going to be pretty good anyways. It doesn't mean like, hey, we're really not very good at lifting. I'm excited to see what that really is.
Yeah, what is the measuring stick you use to compare as, quote, bad at an event like this? But here is how team event number 4 is going to go. This is the second of the standardized programming that has come from CrossFit HQ, and it is a snatch ladder. And different than, say, for time or an endless end of barbells, this is going to be for weight if you can make all the bars.
Exactly. It is per load. Timing details is that lifter 1 has 25 seconds, lifter 2 has 25 seconds, then there's a 10-second transition to the next platform. There are 11 platforms. For the male athletes, they will range from 84 to 129 kilograms.
As the lifters go through this, they'll advance every platform, and they'll be in a line here. Now, if one can continue, they'll continue all the way on, like you said, until they get to that 11th platform, where they can choose whatever weight they want, but after 10 lifts, I mean, maybe you are primed and ready for, depends on what your runner at max is.
Definitely does. It definitely does, and there's a bit of, it's not, this isn't the first thing that they do or the only thing that they do. So there could be a bit of fatigue playing in as well. The crowd has really come out now. This is a pretty packed place.
What's going to be fun is that first team is basically going to be out there by themselves for the first minute. And you see the crowd has shifted on one side of the stadium because all the athletes will be facing one direction. So where there was standing room earlier, you can see on the left side, they have moved entirely in front of that last platform. And speaking of that last platform, if you get there, you're going to have a much different viewpoint when you get to that final platform. How much will that affect some of these athletes who are getting used to looking at one thing the entire time?
It is definitely going to influence them. Just imagine the entire house yelling and screaming at them, but there will be some of these people screaming at people in other platforms as well, so you really need to kind of stay in your head.
30 seconds.
So you look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, the first one is time management. You've only got 25 seconds. Now, you're allowed as many attempts as you need in those, or you want in those 25 seconds, but you only have 25 seconds, and that's not a lot of time. The other one is patience in lift. Now, I know that this is a fast lift, but if you do not make full extension and you start tackling that barbell, it's going to end out in front of you. And if you step off this plate, it's a no run.
First weight, 84 kilos, about 185 pounds. And you know what's funny is as he's laughing at the lift is sometimes those 60 to 70%ers, it's been a while since you warmed up. Oftentimes, this is the easiest bar to miss.
It really is, and you saw it right there. I mean, he's trying to grease himself and get ready for the heavier lifts, which is why he's sitting down, but he could have power snatched that. And treating a light barbell as if it was heavy, that's hard.
84 kilos, 185 is good for both lifters. And as they advance to the next platform, the next team will make their way out. The men will go through this in its entirety, and then it will be the women's turn.
5 seconds, 3, 2,
Thinking about a 5-kilo jump on the first half of this. And then it'll switch to 4 kilos on the second. 88 kilos is good, 195.
Very appropriate music as well. All eyes on me.
Yes. Let's put this on loop. Again, each athlete getting 25 seconds to lift.
I wouldn't expect any of these athletes to get in trouble, at least on the first 5. On the first 5 platforms. After that, it may become a little bit challenging, but on the first 5, I wouldn't expect anybody to get in trouble.
And the order of operation is basically going to be teams on the leaderboard from bottom to top. So we're not going to see Reykjavik for probably about another 25 minutes or so.
Yep.
Again, bar is advancing another 5 kilos. No one's missed yet. 93 kilos at the top of your screen.
Very patient.
Brought about 205.
No problem at all. Not on the 93 kilos anyways. 88 kilo lifter. Bottom left of your screen just missed. Now there he goes, no problem.
As you said, for those Those light weights, lots of nerves.
Yep.
You forget what some of the comfort is when you're working with a team and you get lost in the crowd a little bit. This, not so much.
No, and also just the 25-second window. I mean, it's a bit of an odd number. It's usually like usually 30 seconds or you're within a minute or something like that. But
now, athletes, as you can see, a lot of different versions between power snatch, squat snatch, or as everyone else in the world calls just a snatch, is eventually everyone's going to have to get below parallel. Maybe not Tola, but eventually everybody is going to have to. And what's the advantage of powering early when you know you're going to squat later?
Well, so I would say there's no advantage to that. I would want an athlete to just squat snatch it all the way through. Get used to that, because once you've gotten used to going full power and then pulling hard on the barbell, you're not going to be inclined to sit down as fast as you will. And most importantly, you're not going to extend the arms fast enough. So even if you get good height on the barbell, that lockout with the arms, that's usually where you get in trouble. So no, I would want athletes to just sit immediately.
We have 5 teams on the competition floor.
So first time we have a team on the 102 bar. Ah, looks good. Looks very good.
102, 225 pounds.
And what I'm looking for here, Jason, this is interesting. I get this question a lot. It's like, so what's the best technique? Well, the best technique is whatever works for you. So I can't really say that there is a technique that is better, but you're going to want all lifts to look the same. I think that's important, that you're replicating the same movement pattern all the time, and then you're just increasing the force, or your force application to that lift technique, so it doesn't have to be different every single solitary time. That, I think, is very important.
All teammates still on the floor across the board as we move up to 107 kilos. At about 235 pounds.
Nice. Very solid lift. I love the way he keeps his chest high through the start and then accelerates as soon as he passes the knees. His partner at 107. Slightly different technique there. Not a full extension of the hip, but no problem whatsoever with that weight.
When you think about the time frame, I feel like this gets heavy fairly quick.
Yep.
Adding about 5 kilos a minute, 10 pounds a minute. You're starting at 84 kilos, 185 pounds. That's 5 minutes. You're adding quite an extensive amount of weight to that bar, and you still got 5 more platforms to go.
Well, I think it's both that, but it's also usually you'll have those 5 kilo jumps as you're on the lighter weights. But as it gets heavier, you usually start being a little bit more conservative adding weight. It's not like you go, yeah, I'm going to go 120 and then I'm going to go 125. It's like, yeah, I'll go 121 and a half, something like that. But yeah.
We've all played the 5 kilo snatch and jump game until someone fails.
Yes. I haven't been very successful at it, to be honest. I mean, I've played it, yes, but I have not been very successful.
I haven't played it very long. Let's just say my one thing that's faster than my Fran time is that game.
Chase, I need you on a tape, so whenever I need to feel better about myself, I can just play this. Life gets better, skies open up, birds start singing, and the sun peeks out. This is what I need.
All right, it's getting real on the 115 platform.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Now the crowd's coming alive. Miss on the left side of your screen at 111.
Yep. Second athlete on 115.
So 115, about 255 pounds.
Oh. And that's what I meant. If you look at that, and I'll be perfectly honest, that's not a very pretty lift. But he just nailed 115, no problem whatsoever. So Why would you want to change?
Whatever it takes.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
If there's only a brand somewhere here in the European area, whatever it takes. If they want to take that phrase and just run with it.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Sure, somebody could make something out of that. 120 kilos on the bar. Middle of your screen.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
So about a quarter of the way up, I'm not sure he was sure or I was sure if he was actually going to make the lift. What are your thoughts on having an athlete stay at the bottom and secure that bar before they come up?
I like it a lot, especially when the rule is that you can't step off the platform and the platform is as small as it is. When you land, sit tight. Make sure you have the balance, then stand up, because otherwise you are going to have to do the 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Tapping out at 120.
First athlete down. Now the other teammate can still advance and add weight to the total for the team. $124 kilos, right at 275 pounds.
Oh.
This is the 10th platform.
Oh.
And this is going to be the gatekeeper. That last barbell, 124. That's about that. If you are going to become or train to be an elite competitor, whether it's team or individual, that 275 snatch, that 124 kilo or 125 really kilo snatch, like that is a massive goal to where you're at a position where you can do some damage out here.
Absolutely. Especially if it's one of those lifts where it's like, I know I've got this kind of weight more or less at any time. It's like you consider that a safety lift.
Now miss back usually is when I add weight to the bar. But that's only when I'm doing like 80 kilos.
Not super happy.
Not able to hit 120. In fact, we've only had one male athlete get through the 120 bar. The previous team didn't even get past 115. 115 is good there.
Comfortably so also.
Top left corner of your screen is CrossFit Brienne. Won't forget those arms anytime soon.
No, not at all. We did speak to one of his female teammates, and she said that he was looking forward to this lift, feeling very comfortable with it. And with the lifts that we've seen him do in the past, I've got to say, I think this is Luke. I think. Oh!
Now the step off the platform
was a no rep.
Allowed, yeah. Even if you can stabilize and make it back, as soon as that foot steps off the platform, it's a no rep.
Oh, that's sad for Luke.
It is sad, but the reason for that, for those of you guys watching it at home, is that they don't want to put the athlete in a position to even try to save a lift in a dangerous position like that. So, as opposed to, in the past we've had that, if you can get back on the platform, but they don't even want to put athletes in that position.
And I think, honestly, I mean, obviously his disappointment is real, but at the same time, breaking a foot, stepping off of that platform, that is not cool.
Should be Hart and Heavy CrossFit on the 120 platform.
Only the second team to have both team members go to the 120 kilo platform. Still a little bit of time. Let's press the barbell again. Taps out. So one athlete moving on to the 124 kilo barbell.
Anyone, the only one has attempted this. I believe that's Manuel Zoffel out of Austria. This team's based out of Germany.
Whoa! He's got time to try that again, and I hope he does, because that was a very, very good attempt.
I mean, he hit that like it was 140.
Yep.
Oh, that's, you know, you do want to get hyped for a lift, but there is too hyped.
Definitely. And the margins become so small. The margins for error become so small when the weight goes up like that. It's just a little bit of a start where your hip just kind of shoots off a little bit, and you know, you're not going to be able to save that. So another team with 2 athletes on the 124. I think that is Artemis.
Artemis, both athletes getting to the bar. And there's our first successful.
Nice.
124.
And not just a fluke either. That was a very good lift.
So Philip Bisgaard hits 124.
And I'm wondering what's happening at that platform right now, because the other male competitor didn't even try to lift, so the black t-shirt, which means that if he's not lifting, he should be leaving the field of play.
Oh, save it!
Oh!
Wow! So I think only one of the team members, I think it was only Philip, that actually made the platform, even though Mikhail was walking with him.
Yeah.
And again, we have 2 athletes making the platform, and we will have our first athlete, as we have a miss at 115, our first athlete making his way to the 11th platform.
And he's asked for 130 kilos.
$130 kilos on the bar, about 286 pounds. It's a 6-kilo jump, and we have another 124 on the books.
Nice. Middle of your screen, top 130 kilograms. Yes! Oh! He looks pretty happy with that. Very well played.
It's rare when a guy who's 6'205" looks small, but when your teammate is 6'5", 236, that's what happens.
It's a good point.
130, 286 is good for Philip Bisgaard. So we have our first athlete have a successful lift all the way through and to the final platform. And now we have our second. And he's asked for 129, so that'll be a 5-kilo increase from the 124 platform.
And I think that is, who's that? What team is that? I'm trying to figure out what team this gentleman is from. Going to attack. Oh, another 124. $129 is from Minimus, CrossFit Minimus.
So a successful lift at 124, as we have one athlete left on the competition floor in the first heat. So heat 1 of men will go all the way through, as he will rotate to the final platform.
Sounds like he's asking for 130 kilograms.
Okay, I thought he said 140. I was like, what?
Well, maybe he did. I mean, maybe he did.
Turning this number cards over, yes, 130 on the bar. So we've had one successful 130 already. Just attempted 129 the previous team, as 130 is back on the bar. So 130 kilos, about 286 pounds.
Nice. Great lift.
Great lift by Shire Fit. Shire Fit's male athletes Jack Turner and Max Camozzi. And the floor announcer just said he just PR'd his snatch out there.
What a great place to do that.
No wonder he's so adamant about 130. That's one of those goal time numbers out there.
It is.
Breaking the 130. There's no better place to PR a lift.
No, absolutely. But I think this is interesting as well, because if it was not a new personal best, he would have probably gone, well, look, 130's already been done, so 131 would put me in contention. Now this was something different for him. This was personal. I love it.
As heat 1 is done, as the second heat will make their way to have their male athletes take on team event 4 snatch ladder.
just about 2 minutes, we will see our final heat of men take the competition forward. So just so you know, 3 athletes have registered a snatch heavier than this one last barbell. Harry Key of Blueprint CrossFit Team AOD has a 130-kilo snatch registered. And both competitors from CrossFit Reykjavik, Todd Porter and Joel Marquino, has a registered snatch of 154 kilos. Ooh. Should have no problem there. Spectacular lift all around. Just over a minute.
Athletes, 1 minute. Heat 1 is done. Heat 2 is coming up for the team men in event number 4, the snatch ladder. As we had our first 10 teams come out, 3 were able to reach the final platform, but only 2 able to successfully hit that final bar, both actually being 130 kilos. As your first team will be coming out on the floor. They'll be going in the order of which lane they are in. So CrossFit Walleye will be coming up first. And then as you come down the list in lane 10, Reykjavik will be taking the floor at the very end. And they'll snake their way through these 10 platforms.
So Walleye, so the team from Walleye here with Mark Roven and Niklas Lantz. They're from Västerås in Sweden, a box known for, well, very competitive lifting. You've got Mia Hesketh, you've got Phil Hesketh, you've got Andreas, the owner as well, also just strong to boot, but a community of athletes very comfortable lifting. So this is going to be very interesting.
84 kilos on the first platform, right about 185 pounds. The men will increase between 4 to 5 kilos every other platform. It's about 10-pound increase. As you look at the snatch ladder, team event number 4, it's presented by Rogue. You can see the weight jumps at the bottom. But Mads, as you said earlier, lifters only getting a specific amount of time.
So it is for total load, which is a little bit different than it was before. And every lifter has 25 seconds to lift, then the other lifter has 25 seconds to lift, and there's a 10-second transition. Weight start at 84 kilos, ends up at 129, and if you clear that, then you will be given an opportunity to go to a happy platform where you get to choose the load. Should your one athlete in the team not be able to complete the lift, the other athlete will be allowed to continue.
Successful lift early. You're watching Heat 1, both athletes opting for the full squat. They're something that you like to see, because eventually if you're going to hit these lifts, you're going to get there anyways. You might as well warm up the same way you're going to compete at the heavy lifts.
Exactly. You want to try to make sure that you're mimicking the same movement pattern as the weight increases, so that all you have to do is add more weight. So now making it onto the floor, Blueprint CrossFit Team AOD. That's Michael Allen and Harry Keane. CrossFit
93.
No problem for CrossFit Walleye on 93.
These are your top 10 teams after day 1 of competition, as we've already had Heat 1 go with our next 10 teams, as they'll reseed at the end of each day. So some of these teams making sure they stay in the top 10 going into the final day of competition. I wonder if we could use the phrase being relegated to the first heat going into the next heat. Let's bring in a little soccer terminology, or football, sorry. I forgot where I was. Football. We're talking about football.
So now CrossFit Nordic have made it onto the platform as well. There's Felix Nordqvist right there. First lift successful. Max Olivestrand will be following up in a second. At the same time as CrossFit Walleye on 98 kilos, doing a great job. Middle of your screen right there at 88 kilos. That is the Blueprint CrossFit Team AOD.
That is also the appropriate short length you should wear doing high volume heavy snatches.
Absolutely. No argument on that. Not at all. Both Walleye athletes cleared 98 kilos, no problem. They will be moving on to 102 kilos as we prepare the floor to get ready for CrossFit Cannes. And CrossFit Cannes, that is Joris Clement and Arthur Satis.
So Walleye's making their way to the 102 platform, 225 pounds on the bars. You see this starting to unfold. What are your recipes of success presented by Trifecta?
Well, first of all, it is time management. There is only 25 seconds, which means that in a happy world where everything is going according to plan, you get 2 lifts, but essentially you really only have 1 lift. Second one is patience in the lift. Even though you start feeling like it's getting heavy, make sure you get that full extension and then sit down aggressively. If you try to shortchange your hip, you're going to find yourself not making it under the bar.
102 is good. For both Nicholas Lantz and Mark Rowan. Walleye based mainly out of Sweden. And Mark Rowan is representing Ireland. So they will advance to the 107 bar.
So we have allowed CrossFit 221 Fleck onto the floor as well.
.102 is good for Trinity and a half. 107 is good for Walleye. So both athletes hitting their lift. 107, right about 235 pounds. Trinity and a half out of Denmark. Martin Renslev and Joachim Riding.
Still all athletes on the floor. Well, not really, no. Walleye sends 1 athlete off the floor.
So Walleye, 1 athlete not able to hit 107.
Oh, that's a good fight. He stays in there.
And as you said, patience in the lift, not just at the extension, at the bottom.
Yes.
So 111 is good, right about 245. And you see the stands on this side of the competition floor absolutely jam-packed. And as fans start to trickle in, they're having to go to the other side.
Failed lift at 107 for Trinity and a half. So CrossFit Walleye now making it onto the 115 kilo bar.
And he had to squeeze out every ounce that he could in the last lift at 111. We'll see what he's got for 115. Back part of your screen, 111 is good for Trinity and a half. Harry Keene, Michael Allen getting set for AOD. So Walleye will tap out with a successful lift at 111 and 102. AOD's both lifters, Keene and Allen. will get through the 107 bar. Going for Trinity and a half. Looks like Joachim Riding is the only athlete left on the platform for Trinity and a half. And here's his shot at 115.
That's a good lift.
And that'll be good. And the benefit here is if you got an athlete that can just keep stacking the plates, adding weights to your total, that can offset the one team member that, you know, I'd be a liability in this event. That's why you have me for the rowing. That's what I'm saying. I would have had my due.
It's the beauty of having a team, right? You get to kind of stack it depending on whatever the challenge is. Interesting here to see that the AOD team, the Blueprint CrossFit Team AOD, still have both athletes on the floor as they make it onto the 115 barbell. Joachim Ruding, Team Trinity and a half, 120 kilos. At the same time as we allow Reykjavik onto the platform. Let's revisit them in a second. I'm feeling they'll be going a while.
Oh. Just miss on the 120, but a successful lift for AOD at 115. And just not enough time for Trinity and a half to hit 120, but 115 in the bag. Second athlete. And that looks like someone who's just looking at the 11th platform and say, see you soon, honey.
Grateful for the warm-up. I'll see you in a sec. Just got to fill out my dance card. So Blueprint, 2 athletes moving on to 120 kilograms. Right behind them, CrossFit Nordic. Both athletes still on the field of play, making it onto the 115 kilograms.
Eric Keane and Michael Allen, both on the 120 bar.
Oh. Another 10 seconds here.
Oh.
No. Second athlete for Blueprint.
All right, 115, good in the background. Oh, 120 is just looking
nice.
Like a nice warm-up.
I love the patience in the bottom, just sitting in, taking it easy, making sure that barbell is balanced the way it should be, and then moves on. Middle of your screen there, those are the Nordic athletes. Max Olivestrand, Felix Nordqvist, making it onto the 120 kilo barbell.
Second team to get both athletes to the 120 bar.
Oh!
I mean, you have that in a power.
That was sloppy. Nope, and I think he's running out of time now. So Felix Nordqvist steps off as Max Olivestrand steps onto the 120 kilo barbell, but at the same time, Blueprint, Team AOD on 100 drops it.
Oh,
no.
Man.
That is surprising.
And that miss that he had on the first one wasn't a miss doing to be too heavy. It was almost a little too much.
Yeah.
So no athlete has gotten past the 124 platform.
Not yet. Not yet.
We've had our third team, Team Cayenne, get to the 120 bar with both team members. And now one will have a successful lift. The second.
So Max Olivestrand, 124 kilos on the barbell. Yes.
So we have our first athlete moving to the 11th platform, and our first team That has both athletes moving to the 124 kilo bar, Arthur Sadis and Clement Joris. 130 is the most we've seen put on the platform, and it's been successful twice with Artemis and Shirefit.
Oh, nice. Oh, no. Oh. I thought he had that. I thought he was going to be able to save it.
I think that was Clement Joris. It's a team out of France. So I'm for sure saying that team name wrong.
CrossFit Con. Oh, nice.
Yes.
That's close to power snatch.
So one more athlete. Looks like Arthur.
So it looks like Max Olivestrand is opting to keep 129 on the barbell for the final lift. Not sure why he didn't go 130. I'll be sure to ask him on Monday.
129 on the bar, final platform.
Yes, Max Olivestrand, 129. Great.
Second heaviest weight we've seen on the final platform. 129 in the books for CrossFit Nordic. Just a solid lift, top to bottom.
Men vad fan grabben, du hade ju kunnat ta 130. Just had to have that, get that out there. Anyhow.
Whatever Mads just said.
I just said he could have done 130. Anywho.
CrossFit Con, Artis Satis.
That's my 1 rep max deadlift, by the way. So yes. CrossFit Con, and remember now again, his 124, look, it was almost a power snatch. It was effortless. So this is going to be very interesting to see.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Reykjavik making their way through the ladder. 111 for Con Porter in the back left part of your screen, but 130 on the bar. We've seen it twice. Can we see it again from Arthur?
Yes.
There it is.
Nice.
130 for CrossFit Con.
I'm wondering if those athletes are aware that they can decide the weight on that barbell, though. On the 124, on 124 kilos right now, we have CrossFit Sarut's training culture. At the same time as we have Porti, middle of your screen at 120, no problem whatsoever.
And only one team member from each of these teams are on the platform, while Con Porter and Tola Morquinho are still lifting together at 115. Con on the left side of the screen, 115, 124 looking very easy for Zaruts.
I think I just fell in love. That was beautiful.
The weight of Matt's heart.
The lift pretty. We'll be good friends forever.
3, 2, 1, rotate.
So Saruts moves on to the final barbell now. He wants to add weight. Can't blame him. CrossFit Porti, 124. Reykjavik, 120.
Lift good for Tola and CrossFit Reykjavik. Up next will be Con Porter at 120, about 264 pounds. Solid lift for Con Porter and CrossFit Reykjavik.
No questions asked.
131 is on the bar for the final platform here. This will be the heaviest lift we've seen attempted. As he waits for his call.
Now
you have Tola Moraquinho and Con Porter. Oh! Just short on 131. Tola on the backside of your screen is good at 124.
So Sarut's tapping out now. Great, that was a great attempt though. Opening for CrossFit Porti.
Con Porter, solid at 120. Again at 124. And this will be the first team for both athletes to snatch through the ladder. As 134 is on the platform. The heaviest successful lift is 130. I've been waiting for an athlete to use this crowd to their advantage because they're all here to watch it.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Should have switched those numbers. 143 looked a bit more doable.
I think so. And when you get applause, like an applause from both Tula and Con, you know that you had a good lift. So 140, 140 kilos for Tula. And
goodness.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I know that he's perfectly capable of doing a lot more than that.
Now,
I'm not going to jinx him, but I know, and I've seen him do a lot more than 140. So basically, I think he's just doing what he needs to do to win.
And one thing to keep in mind is that only one athlete can do the lift, even if both make it. We saw a 305 snatch at the Syndicate Crown. This would be 308. 140 on the bar for Tola.
Oh, nice.
Fill it up again. Oh. Fill it up again, Tola says.
That is just so much power. Watch this.
Tola Moraquinho looks like he took a nap in the middle of that lift and still stood up with it.
Are you not entertained, I think is the question you're asking, and the answer is that Con Porter is definitely entertained.
That's the teammate you want. Con Porter celebrating. 140.
And remember, once again, I think, well, obviously that was a huge lift, but what was more important to this team right now was that they are the only team where both teammates made it all the way through the ladder, cleared 124, and then allowed one of their athletes onto the 140. I think that is going to be, that is huge for them, obviously.
And that's just the men's half going. The women will tackle this same style event here once they reset the barbells and the platforms, but I didn't know what to expect from Tola. 140 was kind of like, hey, maybe.
If I'm not mistaken, he was at the Reykjavik Fitness Championships a long time ago, and they had a snatch ladder. I think he opened up with 140, and then he's kind of sat there for the rest of the the ladder, because he didn't have to go harder. I think you had, if I don't remember wrong, then you had 3 lifts and you chose the weight. He opened up at 140 and just kind of sat down and said, well, you know, I think I'm going to be fine. So yeah.
Now, Lauren Smith is down with one of the athletes from Team Porty, who also had quite the showing here on the final platform.
He did indeed. Joshua from Porty, you made a 10-kilogram jump between that 124 and that 134. 10 kilograms is a lot. How much confidence do you have in making that decision?
Here and now I had like 100% that the lift beforehand felt good and just go with the flow. The crowd was amazing and just so much energy and body feeling good. So,
how can you use the crowds here to your advantage?
Like the energy that comes from the noise, it's like unbelievable. Yeah.
Now, this is an interesting format. Did you feel better prepared for those big lifts because of the staged approach to this workout?
Well, yeah, it was intimidating that the last stage was like like in the front of the crowd. So, but just I've done this for a long time already, so it comes from the core and heart. So.
And the experience, but great job. You did a wonderful out there on the floor.
I gotta say that I love that Joshua was just like, yeah, no, I felt pretty comfortable and confident in this lift. What was worrying him was the crowd. So yeah, so let's look at what happened right here. The gentleman made it onto there, the teams made it onto the floor. This is Max Olivestam with his 129. Pretty happy with that. Then right here, that was the power snatch at 130. I cannot believe that. That is incredible. Absolutely love that. Here you have Joshua, CrossFit Potti, looking very stable. And I love the angle as well. There is nothing. It's a textbook lift, is basically what it is. This is what pure power and athleticism looks like.
Tolo Morquinho, 140 kilos. That'll be the heaviest lift of the day, and maybe one of the heaviest lifts we've seen so far in week 1 of the semifinals. But up next, it will be the women's turn to take on team event number 4. Your start list for team event number 4, it'll be the women's turn to make their way out onto the field. As we get set. Quite a show we had on the men's side.
I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to have a team where both female athletes are going to be able to make it all the way through the entire ladder, the way that we just saw CrossFit Reykjavik do. Ooh.
Pretty close to coming off the edge of the platform.
That is Wolf Spirit, first female lifter.
We saw the same thing on the first male lifter. Last one is you've been standing around, getting a little cold, some nerves. It's an easy lift for you. Things get a little squirrely around that 70%, 80% range.
But it sure does it. I mean, remember they're lifting in front of an huge crowd. Now, in the pictures right now, the seats may look empty behind, but that's because virtually all of Amsterdam and communities close to Amsterdam is sitting on this side.
Let's take a look at team event snatch ladder, event number 4, presented by Rogue.
So it is 4 total load. Timing details are each lifter has 25 seconds to lift. So lifter 1, 25 seconds, lifter 2, 25 seconds, then a 10-second transition before to make it onto the next platform. There are 11 platforms, and the weights range from 61 to 84 kilograms. If you make it all the way through, you will then be led on to the last platform where you get to choose the weight you want to use. So we have CrossFit Zurich have entered the playing field right now, but on the 63 kilo platform, we have Wolf Spirit. There she goes, no problem. So as Wolf Spirit make it onto the 65 kilo barbell, we are now welcoming Yellow Belly CrossFit onto the floor as well. Wolf Spirit, first athlete, no problem, 65 kilograms.
So I found the groove after the first bar, after the first bar, shake off the nerves a little bit.
Had to get that out of the system. So
Wolf Spirit with Caroline Sands and Maureen Lucas. Wolf Spirit, another one of these teams out of France. It's good representation out of France on the team side.
Southern Europe altogether represented very, very well. It's both Spain and France.
CrossFit Zurich not able to get both athletes there between Ellie Stenforce and Florence Sidler.
So Wolf Spirit's first athlete continuing, second athlete off the floor. Same thing for CrossFit Zurich. And we are now welcoming, that is CrossFit Grien, onto the floor as well. This is for total load. That's why it's so important to be able to bring both athletes along as far as you possibly can. Well, it goes without speaking. Obviously, everybody wants to be in the game as long as they can, but for the standings, that is important.
.63 good. Yellow Belly CrossFit, Martha Rockford and Colleen Coleman. Team coming out of Ireland.
So Wolf Spirit single athlete moving on to 70 kilo barbell at the same time as we're welcoming onto the floor Heart and Heavy CrossFit.
70 kilos on the bar. We're about 155.
No problem.
That would be good as well.
Looked very comfortable, to be honest.
Yellow Belly CrossFit. And 65.
No problem there.
Looks like they're just getting warmed up.
And I think CrossFit Grien just celebrated that 63 kilo snatch as if it was a personal best.
Yeah,
it quite possibly could be.
Yep.
So we're welcoming onto the floor CrossFit 2150 Artemis. The same time as Wolf Spirit is addressing the 72 kilo barbell.
Moving their way to the second row of barbells. First 5 ending at that 70 kilo mark. First one at 72 on the second row. Every athlete will have 25 seconds to get the lift. They are able to miss it if they can hit the lift within that next 25-second block. And then rotating every minute as a team. So Artemis on the first barbell, both successful at 61.
So Wolf Spirit onto the next barbell, which is going to be 75 kilograms, as we welcome CrossFit Minim onto the floor as well. 75 kilos. Wolf Spirit. No problem. Wow.
She keeps bringing the belt with her, but I don't think she needs it.
It's always great to have a mascot with you.
Just in case. It's
Yeah.
like it's your CrossFit binky.
Yeah, either that or it's
weight
like,
belt.
hey, you know, I'm gonna go for the last platform. As we say that, she puts on the belt. We're jinxing this.
Just tighten up the screws a little bit. Let's go.
No problem.
All
at
4
all.
lifts down the line. Good, good, good. All the way down.
Wolf Spirit's female athlete will be moving on to 77 kilos. At the same time as we welcome Jinnah, CrossFit Jinnah on the floor. So 77 kilos, middle of your screen, CrossFit Wolf Spirit.
Oh, good save for 77. It's one of those saves that just make us smile.
It was after she put on the belt. She's probably wondering, should I really be using the belt right now?
Yellow Belly CrossFit. First athlete unable to hit 72, but the second one does. So they'll at least advance one athlete to the next platform. It's CrossFit Zurich. Also has one athlete left going for 75. Successful at 75. She'll move to 77 as Wolf Spirit moves to 79. 2 more platforms left. $79 kilos on the bar for Wolf Spirit. That looks much better than 77 did. 77 good for Zurich.
Yeah. Yellow Belly's female athletes has looked very, very strong. Looking forward to seeing her on a 75 kilo barbell. Yeah, so no problem whatsoever.
Much better than 72. So Wolf Spirit, she'll advance to the final bar at 81. That is CrossFit Zurich's team member. I believe this is Ellie Stenfors for Zurich. The only Finnish athlete on a Swiss team. 81 kilos on the bar on the right side of your screen for Wolf Spirit, 79 on the left for Zurich. Oh, just out the back on 81, but good for 79.
Zurich good for 79. That was good. That was a very important lift for her.
One more attempt at 81. Just a little too heavy. As the Yellow Belly lines up for 77. And I tell you what, as these bars get heavier, that looks better and better.
It does. Also right now clearing 72 kilos. The only team that so far has had both athletes, both female athletes cleared that weight is Heart and Heavy CrossFit.
Second athlete attempting the 81 kilo barbell out of Switzerland, CrossFit Zurich. Ellie Stenfors.
There she goes.
And we have our first athlete through 10 barbells, and she'll get to call her shot on the next one. The minimum weight on the last platform is the only thing that is decided for them, and that's 84 kilos.
Oh, no problem whatsoever.
79 good for Yellow Belly, 75.
Both athletes from Heart and Heavy moving on as well. Looks like she wants 84 kilograms on the barbell. She's not opting for a change of weight. That's how you do it. CrossFit Zurich, congratulations. And that is emotional right there.
That looks like a lift that's been a long time coming.
And if you're going to PB, this is where you want to do it.
Helen Coleman for Yellow Belly CrossFit, 81. Tell you what, every platform she's improving.
She just needs to warm up a little bit.
The sketchiest lift was like 63 for her. So Ellie Stenfors hit 84. She says thank you to the crowd. Kellen Coleman, Yellow Belly CrossFit, stepping up to the 11th platform. A 79 is good. Hard and heavy.
And this is huge. If Hard and Heavy can get both athletes through all these barbells, this is going to make a huge difference for them.
Team out of Germany, Kay Werkner and Mirja Jansen.
There you go. Oh, that was
soon.
Oh.
I think she had it. She just didn't get the down call from the judge.
Exactly. But 90 kilos on the bar right here. Yellow Belly.
90 kilos, a 9-kilo jump from 81 to 90.
Hard and Heavy clears 89 like 81. 90 kilos!
Wow! Crowd coming alive as we hit these successful lifts on the 11th platform, a 9-kilo jump.
So we're looking at 84 kilograms on the barbell. Female athlete from Hard and Heavy.
Every athlete that's stepped on this platform so far has hit the lift. One at 84, one at 90 that we just saw. Oh, just out the back.
So she's done, didn't get the lift, but back at the 79-kilo barbell. Nice. Trying to see who that is, what team that is. Minim. Female athlete from Minim. Lifting like it is nobody's business.
We only have 2 athletes left on the floor. Some teams drop out. Heaviest weight we've seen was by Kellen Coleman. 90 kilos on that 11th platform.
79 kilos, CrossFit Jinnah. Oh, looks strong. Looks very strong. .81 kilos, CrossFit Minim. Oh, nice! That is brilliant.
Sounds better than 79.
Yes. So now she gets to choose her challenge on the last platform. What weight does she want?
Minimum weight on the bar must be 84 kilos with an option to go heavier.
So addressing the barbell from CrossFit Jinnah. 81 kilos. Oh, God, no problem whatsoever.
The last 2 athletes on the floor, both making it to the final platform. It looks like 84 kilos will be the attempt. Last 2 teams on the floor, both coming out of France.
I'm wondering if we'll see a challenge for the 90 kilos. Not on this, but I think the athlete from CrossFit Jena looks very capable of going a lot heavier.
If not in this first heat, definitely in the second one.
Definitely in the second one, yes. There are a couple of potential bids for that, yes.
84 kilos on the bar for CrossFit Menin.
Here we go. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, there you go. Awesome.
And she saved the best for last. We saw our last three barbells just a little shaky at 77 and 79, but 84 just looks like it was the magic number.
86 for CrossFit Jena. So no challenge yet for the 90 kilos.
86 on the bar, CrossFit Jena, who is one of the podium teams at the games last year. One of two European teams that podium at the games for the first time ever, getting third. It's one of four teammates are making their return here to the Lowlands Throwdown. Different roster, same attitude.
Nice. Well, if that's how CrossFit Jena rebuilds a team, I think they're doing everything right.
Not a bad start.
No, not at all. Not at all.
That last platform's got some magic on it.
It does, doesn't it? But I do think that the last female athlete now from CrossFit Jena, she could have gone heavier. The way that she handled that barbell, there was no doubt whatsoever that that was going to work as soon as she lifted it off the ground. So have a look at it right now. Boom. Impressive. Very impressive. And she looks pretty happy as well, which makes me happy.
And just a cool angle of what they see from the platform perspective. But Heat 1 is done as your top 10 teams will be making their way onto the stage here for the last time on day number 2. Heaviest lift we've seen so far, 90 kilos out of Yellow Belly CrossFit. We'll see if anybody can take that on in the next heat.
I have a feeling it might happen.
Heat 1 done. Heat 2 women taking their way to the competition floor here at Lowlands Throwdown, as we have just 10 teams left to close out day number 2 for the team competition. 90 kilos was the heaviest weight set for the team women in heat number 1. As you said earlier, Mads, there may be a couple athletes in this starting list that may have an opportunity to get there as well.
I think we're going to see it already in the first team. Alice Mille is very, very capable as a weightlifter, has competed as such, has an individual appearance at the games as well. Lifts very, very well. Not too familiar yet. I'm looking forward to becoming very familiar with Ida Åkerlund, also from Walleye. And as I said, it's an affiliate known for great lifting. Just good pedigree, good sparring. So it's going to be interesting.
See fans just weaving their way in and out as they have made their way packed in to take on event number 4, the team snatch ladder, presented by Rogue.
4 total load. Basically trying to make their way through the ladder, which starts at 61 kilos, ends at 84. Each lifter has 25 seconds to lift, and there is a 10-second transition time between platforms. If the lifters make it through all the platforms, they will be allowed to choose their own weight, or weight of their choosing, on the last platform. Saw 90 kilos in the previous heat. We'll see if anybody feels like challenging that.
Team Walleye making their way out of the platform. As you said, team base out of Sweden.
So that is Ida Åkerlund, first lifter for Walleye. Alice Mille on the bar now. No problem there either.
They get used to us saying no problem on the 61 bar for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. So as Walleye make it onto the 63 kilo barbell, we are saying welcome to Team Trinity and a half. Clara Clemens and Sophie Toft on the 61 kilo barbell as Ida Åkerlund. Very sound lifting technique, makes me happy.
Little step forward on the 61 platform. As I said, not an uncommon sight to see on these early lists after waiting in the wings for so long. A lot of these teammates or teams and athletes got to get basically in line about 15 minutes prior to the event. Now the nice thing here is that this isn't a, say, 3-rep attempt max where they have to start fairly heavy. What's nice is you have this ladder format, so though you get warmed up in the back, you may get a little cold waiting in line, but you really have a warm-up set here down the line for these 10 platforms.
And if you use it well, I mean, you can really use that to your advantage as well. So as we say hi to Blueprint Team AOD, at the same time as Walleye addresses the 65 kilo barbell.
Blueprint out of Great Britain. Lois Smith and Helen Nutter. Helen having a successful lift. 63 on the bar for Trinity and a half, or AOD.
Still looking very composed, great technique on the lifts.
Weights will increase 2 to 3 kilos every other platform.
So Walleye make it onto the 68 kilo barbell as we welcome CrossFit Nordic onto the platform. And Patricia Strenius, who was just in the picture right there, is actually, she is a weightlifter, competed at the Olympics as a weightlifter, is a European champion, a weightlifter. So yes, this really should be her groove.
one of the athletes that you had pegged coming in that we may see one of the bigger lifts on the platform today.
I sure hope so. I sure hope so. That would make me very, very happy. No doubt about that.
You have no ties whatsoever to CrossFit Nordic.
Well, just slightly, just slightly. Alice Mille, 68 kilos, CrossFit Walleye, no problem whatsoever. And like I said before, and I'm going to say that a lot throughout this entire ladder, is it just makes me happy to see sound lifting technique. So it's not just like, oh yeah, I happen to make it. Both Ida and Alice are lifting very, very well. So Walleye onto the 70 kilo barbell at the same time as CrossFit Khan to make it onto the floor.
At CrossFit Con, having Lori Clement, who is one of the top performers we saw in the Open in the world on the women's side, also in the 35 to 39 Masters category, who is full capability of potentially winning that division, opting to go team here this weekend.
And that's going to give you an impression that they think that there is potential in that team to make it all the way to the big show. Alice Mille clearing 70 kilo like it's nobody's business. So Walleye still have both female athletes on the floor. And remember, this is where we saw a lot of teams in the previous heat get in trouble and people starting to tap out at the 72 kilo barbell. 72 kilos is what's on the diet for the Walleye team at the same time as we welcome the Norse team, or the 2150 team onto the floor. Patricia Strenius, middle of your screen right now. Yeah, so 65 kilos, no problem whatsoever. Larsson, 65 kilos, no problem.
Nordic good at 65, as CrossFit Walleye have both female athletes successful at 72, already making their way over to 75.
And they made it look good too. I think we may see Walleye go all the way. I'm just going to stick my neck out and say that they're going to go all the way. I would like to see that.
Oslo making their way out onto the 61 kilo platform.
So 75 for Walleye, right here. Ida Åkerlund. Wow. Nice.
AOD, or Trinity and a half on the left. So Walleye, first attempt successful at 75. AOD's first at 72 is good.
No problem at all.
Make that two and stay on the platform.
Nice. She looks pretty happy, but both CrossFit Walleye and Team Trinity and a half have both female athletes still out there competing, racking up points. Remember, this is for total load. So we're allowing Sarut's Training Culture's female athletes on the floor.
You know, Sophie Toth that just hit that last lift for Trinity and a half. Trinity and a half also coming out of Denmark.
Ida Åkerlund, this is very, very pretty lifting.
Good for 77. On the other side at 75, Clara Clemenson not able to get the lift so far. One more attempt. Oh. We'll see if Sophie can hit this lift. A little out in front on the first one, almost took her off the platform at 73, 72. And both athletes will not be able to make it. As Walleye on the right, both successful at 77, so they'll make their way over to 79. Two more bars waiting for them. As we have CrossFit Porti making their way onto the first platform at 61.
79, Ida Åkerlund, CrossFit Walleye.
That's, you're right. I think we may see both of them We saw Andrea Nisler and Taylor Williamson play paper, rock, scissors to see who got to make the final lift. We may see the same thing here with walleye.
I think they may have a plan coming into this, but I think they should. Yeah. Alice Mille, ladies and gentlemen, right on the dot. No problem whatsoever. At the same time as AOD clears 75 kilos as well.
Speaking of shoulds, we think they should both be able to lift on the final platform, but that's just us.
I would love to see that.
The crowd would like to see that too.
Yes.
We have our final rotation as CrossFit Reykjavik make their way onto the 61 platform. Lauren Fisher, say one of the original CrossFit kids. She has been around a long time, and she has also made a name for herself with her Olympic lifting prowess.
81 kilos, Ida Åkerlund, CrossFit Walleye, no problem at all.
181 down for CrossFit Walleye. No one lifting on the 79 platform, as that was turning to half, so it's Team AOD. It looks like Lois Smith gets that 77 bar along with Helen Nutter. So they would advance to the next platform. And now we have a decision to make. Who's going to lift and by how much for walleye?
So I think it looks like Ida Åkerlund is actually going to be the lifter. Alice Mille is not going to lift. I would have thought so to start with, but no. So Patricia Stranius, 77 kilos, no problem for CrossFit Nordic. 79 kilos for AOD, no problem either.
AOD and Nordic still have both female athletes lifting on the platforms. Both second athletes missing their first attempt at 77 and 79 between Nordic and AOD. Nordic might save it in the bottom.
Yes. And I think that was actually a new personal best. I think it might very well be a new personal best.
By that reaction, it'd be weird if it wasn't. We'll just say that. It'd be weird if it wasn't.
So AOD on the platform for 81 kilograms.
85 on the bar for Åkerlund. 81's good for AOD. 85, here we go. Heaviest lift we've seen is 90.
Oh, beautiful. Ida Åkerlund. Congratulations, that is amazing.
Second heaviest lift we've seen. 84 was prior to that, with Åkerlund hitting that 85.
Looks like Patricia Strenius, middle of your screen, is just telling Andrea Larsson, well, just, go for it. Just extend your arms. I think you'll be fine.
Just like that.
Yeah. Well,
just do what I do.
Join me at the Olympics. So Team AOD, female lifter, is now deciding what weight she wants on that last platform.
The minimum weight must be 84 kilos, which we've seen as a choice for a few athletes who made it to that last platform. Okay.
Yeah, so that was 81 for Patricia Strenius.
AOD going for 84 kilos. And for you Americans that can't do math, it's 185. As the rest of the world doesn't need that conversion. But as a lone representative in the booth, I figured I'd throw you guys a bone.
And I'm super happy you are, because it's just, I can't do math either. So. Okay, 84 kilos on the barbell, Team AOD. she's got 10 seconds. Come on. Come on, AOD. Oh.
All right, big question. 90 is the heaviest we've seen, as 79 is good. We have a big gap of athletes on the back half of this.
So it looks like we're going to get 91 kilos.
91 kilos, so a 10-kilo jump.
And so 91 kilos, that's good, but let's just remember that you have Team Reykjavik coming up behind you, and I think Patricia Trianius may be capable of going harder than 91, but hey, I'm not going to get involved in that whole discussion.
10-kilo, 22-pound increase from the last barbell. And,
you should have gone for a cool 100, girlfriend. Come on, but thank you very much.
A cool 100. Just jump another 19 kilos. What are you doing?
I mean, Patricia Trianius posted not too long ago. She actually said, you know, you're always going to be good for 100. So, but yeah. Anyways, 91 kilos, which means that's my max back squat, was just snatched by Patricia Trianius like it was nobody's business.
Another successful lift at 81.
And I think this is CrossFit 2150 Norse, female athlete now adding weight to the bar, or addressing the last barbell. She wants 85 kilograms. 85.
We see 91, 90, and 85 as their top 3 lifts on the women's side so far. It's Annie Thorstadter and Lauren Fisher taking their time here at the 75 bar. Obviously, Annie Thorstadter had that magical moment at the games last year during that max lift.
That was a pretty epic moment. So 85 kilos on the barbell. CrossFit 2150. Female athlete addressing the barbell. And she's got it. Nice. Congratulations to a very, very nice lift at 85 kilograms. Hey. She looks pretty happy as well.
A lot of that is you can just see the stress on these athletes all by themselves in front of a crowd. Crowd not being further but than 5 meters from them.
I mean, if you can't feel the energy in this place, you're never going to feel it.
81 is good. We have another contender.
Savut's training culture sends an athlete to the last platform as well.
Successful 81 attempt, both athletes on the bar. The team 40.
Oh, no problem at all.
81's good. 79 in the back, good for Lauren Fisher. Looks like we have 84 on the platform. Thorstadter at 79 on the far left. 81, and she stands up with it and secures it.
Oh!
And she got the good call.
I think she did. She's pretty happy with that. Remember that this is a Finnish team. That is not the kind of emotional outburst you usually get from the Finnish crowd. So yeah, that is pretty happy.
That looks like a PR dance to me.
Yeah, it sure does.
What a save.
So 85 kilos on the barbell. CrossFit Roots. Yes.
4 is good. Lauren Fisher hits 81. Now we have a long line of athletes here on the final platform on the women's side. Look at that celebration. That's what you want to see.
It's the kind of team you want to be a part of.
Annie Thorsdottir, 81.
Very nice. No problem whatsoever. ...84 kilos on the barbell, CrossFit Porti.
Oh, what a song. Come on. Henriksen on the bar for 84 kilos. Just a little out in front.
A really good attempt, and I mean, it looks like she's pretty happy with her effort anyways. And remember, they got both athletes to the last platform, which means their total load is still good.
And so Reykjavik has a decision to make as the crowd comes on their feet. 87 kilos on the bar. And for those of you that understand numbers in freedom units, it's 191 pounds.
Freedom units. Annie Thorsdottir, 87 kilos. CrossFit Reykjavik. Boom, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it is.
And that looked like the best lift of all 11 for Annie Thorsdottir. His teammates Tola and Con Porter fired up in the back.
Epic. Reykjavik doing Reykjavik things.
All 4 team members cleared the entire ladder for CrossFit Reykjavik. The only other team we've seen do that so far was Mayhem Freedom over at the Syndicate. However, they didn't hit 140 that Tola brought up. So Reykjavik
enjoying the moment as they should. And as you said, both Lauren and Annie super consistent all the way through this ladder. So obviously they should be enjoying themselves now.
CrossFit Reykjavik, unofficial total of 432 kilos, 950 pounds.
They must be pretty happy with the effort that they're putting out there. I mean, it's not just that they did it, it's also the way they did it, which I think is really impressive.
Mayhem had a total of 935, so not to put too much drama into it and conjure up some competition, but just throw that out there. 950, 935. Don't ask me to reconvert.
No.
935. We'll see. But
let's not do that, and let's not start some kind of rivalry.
And the big question here was, could Reykjavik actually sweep the weekend? And the biggest question we had was, anything can happen wild on the platforms when it comes to something as niche as an isolated lift. Well, we'll see, but good performance by CrossFit Reykjavik as Team Nordic is down with Lauren Smith.
Yes, Patricia's standing right here next to me after hitting an incredible 91 kilograms on that final platform, unofficially top of the women's field. You made it look easy. The power snatch, what was that about?
Yeah, it was quite easy, but it would be like a too big jump for me to go like really heavy squat snatching, to go like 81 and then maybe probably go like 100, 105. So I decided to go power snatch and just make it easy and having a good time.
Were you tempted though, because every kilo counts?
Yeah, I think it was really good, but I could probably go like 95 today because of the crowd. It was amazing, but yeah, it felt perfectly fine to go 91.
How was this event in comparison to what you're used to in the weightlifting world? Did it feel a little bit different, a little bit special?
It was really good that you only had like 25 seconds because you could probably go one or twice, but it's so much fun to lifting in front of a crowd, and the EMOM makes it like a little bit more tension, time under tension, so that's a little bit harder.
Oh, you did a fab job. Great job. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good.
91 kilos, the heaviest weight we saw on the platform, but as we said, there was a lot left in the tank, but making a conscious decision to maybe not make too big of a jump. But I know you feel differently.
I am offended by the way that I was going to keep it easy, so I'm 91. I just thought, no, I'm not offended in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I think it's a good call, and also, as she said, it's too big of a jump if I'm going to start squat snatching. I've been power snatching all the way through the ladder. It's just, I know what she's capable of. I would have loved to see her just go out there and swing for the fences.
Well, we got to see what we wanted to see on the team side for the strength test. It will now be the individual's turn coming up next. So you thought he had some big cheers for the snatch ladder. Just wait for that individual complex. Final action for day number 2 from the individuals will be coming up next. Welcome back to the Rye Amsterdam. I'm Chase Ingham. Alongside with me is Mads Jacobson, and Lauren Smith will join us in a little bit. The teams are done for the day, but it is just getting started. For the individuals, your men's top 5, 2 Lukas and a couple Doncic's. Sorry, Jukic's. I got Luka Doncic on my head. I don't know why it's basketball fan, but Luka Vunjak actually made his way into the top 5 after his performance this morning.
This is where it gets really, really interesting to me, because these athletes now, they need to go there, make their way through this complex, and Luca's been setting himself up, but he's been doing so by moving really fast. It's been the body weight movements that have really kind of gotten him in contention. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he handles this barbell in this complex.
And one thing unique about this event happening on the second day of competition, a lot like what we saw on the first day with something like a legless rope climb race, is that this is an event that can shake up the leaderboard when you look at the bar complex presented by Rogue.
It is. It's 3 attempts for max load of 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 jerk or a shoulder to overhead. Looks pretty easy, but it gets challenging real fast.
This is one of 2 events that were programmed by CrossFit that all semifinals will be having to do. And give us a little comparison across the world as we get set. Athletes will have 3 attempts, as you said. 3 cleans, any which way they choose. We already see 2 different techniques between. Damian Martinez.
So Kevin Ewers and Damian Martinez Satoris. Not okay.
I'm a little
confused what's going on the floor, but
athletes
yes.
are going a little wild on the floor right now. And an event presented by Rogue, why not have the athletes go Rogue as well?
So
it almost looked like Fabian Benito just started doing a complex randomly.
Just kind of warming up on the bar, that's nice. Athletes were instructed that they're not allowed to rest the barbell in the crease of the hip on the way down. They are allowed to let it hang, but they're not allowed to lean over and kind of rest.
Well, they're also not allowed to go out of order and lift any which time they please, but that is also happening apparently on the competition floor right now.
Well, what happens in Amsterdam stays in Amsterdam, so let's just...
Unless it's on video to a worldwide audience. Hello, everyone. Welcome to team event or individual event number 4.
There was that. Yes, okay.
So all athletes will get 3 attempts. 2 should be going at a designated time here in Rise Stadium, as the wealth of fans is now redistributing around the corner. Not one will just be on one side of the competition floor.
And that's interesting, the squat clean. So it's 135 kilos on the barbell. To squat clean it, you got to have a lot of confidence in those legs. He's going to need some drive to get overhead now.
135, just under 300 pounds at 297.
And that was no problem whatsoever.
Call that a micro split.
Yes.
So I had a few reps. So at the beginning, there's some confusion with the athletes. As you see, we're doing 2 lifters at a time. Only 1 athlete is going because in the back part of your screen, Fabian Benito went early. So they're allowing his set to count, so he will not take another lift during this turn.
Okay.
Which
Augusto Gesso, anyways, he gets 130. The next 2 lifters we have are Filip Lundqvist and Jonas Müller. I was talking to Jonas Müller yesterday, and he was saying, "I'm just looking to have fun, buddy. I've been around here for so long that if I qualify, obviously I'm going to show up, but primarily I'm here to have some fun." Jonas Müller starts out at 110 kilos. Filip Lundqvist at 125. CrossFit Garage in Umeå there. Philip Lundqvist looking good. Jonas Müller gets it. Lundqvist gets it as well. Nice, so we're through the entire first heat, first lift, which will take us back to Damian Martinez-Sartoris and Kevin Schurs.
Now that things have settled down after the first round of athletes, let's look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, it's pretty simple. I'm going to keep it simple this time. First thing, first lift should be a safe lift. It should be a lift that you know you can do, you can get, because you want to get on the scoreboard. The next one is a lift that you think you could get. So on a good day, you're going to get it. And the last one is the one that you hope you can get. So the last one, swing for the fences and try to climb up the ladder.
Restarting at our first two athletes, Damian Martinez in the front, Kevin Schurs in the back. Again, the complex is 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 shoulder overhead. Athletes may choose power or a squat version for the clean.
That 148 looking fairly comfortable.
Schurs in the back, yeah, 148. It's about 320 pounds. Wow.
It's not just that he does it, it's that he does it well.
I'm starting to figure out the way to your heart, Matt.
Yeah, it's not that hard, and I'll be honest about it as well. So next two athletes are Yuri Martinchenko and Piotr Mielczarek.
141 on the bar. 125, about 310 in the back, 275 on the front.
Oh, a bit of a slip there by Martinchenko.
One thing I felt that was curious is you would think opting for a power would help save your legs for the front squats. But I've talked to a lot of athletes that actually would prefer to receive the bar to full squat on the cleans.
Yep.
When you're talking about cycling the bar.
I think it has a lot to do with what you're used to and how comfortable you are with your leg strength. And also, how comfortable are you with your shoulder to overhead? Because you're going to need that drive. If you know that you've got drive to boot, the jerk of the shoulder to overhead is never going to be a problem for you, then absolutely, by all means. But otherwise, I'd keep my legs fresh.
And we saw that miss from Martinchenko. He had powered the first 2 and then dropped into a squat for the 3rd. Sometimes the bar makes the decision for you.
Yeah, it sure does. So David Mata and Nikita Yundov.
David Mata in the front looking like he has something personal against the platform by the way he was touch and going those cleans. Yundov in the back with a 142. That's right around 312 pounds. 137, just under 290. Mata not able to stabilize overhead.
Oh, Yundov able to stabilize either.
Almost looked like his feet got a little stuck on the split.
Which is interesting because his first lift, that shoulder to overhead or that jerk was no problem whatsoever. So now we're moving on to Augusto Gesso and Fabian Benito Celis.
The thing is, Fabian on his first attempt went early, so he's actually been standing around for quite a significant amount of time, though it doesn't seem to bother him very much after those first 3 cleans.
146 kilograms, no problem at all.
Just over 320 for Benito. And he's looking to have a better performance at the end of day 2 than he did at the beginning of day 1. One of the athletes that was a name we had in the mix for a possible top 5 coming out of this, but a unfortunate last place finish on the first event of the weekend.
It did not set him up the way I think he wanted to be set up and get the start that he wanted. So he's basically been trying to claw his way back up the leaderboard ever since. So Jonas Müller and Philip Lundqvist. Jonas Müller 115, Philip Lundqvist 130. Filip Lundqvist, not the biggest of athletes, but I mean, strong to boot. That 130 is going up like it's nobody's business. That's actually a better split jerk than the first one he did at 125.
And 2 for 2 for Lundqvist.
So we're going to start over again. Third lift for these athletes. Remember, it's 3 attempts. This is what I call the hope lift. So these are the weights they hope they could navigate.
And looks like Kevin Jers in the back is moved up to 151. It's just over 330 pounds, 332. Damian Martinez going for 136. Jers power clean on the first rep. Wider power clean on the second one.
Yeah.
And a split. Yeah, that's 3 different versions in one.
Let's see that jerk.
Just out in front from Martinez, so not going to be able to get that, but beautiful split jerk from Kevin Jers. So 151 is the heaviest weight we've seen go up so far, and he was successful. We'll have to see if Yuri Monachenko in the front part of your screen can get 125. He had missed it on his third clean attempt in the previous one.
Piotr Mielczarek did a great job on the last ones.
Mielczarek going at 143. That's right about 315.
Yuri Monachenko fighting his way up on that front squat.
Got further than he did on the first attempt at 125.
Yep.
One shoulder overhead for Monachenko on the left.
Oh, nice fight.
Able to fight through it.
Piotr looking very, very happy with that. I think he should be.
Now, there's a portion of this that is obviously for weight, since that is what we're testing here as far as scoring is concerned. But the time it takes to do the lift is also very important, because you can either rush too fast or you can take too long, and that's just a lot of time to have that weight on your body.
Absolutely. Just front racking that weight and standing around with it's going to tax you. It's gas right out the tank.
We'll see if David Mata is still angry at the platform. He's on the left side of your screen as Yundaf. Oh, yeah,
he's mad.
Unleash the fury. Yundaf looking very solid at 142 on the right side of your screen.
Yundaf did look very solid right up until the jerk on the last one as well. So this is when we're looking forward to seeing what Yundaf really has.
That was tough. That was just a long time for that bar to sit in the rack position for Mata. So
there you go.
I think he'll get credit for his first lift, but Yundaf is good at 142. 151 still stands for Kevin Jers. Heaviest lift we've seen so far. It's Fabian Benito on the back right side of your screen. 2 successful lifts, matching 151 that we saw for Jers. 140 on the lift for Augusto.
Not sure what just happened for Fabian.
Sure with the judge.
Augusto Gesso, though, gets his 140.
Was calling there.
It looked like Fabian was signaling something about the elbows in front of the bar.
Now there is one thing you do have to, the speed at which some of these athletes are going, they do have to be sure is that you stand up and complete the rep before the bar comes down, which may be the call that we're looking at, is that the bar came down.
So last 2 athletes right now, Jonas Müller, right side of your screen, Filip Lundqvist. On the left side of your screen, Filip Lundqvist going for 136. Jonas Müller going for 122. Jonas Müller just nailed that one. Filip Lundqvist, kom igen nu. Oh.
Just not able to get under it for 136. And this is the lift for Fabian Benito. As he's standing up, watches the bar.
It's a tight call.
The thing is, you got to watch for the bar. And again, this is a tight call and a strict call, but see if we can bring that again. As he's coming through. And that was on the last rep. It was the rep before where he got the no rep from. See if we can bring that back on the first two. Successful in the first one, but got a no rep on the second one. Now he would have been able to do another clean had he chose to, but instead he dropped the barbell.
Yeah.
Obviously communication between him and the judge.
Yep. But he can't be happy with this lifting event. I mean, he started early. He got his first 3 lifts earlier than everybody else because there was some uncertainty about when he was going to start. Now this. So he can't be happy.
He's trying to see if he will be allowed to do another attempt, which let's see that from the beginning again. So that pop off the top of the shoulders, you can see the judge come in looking for that again. And as far as control, that is not control at the top of the rep based off the standards of which have been given.
Correct.
It's a judgment call made by the judge if you go by the letter of it, regardless of what's been allowed and what's not.
But they did have that discussion yesterday. I heard that discussion yesterday where it's display control after every rep.
Fabian Benito, he's just having a rough weekend.
He is not having the weekend that he deserves, I think. But I think that's why he started lifting early as well. It's just like he wants to get after it. He knows he's capable of doing so much better than this and getting further up the ladder as well. He hears the 3-2-1 lift, gets after it, and forgets that, hey, you've got another 6 athletes ahead of me. So I think he's not having the weekend that he wants to have. That's true.
One heat down, 2 heats to go. This is the individual men event number 4 as heat 2 makes their way onto the competition floor. Event number 4, barbell complex presented by Rogue. You guys seen it before, and here it is again. 3 cleans, 2 front squats, 1 jerk. Really could choose whatever you want to. As we've had 3 events down, this will be our 4th event going into Sunday, and a lot can happen. We can twist the leaderboard right up on its head when it comes to a lifting event. The same thing we saw at the legless rope climbs to start things off as our Heat 2 athletes make their way onto the field.
So the worldwide leaders right now, Torian Pro, you had a 335-pound lift, and this is when we're going to have to, you're going to start having to help me because the math of this.
152 kilos.
152 kilos on the male side of the house, and you had a 345-pound lift on the female side of the house.
And if they're rounding up, we'll call it a cool 157.
Cool 157, okay. So if you want to make comparisons, absolutely, this is where you could reasonably do so.
We had a 151 in the previous heat as our heaviest weight lifted so far on the men's side. Just underneath that 335 mark, sitting at 332. As we get set to kick things off for heat number 2. First lifters, Casper Gemelmark and Fernando Martin.
Martin with 125 kilos on the barbell, Casper Gemelmark with 136. Mark making that look very, very good. Oh! So a little push jerk just to finish off with. That's nice. Next two lifters about to lift will be Sam Stewart and Topias Romo.
Sam Stewart, another one of those athletes that was considered in the running for a top 5 position here at Lowlands.
He was. I had a chat with him outside, and he wasn't exactly happy with where he was at. But at the same time, you know, he's just such a nice dude. I'm just gonna go out there, gonna do the best I can, and let's see where it ends up now.
135 for Sam Stewart. Topias Romo in the back. 130 on the right side of your screen.
Sam making this look good. Nice.
And you look at this complex, Maz, it's just one thing to be strong, and there's another thing to be technical.
Yes.
And there's another thing to have some endurance with both of those, but as the 5 reps leading up to the shoulder overhead take its toll, it really rewards the athletes that have the better technique under that fatigue.
Definitely. And that's why I get so excited every time I see somebody who has good technique, because you know that they're going to be saving themselves up on these safe lifts, which I'd like to call these first ones, saving themselves for the effort later. If you take too much out of the tank, that's not going overhead when you go for the last lift. So that's Victor Ljungdahl on the right side of your screen, 125. On the left side of your screen, just tapping out right now, was Matoush Koshar at 130.
Interesting.
Not sure what happened there. I hope he's okay. Victor Ljungdahl, 125. Next two athletes about to lift right there, that's Moritz Fiebig, Germany. That's Mats Sibis, also German, but living in Denmark, competing out of Butcher's Lab. So 140 kilograms on the bar for Moritz Fiebig.
140. 308 pounds.
He got the no rep as well. It's the control at the top of each rep. But he hung on to the bar.
And it's the same, also notice the same judge on the same platform, so at least there is some consistency there.
Moritz now needs to go for 2 front squats. At the same time as Mats Sibis nails his shoulder to overhead. Nice by Moritz.
A long time in the rack position though.
Sure is. Oh! Moritz Fiebig there.
And if you're just joining us, the no rep call has to do with showing control at the top of the clean. Sometimes athletes who are plenty strong enough will cycle that bar a bit quicker, where they won't show control by popping the bar off of the shoulders in that rack position before they stand up and secure the bar at the top of those cleans.
Yep. Oh, nice save here. Left side of your screen right now, that is Thiago Luces. 131 kilograms at the same time as Luka Vuniak.
This is the second heat of men, but based off Luka Vuniak's performance in event number 3, as Luces will also hit 31, he has actually moved himself into the top 5.
Yes.
So you look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta. You've seen a lot of hope out there lately.
We have seen a lot of hope out there. I mean, the first one needs to be a safe lift. You need to know what you can get so you get on the board. Second one is it needs to be a weight that you think you can clear. The last one needs to be a swing for the fences and try to crawl up the board.
Valmo Mark in the front part of your screen going for 141. Fernando Martin in the back at 131. And the heaviest weight we've seen so far is 151. Athletes are on their second round of lifts as Martine will just miss the shoulder to overhead.
But Gammelmark, no problem at all, push jerking that 141.
As you look back at your standings so far, we have not reseeded after event 3. Like we said, Luka Vunjak is in this heat, but he's currently sitting in 5th, just 3 points ahead of Enrico Zanoni. In fact, the other athletes he's with, Moritz Fiebig, sitting in 8th overall, just 18 points out of a qualifying spot. And if you look at the scoring system that we had, that's a difference between 1st and 4th, or 4 places at the top of the leaderboard. So there is a lot that can go down here in this lifting event.
And remember, Moritz Fiebig just didn't make the first complex. So Sam Stewart, left side of the screen, 141 kilograms. There you go, Sam Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. 141, Topias Romo, 135.
Stabilize.
Oh. You need to display control. Next 2 athletes about to lift, Matoush Koshar and Victor Yuvdal.
Koshar opting to pretty much call it in the middle of his complex in the first round.
Looks better now. I was hoping nothing was wrong. It looks like nothing was wrong. Maybe it just didn't like the feel of it.
And sometimes that bar can hit that light out switch that resides somewhere in the collarbone region. There you go, 130 good for Koshar on the left side of your screen. 132 for Victor.
Both of them looking pretty happy with that, which is, that makes me happy. So this is going to be interesting. Mats Sibis and Moritz Fiebig, next athletes. Moritz Fiebig had 140 on the bar later, or in the first attempt. Didn't quite make that. He got a no rep and had to do an extra clean.
It's funny, I played that same game with my son when he was a baby that Fiebig was just doing with himself.
And that works.
There it is, 3 good cleans. He had to do an extra one on the previous set. I'm talking about an extra rep at 140 in a full squat clean.
Nice. Moritz Fiebig.
That's tough for Fiebig. As Sibis gets 125, is that he's sitting in 8th, as we said, just 18 points out of a qualifying position.
Yep.
This is an event that he needs or needed to do well to advance forward, because some of the athletes sitting there in the top 5, Lazar Drugic has said this is not the event for him.
Exactly.
And that's what you need when athletes are ahead of you, but when you lose an entire rep.
Exactly. Well, that's going to be Luka Vunjak, 141 on the barbell. Chagolu says 135.
Vunjak sitting in 5th overall with 223. There's a tie for 6th behind him, just 3 points back at 220. This is where kilos, seconds, points matter. That's just one placing in the top 10 difference between 220 and 223 with a 4-point drop from the 1st to 10th. Oh, Vunjak not able to get 141. Who says is able to get his lift as we go back to the beginning one more time.
Gammelmark 144 on the bar. Fernando Martinez got 132. Martin power cleaning the first 3. Oh,
was just a product of going too fast.
Yeah. And possibly even starting to think about those front squats as well. His mind is just somewhere else for the last one. Nope.
Both athletes will miss their third and final attempt.
So we're on the Sam Stewart and Topias Romo. Topias Romo has 135 kilos on the barbell, 146 for Sam Stewart. But you need to stay in the lift, in every single solitary lift. You can't start focusing on anything else just yet.
Stewart on the left at 146. Topias Romo on the right at 135.
Work by Sam.
146, approaching at 320 pounds.
Topias Romo just sat over. He's fine.
We've all been there. Don't worry, Romo. We've all been there. Maybe not at that one.
Oh! Man.
Stewart just not able to get 146 overhead.
I mean, Stewart did a great job. It was all about depth. Barbell, great. Barbell path, great. Length, so actual depth in the step, great. Just didn't bend that the rear knee as much as I would have liked in a perfect world. Easy for me to sit up here, resting heartbeat of, I don't know, 50 and a cup of coffee, watching this. We're on to Victor Ljungdahl and Mateusz Kojar.
Mateusz asking the crowd for help, and I don't blame him. And more athletes need to pander to the crowd to get them going. That's what they're here for.
Shoulder to overhead. Victor Ljungdahl. Kom igen nu. Oh, no. It's a great attempt, but it did end up just a little bit ahead of him.
One shoulder overhead for Mateusz.
Yes!
Oh, there it is. 133. That's actually the first successful third attempt we've seen from the last 6 athletes. Moritz Fiebig sitting in 8th overall at a successful 140. Needs to be careful.
That was close. There you go.
143 on the bar. Fiebig, 18 points out of 5th place. With Bunyak holding onto that spot, who's just a platform over to the right. He's got to stay on the platform.
Hope Morris is okay.
Barbell's going everywhere.
And Seabu's just checking. Did I get that or not? No, you fell off the platform, so you didn't.
Just that little step forward.
Morris, I just hope you're good, dude.
It's good on.
Last 2 athletes out here.
141 for both athletes. Vunek in the back or the right side of your screen needs to do as much here as he can as he's holding on to that coveted 5th place position, just 3 points ahead of Zanoni and Munweiler, who you'll see in the next heat.
So who's got the, Bunyak tapping out to the shoulder to overhead.
It looked good, and that's one of those things that we said, that bar in the rack position, if it hits in a certain way, there's a special switch somewhere here in the collarbone where it just turns the lights out.
There sure is, but so 151, still the heaviest weight thrown all the way through by Kevin Jors.
Close out heat number 2. Fiebig having a conversation with the head judge. He got a successful 140, but here are your standings. After 3 events, as one final heat for the men is ready to take the stage for the last time on day 2. Lazar Jukic sitting at top of the leaderboard, 20-point lead on Uldis Upniks. Luka Jukic 20 points back behind him. In fact, we're dropping 20s all the way to BKG with 228, and then we have a tight bundle of athletes from 4th all the way to 7th. As Fiebig wasn't able to hit that last weight, Luka Vunjak was the only athlete in Heat 2 currently in the top 5. And we'll have to see if Mundweiler or Zanoni, who are just 3 points back and tied for that 6th place position. It's a 4-point drop from places 1st through 10th, so that is all the difference they need to put them back into a top 5 position.
And let's not forget one of the names on there, so you know that both Luka and Lazar won't necessarily go and win this event. But you do have Adrian Mundweiler, who's sitting just outside contention right now. No stranger to a heavy barbell. Very aware that he's within striking distance. So this is going to be very interesting. And then let's never not talk about BKG.
BKG just casually sitting up there in 4th place. 5th, 4th, and a 12th finish for BKG. As event number 4, the final event for day number 2. And a lot can happen with an event like this going into Sunday. Right now in the center part of your screen, Lazar Jukic, your current overall leader. We look at this event 4 presented by Rogue.
3 attempts for max load of 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 jerk, or a shoulder to overhead. If you want to strict press it, you're welcome to do so.
151 is the heaviest weight we've seen so far. Your worldwide leaders, because we have 2 semifinals that have already done this event around the world, presented by Guaranteed Rate. 335 from the Torium Pro is about a 152 kilo lift, where 345 out of the Syndicate Crown is a 156.
So Lucas Oyser and Callum Clements. First 2 athletes out there, 126 for Lucas and Callum at 135.
Good for both athletes.
135. Enrico Sinoni and Haraldo Holgersson, next 2 athletes out there, and Enrico Sinoni is also within striking distance, so he needs a good event here.
Enrico Sinoni, 220 is his total points. He's tied with Adrian Mundweiler. We'll see him in just a second. What's important is that they're both just 3 points out of that 5th place position as they're tied with 220. Luka Vunjak holding on to that 5th place position with 223 points.
Solid lift there by Sinoni. Holgersson, same thing. Next 2 athletes on the way are Michael Smith and Adrian Mundweiler. Mundweiler going for 135, Smith for 130.
Mundweiler tied with Zanoni, who he just saw, 3 points behind Luka Vunjak. $135 was the lift from Luka Vunjak. So if Munweiler can get this, he'll at least be tied with him, but he's going to need to beat him by at least a spot to get the 4 points needed to jump him. And after that lift, I think he may be capable of doing so.
Oh, nice lift by Smith as well. Both athletes clearing their weights. 130 for Michael Smith, 135 for Adrian Munweiler. And what I liked about it was the way Munweiler did it.
Next up,
Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson and Uldis Upenix.
One thing to note, Uldis Upenix, his judge is the one that is being very strict with the rules. Now, This is the thing, right? This is the letter of the law. This is the rule. His judge is upholding that standard.
Absolutely.
And as an athlete, you need to understand who you are working with. As Uldis is opting for that power clean. Again at 127. Uldis sitting in second overall with 268 points. 40 points clear, really 48 points clear of the 6th place athlete, where BKG is only 8 points clear.
Both athletes, great lifts, no doubt whatsoever. And so here we have a family reunion.
As fate would have it.
Which is great, just a family barbecue. So let's lift some weights.
The big brother would just do 1 kilo more.
Obviously. So Luka Dukic, Lazar Dukic, 130 and 131 kilograms.
Lazar sitting in first overall with 288 points. Luka sitting in third with 248. This is going to be a damage control event for the both of them. They're just going to make sure they have a decent first attempt. Lazar will get 131.
Luka gets 130.
So now they've got something on the board.
It was that safe lift.
As we close things out for the first round of 3. And we'll go back to our starting 2 athletes.
Ten seconds, we're going to get Callum Clements. Again, we're also going to see Lukas Oise. 132 for Lukas, 141 for Callum.
Callum on the right had a good start to the weekend with that 4th place finish in event number 1, but 18th and 20th since then. It's going to be a miss at 132.
Oh!
And not able to get underneath the bar for 141 for Callum.
In a perfect world, I know that this is completely up to how you're feeling and so on, but in a perfect world, I would have loved to see Callum just go for that jerk a little bit earlier. He stood around for a while, and 142 in a front rack position, that's going to cost you. So now we have Enrico Sinoni and Haraldur Holgason, both of them at 136. Sinoni successful with the split jerk for 136.
Now 136 is very important because we were told that Vunyak got 135. So that is a kilo difference that could be the place differencing that he needs to move up into the top 5 over Luka Vunyak.
And Holgersson just missed as well. So Adrian Munweiler, 140 kilos. Michael Smith, 135.
Munweiler going up to 140. It's even more important for him as he is tied with points on Zanoni, who just hit 136. So if he can hit this lift, he'll move up into the top 5.
Yes, no problem whatsoever. Congratulations, Mundi. You've got one more chance as well, as Michael Smith is putting the finishing touches on his complex. Yes. He's so strong.
Big lift for a big boy, 135 for Michael Smith. Oldest Upniks, 132 on the bar. As we said, he was sitting in second overall with 268.
140 for Björkvin.
40 points clear of 5th, but with Munweiler hitting 140, that is going to vault him up. So this is a very important lift for Oldest to keep himself in the top 5. Same thing for BKG, going for 140 on the left side of your screen.
Oh, Björkvin looking so strong. 140 for Björkvin.
32 is good for Upniks. And now these athletes got some decisions to make, because BKG is currently in 4th place, only 5 points clear, or 8 points clear of being out of the top 5. Where Uldis at 132, we've seen a lot of lists above that so far.
Are you not entertained once again?
The Jukic brothers get ready to set up for their second lift. Lazar on the right, jumping 6 kilos, where Luka just 3.
What a great song, Final Countdown. Very fitting this as well. Lazar, 137, nice.
Good save, back foot almost went off the back of the platform. So 137, now it's good for him, as that's keeping him ahead of Uldis. As Luka does not get 133. He looks pretty exhausted after that attempt. So you close out round 2, moving into the 3rd and final round. There's been a lot of 140s on the board. If you can look at the left side of your screen, your standings so far. Lazar at 288, Upniks at 268, but he has only hit 132. We've seen plenty of 35 pluses since then. If you just think the difference between 1st and 10th with our scoring system is actually 46 points from 100.
So 141 for Callum again. Now he stands this up. Like him to see him to be just a little bit faster. That's better. That's better. Oh.
See Uldis and Lazar breathing a sigh of relief, because that definitely would have put them in a bigger hole.
Yeah.
As we now have a 140 attempt by Zanoni, and so this will match what Munweiler hit earlier, as they were tied in points coming into this, both sitting 3 points out of a qualifying position. If he were to match this and Munweiler not hit his, they would remain tied, but both should jump Vunjak, who is sitting in 5th place with 3-point lead on both of them. .136 on the right for Holgersen. Wow.
Oh, Zanoni gets 140.
I'll be completely honest, if you'd asked me a $10 bet before he did that shoulder overhead, I would have said there's no way he was getting that, just based off how he looked.
I would not have taken that bet. I would have been like, I'm joining you on that side of the fence, but no.
Holgersen not able to get 136. Now, Zanoni and Munweiler, you can see Munweiler in the back, both tied at 140. Both tied for 6th place on the leaderboard. Both ahead of Luka. Munweiler needs to hit this lift if he wants to separate himself.
No.
Oh. So now Moonweiler and Zanoni tie again.
Oh. It looked like that second clean just hit him straight in the throat.
Michael Smith, 136. This will be a big lift for him if he gets it. Wow.
Yes.
Yes. Wow. So 136 for Smith. As you look behind him, Ubnik's also going for 36.
See,
just see
that's
what
it.
happened.
That was the one.
Yeah, that bar got way out in front of him on that touch and go, especially after that lift.
Yep, hit him right in the throat, which completely messed up the bar path on the way down.
And you just saw the end of that. BKG was looking over to see what Moonweiler was or wasn't going to hit, so he has opted to go up to 143. He didn't make that decision until Moonweiler had missed the lift. Ubnik's needs to get 136 to do a little bit of damage control, as he only has 132 as a successful lift at the moment. BKG has 140 already. Make that 143 and 136.
So important for both these athletes. Sigh of relief from Björkman, but also a, hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to pick it up again.
I say this with all due respect to BKG, but he would make one hell of a Bond villain.
Oh, God, you think so?
Just silent.
Yes.
It's the silent, scary ones.
It's either that or Hitman. It's one of those two, but yes, definitely. As we are back to the Dukic brothers right here. Lazar, 140 on the barbell.
If Lazar can get this, that'll be huge for him to keep that first place position on the leaderboard. Haven't seen a lot of 140s. Moonweiler and Zanoni both tied with that. BKG just hit 143.
Oh, Lazar 140.
That's huge.
That is. And yes, Luca as well.
Luca needed that. Not the biggest lift that you could tell that he wanted, but he had a decent lead on that sixth place position. However, we may not have a lot of shifting, but we definitely will have a lot of compressing at the top of the leaderboard for the men going into Sunday.
Definitely. But another thing for Lazar Dukic, which I think is really important, is that this was an event that he was like, yeah, I'm just going to go damage control this and not lose. That's not what he did. He went out and performed, which is a completely different thing, and it's got to give him a lot of energy going into the last day tomorrow.
This was the one event that he was actually worried about coming into the weekend. And
if this is how we handle things that we're worried about, I think we're doing good. But another thing I just got to, you're going to see it in a second. Two brothers on the floor next to each other. Some of the finest that Europe has to offer. Man, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. If I'd been a better athlete, I would have been competing with my brother. But yeah, so no, just really, really cool to see those two out there.
So Lazar Dukic should maintain his first overall position, but with a 143 successful lift, BKG may be moving up the leaderboard from fourth, and he's down with Lauren Smith.
He is indeed. BKG, that 143 in the scheme of the standings as you close out day two, just how important was that for you?
It was probably one of the most important events of my career, except the last event at the 2018 regionals, when I secured the spot to the games. This one was a hype. Crowd is crazy.
I saw you before you went for that lift. Look over to the crowd, I assume to your coach Jami, putting up your hands deciding what weight you're going to lift, but didn't make that decision until Adrian Moonweiler went? Was that the case? How did you come to the decision of the 143?
Yeah, well, I've put me in a position now that I need to be thinking about what I'm doing, because I'm not secured, and the weekend, this is the fourth event of the weekend, so yeah, basically whatever Adrian was going to hit, I was going to match that, or luckily he didn't make that 145 and I could go lower and hit 143. So that's like a PR for me. I think I hit 140 in practice, but with the crowd here, fucking amazing.
They are, aren't they? What's that like for you, for someone with your experience, to be going into the final day not in a secure position?
Well, I am very known for this kind of situations, both at the games and here at the regionals. But I would prefer not to do this again. So hopefully this will put me in a little better position than after the event this morning.
It was great. Great job.
Thank you.
Björkgren does have a little bit of a Pat Vellner-ish air about him, where it's like, yeah, I'm going to get myself in trouble. I'm going to claw my way out of it. I'm going to be awesome, by the way. But also interesting to see that he just PR'd his. Well, I'm not sure if it's a complex, but
complex, yeah.
Probably gone heavier just on a single rep, but yeah, BKG, awesome athlete, and I'm so happy to see him move up into that position as well.
Exciting finish for the individual men for day number 2, but don't worry. We still have the individual women getting set to take on event number 4, the barbell complex. Don't go anywhere, but for now, for Mads Jacobsen, Lauren Smith, I'm Chase Ingram. Final action from the Lowlands Throwdown coming up next. Individual women make their way onto the competition floor for the final day on Saturday here at the Lowlands Throwdowns, as we are getting set for the Barbell Complex Women's Event number 4 presented by Rogue.
We are ready to go. It is 3 attempts for max load of 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 shoulder to overhead.
We have 3 heats of women, just like we did for the men. A pair will go at a time. 1 minute to lift.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Little change up at the top 5 in our leaderboard. Laura Horvath still maintaining that first place position, but only 8 points clear now of Lucy Campbell. Matilda Garns still in the top 5, although dropped much more into 3rd place. Karin Friola as well, but this should be a good bounce back event for her. And Gabby Magawa has now moved herself up into a top 5 position for the first time all weekend.
But she's only 8 points ahead of Sara Sigmundsdottir. And this could very well be an event that Sara Sigmundsdottir is going to do very, very well in.
Your lane assignments are heat number 1. In an event like this, with whether it's a max lift or a complex or a ladder, we'll see as much volatility on the leaderboard like we would as something we saw event 1 to start off the weekend with the legless rope climbs.
Definitely, and I'm also wondering if there's a sleeper. Remember, Kevin Yours was in the first heat, setting 150-51, so let's see if there's a sleeper in this heat. The first 2 athletes out there, Tatiana Diaco and Anaï Loncru. Tatiana going for 88 kilos, Loncru for 86. Both athletes successful.
We have not reseeded heats after event 3. We will reseed going into tomorrow. See, Valentina Magalote had an amazing event 3 to start the day off.
She must be pretty happy going into this one, having that in the bag.
Opening up with 81 kilos. Maria Longfors at 80.
I think
that's Jana Gertz.
Yep. No problem. Jana gets 80 kilos. Magalotti just getting a little bit of a pointer. Yeah, so my back foot, you need to do what? So next two athletes, Nelly Nurmi, Maria Lengfors. Nelly Nurmi going for 86 kilograms, 85 for Maria. Both looking very comfortable. Kilo Maria Lengfors. 86 Nelly Nurmi.
We have our heaviest weight on the bar so far, 90 kilos.
Yep, Ella Bunga going for 90. Jasmine Gerardi going for 85. Athletes are allowed to hold on to the bar before they come back. They just can't rest it in the crease of their hip. Only the shoulder to overhead left for Ella Bunga. And there she goes. Did look a little bit heavier than I would have expected for the first opening complex for Ella. Last two lifters, Vesterberg Kolstad, Madeleine Persson.
93.
Vesterberg making that look easy. Close to stepping off the platform there with her rear foot, but no problem at all. Vesterberg Kolstad, 93 kilos. 83, Madeleine Persson.
93 kilos, right at 205 pounds.
So we're moving back to the first two ladies, Tatiana Diacou, Anaïs Loncru.
As we move into our second wave, let's look at the recipe for success for this three-lift style event.
Well, I think what's interesting here and the way you set yourself up for success is to consider the first complex one that you're safe with. You need to get on the board. You can't have 3 attempts that are missed. The second one is the weight that you think you can get. On a good day, you're going to get this and it will put you in contention. And if you get those 2, the third one should be the one that you hope for to make your way up the leaderboard. Anything else is going to be any of those decisions being different is going to be what gets you in trouble. So the cause of your challenges will be these. 91 kilos for Loncru, and Diacou just got 90 kilos. 91 kilos, Loncru.
3 athletes now in the 90s. 90, 91, 93. Heaviest list we've seen so far as we are just into our second pairing of the second round here in heat number 1.
So Valentina Magalotti going for 84. Jana Gertz going for 85. Oh, Jana gets fighting with those 85 kilos. 84, Valentina Magalotti, no problem. Jana gets a lot better on that one. It's just a shoulder to overhead left. Oh, ends up just a little bit ahead of her. So Nelly Nurmi and Maria Längfors. Nelly Nurmi going for 91 kilograms, and so is Maria Längfors. Kilos, Maria Längfors looking good. Nelly Nurmi, shoulder to overhead left at 91 kilos. Oh, yes.
Wow, what
nice.
a save.
That was a nice save.
About as close as you could get to the edge of the platform. Athletes are not permitted to step off the platform and attempt to walk it back. So as soon as that foot hits the floor off the platform, it will be a no rep.
Obviously, safety precaution. We saw Morris Fiebig step off. Could have gone really, really bad. I think Morris is okay, so we're good. That being said, we have Jasmine Gerardi at 88 kilograms. We've got Ella Wungar at 94. Gerardi just missing out on the shoulder to overhead, and the 94 kilos turns out to be a little bit too heavy for Ella Wungar as well. Let's see what Veslamer Kolstad puts on the bar. She had 93 kilos in the first set. 97 kilograms. Casually throwing around 97 kilos, Veslamer Kolstad. Yes, 97 kilograms.
They said what's important too is the ability to move the bar that fast, that well, is also so vital about the time that they're sitting with that heavy bar on their body.
I think that's what we saw with Ella Wungar, to be honest. I mean, she was doing really, really well, but she was spending a lot of time holding onto that bar, and it's just taxing. The last lift or last complex for these ladies, we're starting that out now with Tatiana Diacou and Anaï Loncru. Loncru has 95 kilos on the barbell, Diacou 91.
Seen a couple of 91 so far. Obviously, you just saw 97.
Diacou spending a lot of time in that front rack position. Let's get that overhead now. Nice! Wow. Tatiana Diacou, 91 kilograms. Tap out by Loncru at 95. This allows Jana Geerts and Valentina Magalotti to start lifting.
It's like 101's getting loaded on the bar for Kolstad.
Oh, I love that.
The 4-kilo jump, as you see 87 and 85. 85 not going to happen for Geerts. Valentina
not going to happen.
Also not going to get it. So
this opens up the field to Nella Nurmi and Maria Längfors.
Both going for 94.
And the same thing as you were talking about before, Nella Nurmi took a little bit longer on that complex. Långfors faster touch and going her cleans in the previous round. Let's see if it pays dividends now.
Nurmi still going as a power clean to start the complex.
Yep.
And now down to a squat clean for the second rep.
Långfors still just touch and going it. Oh. Good fight by Nurmi. Oh. Shouldered overhead left.
She had a strong overhead position for the last two lifts.
Yeah.
And that one just punched out front.
Yep. I do think both these ladies played it just right, though. They got a safety lift, no problem. They got a lift that they were happy with, and this was, hey, if this works, it's awesome. Yasmin Girardi, 88 kilograms, 92 for Ella Vugna, so she's gone down from 94.
She had everything but the last shoulder overhead. So only that 2 kilo drop can be the difference for her. Giraldi will not make her attempt at 88.
Oh, 92 not going to happen for Ella Vugna either.
We come to our last two athletes.
Westermer Kolstad wants a bit of help from the crowd at 101.
There it is.
Madeleine Persson right behind her going for 88, but this is all about Westermer Kolstad and her 101 kilograms.
She cycled through that complex so quickly as 88's not going to happen for Kolstad or for Pearson. Kolstad, oh, just looking so smooth in the front squats. One more shoulder overhead.
Oh! I love that she tried. She got 97 though. Westermer Kolstad, you're an actual hero. I like that.
You see that just a little in front. Surprising as everything else looks so easy.
It's just, I think it's just a timing thing. I mean, if you'd given her the option of, you know, do this in your own pace, don't worry about everything else. I think she does that 9 out of 10 times in practice, but she's got to be pretty happy with 97 kilograms still.
Maybe look at the weights that they're getting up to. Is the smallest centimeter here or there can be the difference maker, where a little bit lighter weight, you can save that, press that out a little bit, but at these, has to make a break.
Absolutely. I usually talk about the Y. It's like, so you think about the letter Y and how it's just open, super open to start with. The heavier that weight gets, that just gets smaller and smaller, and at the end, it's not just the weight, it's also you need to put it in the right place.
Those will reset the competition field. 2 more heats left to go for the individual women for event number 4. Barbell complex, one of 2 events that CrossFit has programmed for all 10 semifinals around the world. Event number 4 presented by Rogue.
3 attempts for max load of 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 shoulder to overhead.
As heat 2 is getting set to come out, heaviest weight we've seen so far on the women's side is 97 kilos. Heaviest weights around the world, Tia Claire Toomey hitting 245 at the Torian Pro is 111. 111 kilos, tied by Kristen Kohlenbrander as well as Haro, and I believe Haro is 18 years old at the Syndicate Crown. So yet another incredible teen athlete coming up the ranks on the women's side.
But you've got to wonder, so are these athletes actually comparing themselves to anybody else out there, or are they just going, hey, I'm just looking to win the event? Or are we the only ones comparing him?
Well, that's what we do, right? Comparison for comparison's sake.
It's exactly what it is. Everybody else will tell you from the rest of the world it is not a competition. We will tell you it is absolutely a competition. And if you share our belief, then you're probably out there on the floor competing.
Heat 2 making their way out on the competition field. This will be their final event of day number 2. Already had 3 events up into this point.
It's Linda Kiesman in the middle of your picture right now, looking pretty focused, trying to find out, where do I want to go?
See the crowd on the back side of the competition floor. They're only over there because there's no more room on this side of the competition field. As all the athletes will be facing this direction, the crowd decided to move over so they could see these athletes take on individual event number 4.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
As we get set for heat number 2, as we said, 3 rounds.
Oh, 95 kilograms, 95 kilograms out there. 95 kilograms on the floor right now on one of these platforms.
Well, we do see a 95 out there.
I think that is actually Linda Kiesman.
After 3 events, Laurel Horvath sitting on top of the leaderboard at 272, 8 points back Lucy Campbell. And you look at your top 5 athletes with Matilda Garns, Karin Freyova, if you can see on the left side of your screen. Megala holding that 5th and final spot by just 8 points over Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Elena Sanahua also in contention here. Is that a lot of these athletes in these earlier heats, these weights are going to have massive impacts when you have a tight race of 12, 8, 6, 2 points when it comes to top 5 athletes trying to make their bid to Madison, Wisconsin.
So the first 2 athletes out there are Noortje Bleeker and Martina Krusiak. Noortje Bleeker going for 85 kilograms on the front of your screen, black top, black pants. Martina Krusiak, 75, the back of the screen. Blue tights and white top.
Heaviest weight we've seen so far here at Lowlands is 97 kilos.
No problem at all for neither 2 of these athletes. So Noortje Bleeker, Martina Krusiak, successful in their first complex.
The athlete's been waiting quite a while to get their crack at this one.
Pretty sure that they're pretty fired up, though. So next 2, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is Claudia Gluck at the front part of your screen, is feeling the vibe here at the...
If you're going to do it, have fun at it. So Sanna Venneläinen and Claudia Gluck out there on the floor. Claudia Gluck on the left side of your screen. Sanna Venneläinen, 90 kilos on the bar on the right side of your screen.
Gluck has moved all the way up into 9th overall, so she's currently sitting in the top 10 after her 2nd place finish in event number 3 earlier.
I'm starting to see a common denominator if you're from Finland. You like lifting weights and you're good at rowing. Sanna Venneläinen, successful at 90 kilos. I think her coach just let her know that 95 is the dish he will be serving, that should be served for the next complex. Linda Kiesman.
Speaking of 95.
95 kilos on the barbell. She's out there with Eik Gylfadottir. Eik Gylfadottir on the left side of your screen going for 78 to start with, but 95, Linda Kiesman. Oh.
That's a good start. One more clean for Kiesman on the right side of your screen. Gylfadottir already into her front squats. 78 good for Gylfadottir on the left. And 95 good for Kiesman.
I love the way Kiesman just went fast on the two first ones, felt like she wasn't quite there, just took a breather and then went for it. Complete control. This is no chance lifts.
The next two athletes to go, Boyhana Moya and Sapphire Goddard. Boyhana on the left, she is sitting in 8th place. Just 21 points out of that 6th place position. She also tied for second with Claudia Gluck for 2nd place in event 3.
Boyhana making that look very easy. Almost a little bit too casual on the shoulder to overhead, but the lifts, no problem whatsoever.
And that shows that it's cleaning that up, able to just push that out to finish the rep. Shows that she has a lot left in the tank if she can clean up that technique on the shoulder overhead.
Julie Hågaard, Megan Lovegrove, the Dane and the resident of Denmark. Megan Lovegrove has moved to Randers. Megan Lovegrove, right side of your screen, 88 kilograms on the bar, 86 for Julie Hågaard.
Lovegrove from the United Kingdom. Well, she, as she said, she has changed residence. 88 and 86.
Both successful.
So we got the nervous round out of the way as we have moved back over to lanes 1 and 2 between Bleeker and Krysiak. As we move it around 2, let's look at our recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, first lift you want a safe lift. You want to make sure you get some points on the board. Second one, grab a weight that you think on a good day you will be able to make, because you know you need to make some points as well. And the last one, if you clear the first 2, go for a weight that you hope you can move. Everything else will be a result of the weight that you choose. So be smart about the weights that you choose to make sure that you get some results on the bar or on the board. 91 kilos in the front of your screen here by Nortje Bleeker, black top, black pants. 80 kilos at the back here by Martina Krysiak. Nortje Bleeker looking very strong. It's good. It's shoulder to overhead left. Nice. 91 kilos.
91, good for Bleeker. That's right at 200 pounds. Best lift we've seen, still 97 kilos in the previous heat.
90 kilos, Claudia Gluck, front of your screen. Sanna Vendelainen, 95, back of your screen. Or on the right of your screen now. Successful, Claudia Gluck.
Wow, good save.
Great job, Sanna Vendelainen, 95.
She's done. One thing I loved about what Sanna did is after her second front squat, she repositioned herself into the middle of the platform.
Yes.
And she needed that because the length of her split basically took up the whole back part of the platform. So that was a very savvy move.
It was. Speaking of savvy, Linda Kiesman, 98 kilos.
This will be 1 kilo over the heaviest weight we've seen so far. Gylfadottir on the left at 82. That miss for Kiesman. Oftentimes we see patience at the bottom for the snatch. But some of that applies also to the jerk.
It does, and I mean, the barbell ended up just a little bit in front of her. And there's just the margins. They're not there. Not at this weight. 96 kilos now, Ohana Moye.
See a big lift for Moye. Sitting in 8th place. 39 points out of a qualifying position. However, as we're at the halfway point, 3 events to go and still pressing it out. My goodness.
Sapphire Goddard, great technique at 88 kilos.
See if Moya had that technique, how much weight she could get overhead.
But I think that's the problem with being incredibly strong, is that you're just going to rely on being strong. Because I'll be fair, that's not great technique on that jerk.
So 96. That becomes the second heaviest weight we've seen so far. We've seen a couple 95s. We have a 97 already on the board. Kiesman looked like she had her lift, but just couldn't get the last shouldered overhead. We've got 93 and 91.
It's good there. And Megan Lovegrove on the right side of your screen. That looks good. Consistent in the shouldered overhead now. Oh. Megs. 91 kilo, Julia Hogo. Megs.
Round 2 done. And as your recipe for success dictated, it's time for hope.
It's time for hope.
Time for hope.
And Linda Kiesman's got to be, I'm wondering, what is she thinking? She got it, yep, 98 still on the bar for Linda Kiesman. So we're back to Nortje Bleeker and Martina Krusiak. Nortje Bleeker has 95 kilos on the barbell. 85 for Martina Krusiak.
Bleeker currently in 14th overall. 144 points. Best finish is event 1 with 11.
Martina Krusiak drops the barbell.
Krusiak sitting in 19th. This could be, if we hit this, oh, definitely had that.
She did, but she has 91 in the bank. Nortje Bleeker still looks pretty happy with it. And that was not a bad lift. She just, it looks like she doesn't believe in it, so she doesn't drive her head through her shoulder or through her arms.
93 for Gluck.
97 for Vendelenen.
I was gonna let you say it because I love when you say her name.
Thank you.
Sounds so much better when it comes out of your mouth.
We're gonna have to ask Sanna about that afterwards. Be like, no, I like it when Chase says it.
97 would tie the heaviest lift we've seen.
Oh, yes!
Yes! What a save!
Sanna Vendelenen, 97 kilograms. She's got to be happy with that.
I thought that was going to be...
I love that she stuck with it. The 98 kilograms on the bar for Linda Kiesman.
Kiesman had this lift earlier, just not enough patience at the bottom of the split. I think she just relaxes that back knee a little bit.
Yep.
That's there. Gylfadottir, one more front squat at 85 to go before she goes overhead. Kiesman.
Yes!
There it is.
98.
Gylfadottir not able to secure 85 overhead. So Kiesman will be the new leader in the clubhouse with 98 kilos.
But look at the dip right now. She dips a little. Oh, you see it from the side. Okay. But she dips a little bit too fast, which means the barbell actually leaves the rack position, and as she transitions, she kind of tackles the barbell, and force meets force, you lose what? Force. Or power meets power, you lose power, whichever way you want. But it's just with that kind of potential, if she gets that dialed in, holy smokes.
Moya Oliver, 101. Goddard on the right at 91 kilos. Moya on her first front squat. One more to go before we go overhead. She's pressed out each one. She has the strength.
No.
And that's where we say, under fatigue, the purpose of these 5 reps is to tax that strength to ensure that you have the technique. I think better technique, that bar gets overhead, no problem.
Absolutely, I agree, 110%. Great technique, Sapphire Goddard. Looks great.
So Kiesman should maintain the lead so far with 98 kilos. So we still have one more heat remaining. This is the second heat of 3. Final event of the day for day 2 here at the Lowlands Throwdown. Crowd has been fantastic all day long.
92 kilos, Megan Lovegrove. Julia Holger, 95 kilograms.
More for Lovegrove. Back right side of your screen.
Oh!
Big part of that too is her foot just got stuck at the back of the platform.
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a fight.
95 on the bar. Little reset.
Yes! Soten!
Tell you what, it's not often you see a reset, another reset, and still be able to get the lift. But Kiesman.
I don't know if anybody's ever called Julia Holger stubborn, but let me just do it right now. She was not letting that go anywhere, but I am a huge fan of Linda Kiesman. Where have you been? This is awesome. The way she does it and the attitude that she has, I'm a fan. Congratulations, Holland. What an awesome athlete you have. 98 kilos. Oh, Sanna Vendelin didn't even think she has a good lift. Sanna Vendelin has a good lift herself, so.
Kiesman sitting in 15th overall with 137. Best finish so far is 11th. Barring everyone beating her in the next heat, I think she will improve upon that. And as we reset for the 3rd and final heat, let's look at your new leader. Linda Kiesman's down with Lauren Smith.
Yeah, Linda Kiesman here, local girl, Dutch, hitting 98 in front of a home crowd. What did that mean?
Yeah, it means a lot to have my friends here and my colleagues. Everyone is here, so yeah, it makes me very happy.
Have you got a message to the crowd who really supported you during that lift?
Dankjewel.
You had to go for it twice after a no rep in the first one. How did you narrow yourself in and keep your cool?
I didn't keep myself cool, I was very stressed. But yeah, I figured it out.
You certainly did. Ladies and gents in the crowd, let's hear it.
I don't know if she has a fan club, but I want to be a part of it. Do you have anything you want to say to the crowd? Thank you very much. I mean, she lifts really, really well. She's a great athlete. She just looks like the nicest person in the world as well. Linda Kiesman, I'm your fan. If there's a fan club, let me just sign us up. I think you can get Chase on board as well.
Absolutely, 98 kilos. Until you start hitting a bit more than I can, then no longer a fan. No longer a fan. But yes, 98 kilos on the board for Kiesman. 2 heats down, 1 heat remaining. Not just the end of the women's event, but the end of day 2 is coming up because Barbell Complex women's event number 4 presented by Rogue is next. And oh, this is a classic.
Oh,
this is a
love
classic.
Totti on the floor right there. If anybody knows how to get a crowd going, it would be Totti and Greg. the spirit. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen. The Lowlands Throwdown resident female ninjas entering the floor.
Top 10 after yesterday's events coming onto the platform. Your top 10 overall after 3, however, have changed a bit. Laura Horvath still on top of the leaderboard. Lucy Campbell has moved into second place, just 8 points back. Matilda Garn still in the top 3. Karin Freyova, a little stumble in event 3, should make it up here in event 4. Gabby Magawa in the top 5 for the first time all weekend as we go into event number 4. But the athletes below them all had good lifts in the previous heat, so there's not a lot of room for error for these athletes. Sarah Sigmundsdottir, you see her in the center part of your screen. She's currently in 6th place overall, 8 points behind Gabby Magawa for that 5th and final spot.
And can we just please talk about the fact that Laura Horvath just put 102 kilos on the barbell?
So you starting?
I love where this is going. And we also have Mia Hesketh out there on the floor. And let's never forget about Mia Hesketh. Anybody comfortable with the barbell, she's one of them.
Mia Hesketh in 13th overall. You'll see her in a starting things off at 95.
Left side of your screen, Mia Hesketh, 95 kilos on the barbell. Emika Nets on the right side of your screen at 82.
Hesketh good for 95. 82 good as well for Nets. As we move to our second pairing now, one thing to note for Sarah, the last time we saw her in live competition was at Wodapalooza, where a barbell complex similar to this actually took her out of competition as she re-aggravated that knee, or that surgically repaired ACL, and had to fly back to Iceland and get it looked at. So this is going to be a big confidence event and a big test for her physically to get through this complex.
Absolutely. I just want to see Sarah do well. I want to see her be healthy as an athlete. So Sarah, 93 kilos on the right side of your bar. Andrea Solberg, 77 kilos on the left side of your bar.
Sigmundsdottir, one front squat down, now 2. Both athletes going for their shoulder overhead. Now that's big for Sarah as well, because if you guys have been following, over a year ago, it was just a light jerk that injured her ACL.
Yep.
And so to get one under the belt, that's got to be a sigh of relief for her.
Absolutely. All gas, no brakes. Gabriela Magawa, I love that.
Gabby Magawa, a little shout out to the Lone Star States. I will not acknowledge the color of that team because I am not a fan, although my wife would like me.
So we have on the left side of your screen with 93 kilos on the barbell, Gabriela Magawa on the right, or she's on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, Elena Sarahuya with 85 kilos on the barbell.
Gabby Magawa sitting in 5th, has an 8-point lead on Sarah Sigmundsdottir.
Nice, no problem whatsoever.
One thing for Gabby, she is a fantastic lifter.
Lucy Campbell there getting ready for her lift.
Lucy just moved herself up into 2nd place overall after her 1st place finish in the earlier event this morning, where Karin Freyova had that finish place. Got 13th in event 3, but opening up with 95. This is an event better suited for her skill set than it was this morning.
Definitely, she looks very comfortable with that 95 kilo barbell as well.
This will be a little bit of a damage control event for Lucy Campbell. Hopefully that keeps her into the top 5 going into Sunday. Freyova on the right side of your screen, casually, maybe a little too casually, able to get 95 overhead.
But wow.
Campbell will get 85.
Yeah, just a little too casual about it, but well, you fail at the margins of your experience, and that was not the margin of her experience.
Now, the heaviest weight we've seen so far was in the previous heat with Linda Kiesman, but that was 98 kilos. Laura Horvath on the right side of your screen is deciding to open at 102.
If that's not a statement, I don't know what is.
Saw something similar to this complex at the Rogue Invitational back in last October. Well, Horvath had a very good showing there as well.
.102 for Horvath.
Laura Horvath at 102 has already put herself well ahead of any other athlete in the field so far after one heat. The heaviest lift we've seen worldwide came from Tia Claire Toomey at the Torian Pro, right around 111 kilos.
Now the interesting part about this is Laura Horvath, where she's at on the floor as well, she could just lean back and watch what everybody else does if anybody else even gets close.
Unless like Mia Haskins is saying, I'll see your 102 and I'll call.
So the recipe for success brought to you by Trifecta would be to have a safe complex on the first complex, go for a weight that you think you can get on a good day on the second complex.
Okay.
And a weight that you hope for on the third complex.
Well, she thought she could and she did. Mia Hesketh, 102 will match Laura Horvath's opener at 102. Now we'll move to Sarah Sigmundsdottir and Andrea Solberg. Sarah going for 97. Seen two of those so far, along with a 98. That's important for Sarah, as she needs to try to get some points on Gabby McGowan. We just had a no rep on the left side for Stolberg, so a little stumble for Sigmundsdottir.
Yeah, a bit of a fight on that last clean getting up.
See that front squat position there. Again, being under this weight, gotta be pretty careful
with the depth.
Flirting with depth on that first rep. Oh, that was gonna be a tough get anyways.
I hope Sarah's okay. Looks like she's just taking inventory right now.
So 97 is going to be missed for Sigmundsdottir, as she has a decision to make, especially depending on what McGowan was able to put up here, as she's going for 98. 91 for Elena Sanahua. Sanahua currently sitting in 7th overall at 212. She's only 4 points behind Sarah Sigmundsdottir.
Yep.
And only 12 points back of Gabby McGowan.
Sigmundsdottir cleared 93 in the first, so still.
So 91 is good for Sanahua. 98 good for McGowan. So McGowan putting 1 kilo on Sarah's attempt that she didn't get at 97. Which means Sarah is either gonna have to go up from that miss if she wants to gain ground. But also, we got to see what move Sanahua makes, and maybe she can move herself ahead of Sigmundsdottir if she can get 94 or more, depending on what Sarah goes for in the third attempt.
Depending on how Sarah feels, I mean, you're allowed to lower the weight on the bar. I would probably lower the weight just a little bit. Sanahua, I'm not sure how she'd feel if it got a lot heavier.
Freyova on the right, she's going for 101. That's 225 pounds. Campbell on the left. Campbell is currently sitting in 2nd place overall with 264. Matilda Garns is at 256, as Freyova looks much better on that attempt than she did on the previous one.
Yes.
And Campbell sitting at 89, with McGowan already hitting 98. I'm looking at her platform. She has 103 on the bar. not even looking at any other lifter. And 106 on the bar. Laura Horvath originally had 105, so she just added a kilo. She opened at 102. 95 on the bar for Garn. So this is also important for Matilda Garns. We didn't say much about her in the first round, but she is sitting in 3rd overall.
Yep.
You don't want to go the way of Kristen Holte, as we will mention her name. As another phenomenal individual female athlete coming out of Norway. Laura Horvath, 106. 1 rep left to go. That shoulder to overhead. And able to stay on the platform and secure it. And one thing we said, how important technique is. Laura Horvath's overhead position is phenomenal.
It is. Well, it even makes you happy. So, I mean,
there you go.
Once you get to that point, even Chase Ingram improves of your technique, then you're in a good spot. No, it really is a great position, and she dares to push her head through her shoulders, which just makes her able to lock out and really get that bone-on-bone feeling.
All right. Now, after the first round, Mia Hesketh matched Laura Horvath's score of 102. Decided to add a kilo here for a shot at 107. Hesketh, great showing in event 1 with the legless rope climb, getting 4th in that event. First time in live competition since the birth of her child, almost 2 years ago. One rep to go.
Oh. I love that she went for it. Absolutely love it.
Still has 102 in the bank, however.
Yep.
102 is the 2nd heaviest lift we've seen. Now we have 81.
Sigmundsdóttir at 95.
So Sigmundsdóttir went down to 95 from 97. So the biggest issue was actually on her 3rd clean in the last one. Sat her pretty far back on that one and not able to get it. And I think that miss is not necessarily a physical thing, but it's a lot of force you got to put on a knee you may not be 100% confident with.
Exactly. I just hope that Sarah is okay, that she's physically okay, that she doesn't have to take a step back in her training and start nursing that knee again. So that is beyond her result. I think that's the most important. And I say that as Andrea Solberg, just clears 81 kilos.
Now the 2nd heaviest lift we've seen is 102. Gabby Magawa on the left, who is 8 points clear of Sigmundsdóttir for that 5th place position, is looking to solidify that and possibly move up with a 103 attempt.
Yeah, and the same thing for on the right side of your screen, Sanna Huya as well. If she gets the 95, she will have gotten Sigmundsdóttir, right?
Gabby Magawa, one more. Shouldered overhead. One more front squat, my apologies. There we have her shoulder overhead attempt. 103 for Magawa.
Oh.
Pretty big jump. I believe 98 was her previous successful attempt, so a 5 kilo jump from there. So she'll still get 98. And Karin Freyova has 105 on the bar as Lucy Campbell has 93. This is a very, very important lift for Campbell if she want to at least maintain a comfortable position in the top 5. She's currently in 2nd, but only 40 points clear of 5th, and Magawa with a score of 98 will definitely move up. Freyova in 3rd, 4th, I mean, at 232.
Oh!
Thought was interesting there is she opted for push-jerk for the first 2,
yeah,
and then split for the 3rd. you're planning to do that for the third rep, why aren't you doing that for the first two?
Do it for the first two as well, absolutely. I'm not sure if she thought it was going to get that heavy.
Split almost being a default position.
Yeah.
Best lifts we've seen, 245 is the heaviest weight. 3 athletes have done that so far. That is 111 kilos. And that looks to be safe for one more round as Laura Horvath has 108 on the bar. But it's important that Matilda Garn sitting at 96. Again, we've had a few lifts heavier than this already. Gabby Magawa being one of those at 98. So this lift is very important for Garns on the left part of your screen. Garns not able to get 96. Horvath gets her second front squat. Oh, and just not able to lock out with that elbow buckling on the side, but she didn't need the big lift. She just wanted the big lift. She's still sitting in first overall and should still be in first overall, as the athletes chasing her did not get a lift inside the top 5 overall. You can see that left elbow just buckle right underneath her.
And honestly, I think she was happy as it was. This was just training. She already knew she had the heaviest lift. She didn't have to go out there and do anything out of her comfort zone. If she had really, you know, taken a dive into it, and really kind of committed to the lift, I think she would have gotten that.
Laura Horvath, 2 seconds and a 6th place finish. She should be adding another first place to that to close out day number 2. But Gabby Magawa, who is sitting in 5th, she was outside the top 5 until event number 3. And it really is due to just the first event taking 16th place in the very first event of the weekend. Since then, 1st and 5th, and should see another top 5 finish here at the end of day 2.
Exactly. I mean, she's got to be pretty happy with the way things are working out for her.
Speaking of Laura and Gabby are down with Lauren Smith.
I've got 2 very good friends alongside me, but first of all, Laura, your first tide win of the weekend, does it feel like it's really going your way? Everything seems to be going so well.
Yeah, I'm really about how the weekend is going so far.
And what about you, Gabby? It was an unofficial 4th in that event, but that puts you well in contention for top 5 after this day was a bit of climbing back up the table, shall we say?
Well, I wouldn't mind if Laura would share her strength with me a little bit, like she doesn't need to lift that heavy. I would definitely need some points, but I will forgive you.
I asked you this yesterday, but how does your friendship push each other to be better?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, we don't get to train as much together, but we keep in touch, so it's amazing. It's really good to see her in competitions, and sometimes I go where she lives and then we work out together, so it's really good to see a familiar face and like a friend at the competition, so we support each other a lot.
What would it mean for both of you guys to comfortably punch your ticket to the CrossFit Games and head to Madison together?
I mean, that's the plan. Like, I can't even imagine some different scenario, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be the goal, and that is the goal.
And it's looking pretty good so far, so I hope you guys have a great day tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Thanks so much.
Two great athletes, 2 great friends, obviously, but Gabby Magawa yesterday was talking about being able to just navigate through the crowd and not be seen. But I think after this weekend, seeing her personality on top of her performance, I think those days are long gone.
I think so. If they're not long gone, then we need to have a conversation about the community in the Nordics or in Europe altogether, and I don't think that's going to be an issue. No, I think it's great, and I also think it's great that, you know, they're good friends, and as she says, we don't train as much, but it's always great to have a familiar face around when you compete at a place like this. And just for the record, I don't know if anybody wouldn't mind borrowing some of Laura Horvath's strength.
Yeah, I
would.
Slowly raise my hand over here.
Sending this way. Yes, please.
Well, a fun and fantastic finish for the competition for both teams, men and women, to close out day number 2 here at the 2022 Lowlands Throwdowns. For full and official results, make sure you go to games.crossfit.com. One more day to go here at the Rai Amsterdam. We'll return shortly in a little bit to recap the rest of the day. So until then, see you guys soon. The Lowlands Throwdown Week 1 of the CrossFit Games semifinals presented by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By O2, the official recovery drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. By the U.S. Army, know your Army.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do, it's about what I don't do. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No bull.
It's super important to have a baseline level of where you're at. Being able to have data at your fingertips is just a great way to improve your overall life and health. The at-home thorn tests are just an amazing tool. You can have some tangible evidence as to here's what's going on in your system. It's looking at the body as a whole and trying to fix different systems that will then contribute to overall health.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rye Amsterdam Center here for the Lowlands Throwdown as we do our daily recap presented by Noble, and what a day it was. We do have two standings worth that are up to date as we are awaiting the women's final results since it just finished. But let's start with the team competition. The question was, how good is Reykjavik going to be? Can they sweep the podium? So far, 4 first-place finishes to start the weekend.
I mean, there's no question, and it's as we talked about as they were competing a little bit earlier today, it's not just the fact that they're physically great, they're also very, very great, very good at holding or sticking to the game plan and challenging themselves and also learning from what it is they need to do to get better. So yes, I think they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with, and they're not going to get any worse.
See Tola Moraquinho getting that easy 140 on the platform earlier today, and then Annie Thorsdotter also putting up a fantastic lift. A team total of 955.5 pounds is vying for not just a first place position here, but one of the heaviest team totals we've seen around the world. As you can see, your top 5 starting to really take shape. CrossFit Zerutz missed out last year in competing due to an athlete actually getting COVID and not being able just days before the online semifinal version, but picking up where they potentially could have left off, sitting in second place.
And this is what happens when you have a team that have the opportunity to stick together over a longer period of time, train as a team as well. I think this is a lot of the reason why they have been able to do as well as they have.
CrossFit 40 sitting in that third place position, but one to talk about, Oslo still in the top 5.
Exactly, and they haven't really been events that were that were really their wheelhouse. So if this is their damage control, I think they're doing good. They were saying a little bit earlier today that yes, we are the second best team out of Oslo. I still don't believe them. They're the other team from Oslo.
They are the other team from Oslo. Oslo being the team that finished second at the CrossFit Games last year, one of 2 Europeans to podium for the first time in 15 years. And I feel like that's opened up the floodgates for a lot of talented teams from the European region.
I mean, it sure has. There's no doubt that this inspires. I mean, you had CrossFit Oslo and you had CrossFit Jena as well. 2 European teams on the team platform, and I think that opened up and gave a lot of understanding for what needed to be done and what needed to be sacrificed and well, you know, the planning effort that you need to put into it. So yeah.
Now we move from the teams. Let's move to the men that completed their 4th event a little while ago before the women did, and Lazar Jukic sitting in 1st overall. No finish outside the top 10. In fact, in his damage control event, he ended up getting 8th. But we said, as he starts to pull away from the rest of the field, we said that the men's field will get compressed a lot more, and it has definitely done so, because Uldis Upenix is still holding on to that 2nd place position. However, it is not by much, as he is tied for 2nd place with Bjorgvin Karl Gudnason, who surprisingly said that his finish, or that lift that he hit at the end of event 4, was one of the most important events he has ever had in competition. That's saying something.
Exactly, and I think it's for a couple of different reasons. One of them, obviously, because he knew that he needed to climb up the leaderboard to kind of be safe in the top 5 where he was. That's one of them, but also just mentally, because he didn't feel like he got the start that he really wanted to the competition. So he needed some kind of win, some kind of something that he could thrive on and build on going into the last day.
Look at this compression. Tie 320, 2nd and 3rd. Tie 292, 4th and 5th. 6th and 7th, only separated by 2 points, and 8 points below that, you have Luka Vunjak, who survived the lifting event per se, and he still has 2 more chances going in tomorrow, and there's been a new top 5 at the end of every event. Enrico Zanoni has now moved himself into the top 5, with Adrian Moonweiler also being of that 140 kilo lift that he got has secured him in that 5th place position. So this is shaping up to going to be a wild final day of competition, especially for the men.
Oh, definitely. And I think well, first of all, Enrico Zanoni, that he makes it up there, I think is really, really big. And I love the way that he was competing, the passion that he brought into it. I think that bodes well for tomorrow as well. Adrian Moonweiler, he didn't quite get the lifting event that he wanted. I mean, you could tell that he was a bit disappointed walking off. Now he's in the 5th place. So I think that that's what he needs to build off moving into tomorrow.
As we move from the men, let's look at the women's side, and Laura Horvath is having one of the best competitive weekends of her career, and we say that with all certainty, and this is someone who's finished 2nd at the CrossFit Games twice.
Exactly, but it's the way she goes out there and competes. It's what she does. She knows exactly what she's got, and she's so good at utilizing everything. I mean, on top of that, she's also able to go out there with the comfort of testing herself. She didn't even have to do the last lift on the complex, but she still goes out there and does it. I mean, 108 wasn't going to beat Tia or anybody else in any other competition. She'd already beaten everybody on the floor, but she still does it. And that kind of confidence and that kind of curiosity, it's a great thing to see.
And what I like about the missed lift is the reaction to that, which is like, oh, well, I went for it, whereas sometimes a missed lift will frustrate an athlete even if they are leading the field. So let's look at your standings after 4 events, as we have 2 more going into the final day of competition. Karin Freyova has moved back into 2nd place, but a tie at 324. We have yet another tie on the leaderboard. Lucy Campbell stays in the top 5, 4 points back from there. 8 points back is Gabby Magawa. Sarah Sigmundsdottir has dropped down 40 points away from that 5th place position, with Elena Sanahua sitting in 6th overall. But you're tying atop the leaderboard between Karin Freyova, and we said we're going to say her name before it's too late, Matilda Garns, and we'll do you one favor. Lauren Smith got to actually sit down and talk to Matilda Garns after that event.
Matilda, you came into the final event in 3rd place. Was that an element of damage limitation? Are you feeling confident with how you've closed out your second day?
Yeah, I am. I had a really good start yesterday, and it was. I needed that because the 2 events today isn't my jam. But I did what I hoped for in the strength event as well. So I'm really happy about how the day ended.
And this is all coming off the back of a knee surgery back in 2021?
Yeah, I had a knee surgery in 2020 when I qualified with the team to the games, and then I was like pretty good at the semifinals last year, still some soreness and things, and then I had a re-injury in this autumn, so I needed a surgery. So I had a surgery in September, like 8 months ago. So yeah, it's just really nice being back, and the numbers, like my previously strength numbers, are back almost as well. So yeah.
Going through the ups and downs of being a pro athlete, having surgeries, and then coming to this stage, mentally, how big of a fight back is that?
Oh, it's amazing. Both coming back from a surgery and all the things that haven't been very well last year, but also just back to a live competition after COVID. It's just the hype, the spectators. It's just amazing compared to online competitions. So I love being on a competition floor.
The field on the women's side is getting bigger by the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you are firmly in the middle of it all.
Yeah.
So what's key to staying there?
Yeah, I just hopefully maybe I can stay in the top 5, but it's a hard field, especially in the women's side in Europe. So it's just amazing being back at the competition floor with all the amazing athletes.
Oh, you're making it look easy. Great job.
Thank you.
This is not my jams, she says, but she's still out there tearing things apart. That's incredible. I'm also very happy to see her recovering as well as she is. I knew that she had an injury that she got surgery for. I didn't know that she re-injured it, to be honest. Yeah. But one thing I just want to throw in there, it's easy when we look at the schedule for the day to look, or for the results for the day, to look at Sara Sigmundsdottir and start discussing how she's doing and where she's at in the standings. For me personally, I couldn't care less. My first worry is, how is that knee doing? And if that knee is doing fine, let's absolutely have the rest of that conversation. But if it isn't, then love, hope, and a whole lot of sympathy going to Sara Sigmundsdottir. I really want her to be healthy.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Things will kick off at noon here for team event number 5, followed by the men and the women, and then the final event to determine which 5 men, women, and teams will make their way to Madison, Wisconsin at the first weekend in August for the Noble CrossFit Games. Team event number 6, individual event 6 and 6. There's a lot of fun events still on the horizon for both individual and teams, but that will wrap it up here for us at the Rye Amsterdam Center for the 2022 Lowlands Throwdown. I am so excited for day number 3, but until then, from Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith, I am Chase Ingham. We'll see you guys tomorrow. The Lowlands Throwdown Week 1 of the CrossFit Games semifinals presented by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. By the U.S. Army, know your Army. By Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No bull.
Castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. The mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Steph Nikitas, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.